All right, so welcome to the review of the entire card. Obviously, we just went through the early prelims and the prelims right now. Let's get through them and then also get to the live main card that is going on right now and in the future whenever you are tapping in. So, first fight of the night. Got it correctly, exactly as how I would see it, right? El-Kheer getting a unanimous decision over Clayton Carpenter. It's got 3 takedowns out of 6 attempts. Clayton tried very hard, but the scrambles of El-Kheer was just way too much. The striking prowess of both of them, by the way, were really high level, right? And especially for a Dagestani, known for the wrestling, but the grappling prowess has really helped them in this fight. Got the decision. Moving on to the next fight. Bernardo Sopaj wins by decision over Ricky Turquoise. Gets the takedowns. A lot of takedown attempts by Ricky Turquoise. 9 of them getting stuffed. 8 of them getting denied. But ultimately, it was Bernardo's fight. He was more of the accurate fighter. I wouldn't say he's more of the active fighter. You could say that about Ricky, but Bernardo was just more of the accurate fighter, and he won nonetheless. And the takedowns and the ground control time on the fight as well. Right here, a fight that I had predicted right down to the T. Muin Gafurov, Nakamura gets his first loss. How did this happen? Very easy. I told you guys from the very beginning that experience means a lot in the game of MMA. And Nakamura right now is not as experienced as this guy Muin. And in the end, his striking won him the fight and his experience. I mean, look, it was a very even fight. You can't get mad either way, but Muin looked like the better striker in this matchup, and that was the reality of that situation. So moving on to the next one. Aline Perez gets a decision. I told you guys this was going to be an easy decision for Aline Perez. She gets the job done. The striking was very good on Rosa's part. Great leg kicks. Constant leg kicks. But Aline was more of the active fighter, the active boxer, and the better wrestler, and ultimately won the fight due to that reason alone. Okay? So now we move on to the early prelims of this fight. Okay, so, and with that, 8 hours, 20. Okay. Review. Okay, so here we go. Prelim review for this fight card right here. So we go with Grant Dawson. As I had predicted, it was going to be Grant Dawson by unanimous decision. Diego Ferreira didn't really attempt any takedowns in this fight, just really try to rely on the striking. Grant Dawson was more of the well-rounded fighter. He wins as a result of that. Bogdan Gustaf taking on Billy El-Kheer, gets a second-round submission out of nowhere. Well, not really out of nowhere. It was one of those situations where he was rocking him around, beating the living S out of him. And then out of nowhere, he decided, you know what? I'm going to get a submission on my stat. He goes and gets it, gets the choke, and he's up out of here, gets the win, moves on. Moving on, Azmat Bekov. I knew that this fight was going to go exactly the way that it did. We talked about it in the live stream, even played the preview for it, and as a result, this is the reality of the situation. A Russian that comes from an organization with more experience and tougher competition. And this is the result that you get. Peyton Talbot, the absolute disgrace of the whole entire card. I'm sorry. Like, I really expected more out of this kid. But in the end, like with everything else, experience plays a factor into these matters at hand. So that is what we have for the main cards. Well, actually, we're going to watch the main cards right now, and we're going to review it straight away right after. So also, don't forget to like and subscribe, and also check out Zain Musa Boxing Dosage. The main card, which we're going to witness. And as we witness them, we're going to give you the breakdown right afterwards, and it's coming right up right now. Look, he looks like he was trying to look for a slap and a clinch at the same time on that one. All right, round number 3. Here we go. All right, man. So we just witnessed the main card right now. We're about to head into the main event and co-main event. So here we are. What do you got to say about the main card right now with Yuri and Jamal Hill? That was crazy, man. What did you think of that, Zane?
Bro, it was a good ass fight, man. It was a very close fight until the last round, but yeah, that finish was, perfection, bro. It's good. Finished him and stuff.
Absolutely, and I just think it was one of those fights where Yuri was putting a lot of volume in display, and as a result of that volume, look at this, man. Let's take a look at the stats that we got on this one right now. So 50% for Yuri, right? 54 out of 107 shots he threw, whereas with Jamal, 45%. No takedowns. This was a straight kickboxing fight.
Yeah.
Straight kickboxing fight. And in the end, Yuri was the guy to have gotten it done. Jailton Almeida, here's another surprising fight. I thought that Jailton was going to out-wrestle this guy. From the very beginning, what did Spivak do? He ended up out-wrestling him from the very beginning, scramble after scramble, exchange after exchange, reversal after reversal. Very even fight until it wasn't. Jailton Almeida, ground and pound finish by the end of the first round. Literally, just seconds away before Spivak could survive into the next round, and that was that. Next fight, Kevin Holland versus Renier de Ritter. Now, I thought Kevin Holland's UFC experience was going to be a factor here. Obviously, it wasn't. But as a result, Renier is going to be a problem in the middleweight division. What's next for him? Maybe Izzy? Maybe somebody like Robert Whittaker, if Robert Whittaker wants to stay around. But I tell you what, one thing remains for sure. This guy is dangerous on the ground. You can never let him fight you in that position. Kevin Holland would have had a better fight had he not allowed him to take it to the ground, but De Ritter's grappling is too superior, and here it is. 2 takedowns out of 2 takedowns and a choke. And Kevin Holland, look at this. Exactly what we would have predicted out of him. A very high striking percentage, 84% in his strikes. It wasn't enough once he got taken down to the ground. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, right now is the main card. We're about to go into the main event card. So before we go into the main event card, and not only go into the main event card, but also review it, what do you think so far, Zane, of the main cards?
Oh, I'm loving it, man. It's really entertaining. The fights are really competitive, and you can't really say who's gonna win 100%, because it's full of surprises.
That's right. That's right. By the end of the day, yeah, definitely full of surprises. So let's move on to the co-main event and the main event. and we are out.
These are the fights so we was looking forward to. We need Makachev and Nurmagomedov to win.
Omar Nurmagomedov. Here we go. All right. They got the little fireworks going down in Inglewood. Inglewood always up to no good. Inglewood always up to no good. And I got the old school plaid shirts too from like, back in the days. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This is like straight, like old school 90s. You know what I mean? Like,
here we go, bro.
Morrell.
This is it, bro.
Yeah.
Inshallah, let's go.
All right, they touch gloves. Here we go. All right, what time are you on right now?
4:40.
Okay, I'm 20 seconds behind, okay? Just keep in mind, I'm 20 seconds behind, okay? So your enthusiasm and cheers or sorrows for the next 20 seconds.
Okay.
If you see it in 20, if you see it, count down 20 seconds. If you see it.
Okay.
All right, here we go. So 4:33, 4:32.
Oh. Shit. Oh. Nice shot by Nurmagomedov. Good one. Oh shit.
All right, so here we go. 340, 339, 338, 336. Okay, good shot by Omar so far. Hey, there's Morrell. He tries to go in. He swings wild, and Omar gets away. All right, so now Omar taking the center of the octagon. Nice high kick right there, as what we would predict with the nice high kicks. Very crisp, very technical. Oh, there's a nice right hand by Morrell right there, just sort of darting in and out of his target. Oh, that's a nice head kick by Omar right there. Very good head kick. Now it connects this time in the first round. 240, 239, swinging away at 236, 235, 234, 233, 229. Okay. He lunges in, and now they're stuck in a clinch position. Very fast-paced action that they got going on right now. The way that they are expending their energy, one wonders if they're going to last 5 rounds with this particular pace. Now, as we're watching right now in the first round with the last 2 minutes left, 155, 154, 153, 152. Good shots by Nurmagomedov. Nurmagomedov gets a single leg. Does he get it? Ooh, he goes for a flying knee, very similar to Khabib. 1-2 shot by Omar. Man, so this is exactly what I knew, right? That the athleticism of Omar and just quite frankly being faster than Morrell is showing in this fight right now. Good kick to the body right there. Okay, shoots in for a double leg.
Ooh.
Just by this first round alone already tells you that Omar is the superior fighter.
Yes. That's it.
That's it. 30 seconds. Oh, good front kick. Oh, good shot. Oh, that's good. He just hit him with that shot right there. He's got him hurt. Now he's got him surrounded. What does he do with the last 10 seconds left? What does he do in the last 10 seconds? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of the first round. All right, so far, man, what do you think of the first round?
It was a close round, but I edged it to Umar.
100%, man. I gotta give it to Umar right there.
It was close, but Umar landed the better, eye-catching shots, I think.
He did.
Umar looked dangerous, bro. Round 2, yeah?
Right
Let's
there,
go.
yeah.
Come on, Umar.
Okay, so now we're on to round 2. All right, here we go, round 2. Here we go, round 2, bouncing around.
Yes, Umar.
But Umar is doing a very good job of sort of putting him down.
Yes, Umar. Come on, Umar. That's it. Yes, Umar. That's it. Oh, come on.
There it is, man. So, doing a very good job of darting in and out. What we're witnessing right now. Ooh, good one. Very good. Ooh, nice high kick by Umar. Ooh, good one.
Oh, come on. Don't do this.
That's right, man. DC said it best. Weapons are coming from everywhere, right? He's throwing the 1-2 punch. He's throwing the body kick. He's throwing the high kick. He's throwing the takedowns. He's showing everything. He's showing the flying knee on top of it in the first round.
Come on, Umar. Come on, son. You can do it. Come on, shoot. Come on. No. Yes, Umar. That's it.
All right, so here we go. 316, 315, 313, 311 in the second round. Oh, wow. He goes for a single leg Morrell. He misses. He sprawls on him. Omar gets his back. Oh, wow. That's good. That was a beautiful trip from behind with Umar. That was a really good trip from behind with Umar. So now Umar has the back position. He's looking to now submit Morrell. Is he going to do it? This is a very big moment in this fight right now. He's got his back. 235, 233, 232. Is he going to look to... He's up. Morrell is up. He's still got the back. He still has the back. Hey, we're back to square. All right. Just a little over 2 minutes left in the second round.
Oh, shit. This is a close one. Oh, yes, Umar.
Very good. Very good jab by Omar. Wow, yeah, very even, significant strikes right here between them. At least in the stats. But, ooh.
Oh, shit.
Oh, good body kick by Omar there.
Come on, Umar.
Very good body kick by Omar. Ooh, okay. All right, good takedown defense by Omar there. Now they're stuck in the clinch position by the cage with under a minute left into the second round.
Oh, yeah.
All right, looks like Omar is going to look for a takedown here. Okay, now they broke away, back on the feet. 30 seconds left in the second round. Oh, that was a good one right there. That was a good one.
Two 0 2-0.
That's right. So at this point right now, it's 2-0 Omar Nurmagomedov. Straight up. 2-0.
2-0. I think so. But it could be 1-1, you never know. But I don't know. I think Umar edged that round. Oh. Yeah, Umar got that round. No. But it was a close round.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice takedown right there from the back.
Third round. I wish this was a third round fight, man.
It is a 5-round fight.
Nah, I wish it was a third round fight. I always want this to be over.
Oh, yeah. I gotcha, yeah.
Yeah,
well, maybe it will be. Maybe it will be if Omar has something to do with it.
Yeah.
So here we go. Round number 3. Omar Nurmagomedov on his way to try and win his first UFC title. Front kick by Umar. Another front kick. Head kick to transition from that. 237, 238, 236 of the third round. All right, so now Morrell try to take him down. Very good stuff by Omar in that position right there.
Did he get the takedown there, bro?
No, he didn't. Not Morrell. He didn't get the takedown, but I think Omar did get a takedown, but momentarily.
Okay. Come on, Umar. This guy's dangerous. Oh shit. Come on, Umar.
Oh, spinning back attempt by Morrell there. Nothing.
Come on, Umar.
Oh, good body kick by Omar.
Ah, shit.
Oh, nice exchanges here in the close pocket.
Come on, Umar. Damn. Yes, Umar. Come on, Umar.
Nice leg kick by Umar right there. 2:30 left in the third round. Front kick by Umar. Another front kick by Umar. Oh, good one.
Oh, Morrell might have won this.
Oh, there's stuff by Morrell right there. Oh, Morrell gets a nice takedown there. He gets a takedown, but then he just lets him up. That's very strange. Or oh, good scramble exchanges. What is this? Morrell is smiling and laughing at the crowd while all of this is going on with 106, 105 left in the third round. But yeah, you definitely want to get off the cage. Okay, there it is. That's good right there. Now they got out. Now they're back in the squared up position. 50, 49, 47. I wouldn't give this round to Morrell just yet, but man, it's quite close, man. All right, there we go. Single leg by Omar. Omar with the body lock. Doesn't get it. Look at Morrell arrogantly saying, hey, you can't take me down. And then he finally gets him down. Like, what are you talking about saying you can't be taken down? You just got taken down. But good job getting back up again. Omar maintaining the body lock position. Look at Morrell just acting in bravado. So the corner of Morrell right now, Longo is telling him, hey, keep up with the pace because the pace that you're pushing right now is hurting him, according to Longo. Now let's see what Omar's corner has to say. Who are you? Who are you, brother? He said, you don't have to throw anything out, just punish him. Don't sit down when he punches with you. So don't sit down when he punches with you. So what he means by that is get to an angle or circle away when he goes in that direction. All right, so here we go. Championship round, fourth round. We are now in the fourth round of this championship fight. Hey Heath, does that look like we're talking to ourselves? So yeah, have fun talking to yourself, bud. And yeah. Back to the fight. Fourth round. Morrell goes for single leg. Really a lot of good scrambles going on in this fight. Really a whole lot of good scrambles going on in this fight right now. So there it is. 1-2 shot by Morrell. Morrell with a single leg attempt. Omar, oh my goodness. He actually gets a takedown on Omar, but Omar gets back right up again, right here in the fourth round. This is such a close fight right now going into the fourth round, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
And there it is. There's a good stuff by Omar.
Oh.
All right, but he breaks away. Oh, Omar gets rocked on that one.
Yeah, this looks like a Merab round again, man. Shit, man.
Oh, nice high kick by Omar. Yeah, that's a good idea that DC is saying that what he should be doing here in the fourth round is continuing with his teeth kicks, front kicks, and use those head kicks as Merab is coming in, not allowing him to engage in these wrestling exchanges. He said the day after he won his belt, he went running. Well, that's the reason why Merab has crazy cardio, which is what you're witnessing right now. There it is, more high kicks by Umar. But again, you never know what these judges are looking at. So I never said it was going to be an easy fight for Umar, but Merab at this point of the fourth round is really doing awesome. There it is, single leg. Wow, he escapes that one. All right, so Khabib and Mendes is telling him to use your front lead kicks because it's open. And there he is going for a single leg right there. This is the first time that I've ever seen Khabib's corner warn you of not using wrestling. Does that mean that Merab is the better wrestler in these exchanges? I mean, he's stuffing a lot of these takedowns with just about 50 seconds left now into the fourth round. But wow, the significant strikes of Merab have been really high here in the fourth round. He actually now gets a takedown off of Omar. And there's Khabib yelling frantically in front of Omar in the corner right now.
Fucking hell,
I mean,
bro.
we're at the edge of our seats right now with this one. But again, you never know what's going to happen at this point. Omar is doing a very good job of getting back up on his feet as he's getting taken down. And yeah, he's got his back right there. Okay, now they broke away. That's the end of the fourth. All right, so one round left. What do we expect out of this, Sane?
Bro, he needs to win this last round, bro. Otherwise, Merab's gonna win it, I think.
Yeah.
I think the first two rounds he started off well, man. I think he definitely won the first two, but the last two, bro, like,
Yeah.
Merab, he let Merab back in, and he needs to win this fight. He needs to win this round. I mean, if it was a 3-round fight, I'd say, but it's 2-2 in my opinion. It all comes down to this. But it doesn't look good right now because Morrell looks like he's confident, you know?
All right, so Khabib is instructing him to just use your hands. Yeah, Omar definitely does look more exhausted. I've never seen a Dagestani fighter look this exhausted. Look at Merab. So he's saying that, hey, he's calling for the hands because he sees a marksman shooting in the part of Omar right now going into the fifth round. Now, is that true? Let's find out. 440, 439, 438, of the fifth and final round of this championship between Omar and Morrell.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Good takedown defense by Omar there. You know, and sometimes it could be just one of these situations where no matter what you do, even if you look good, maybe it may not be good enough. It could be one of those situations right now. But the constant spamming of takedowns that Morrell uses in fights is realistically what he uses as a weapon of pace against you. Constantly having to defend this. Look at this. Constantly. But you know what? Him stuffing all of this might be seen by the judges as, hey, you know what? Omar is displaying effective defense because he is stuffing a lot of these takedowns. There's another shot again by Morrell. And look, he's trying to hook in the legs. Is he going to get it? There's Omar right there. He's keeping himself up. It's so surprising that Omar right now is looking like Conor McGregor during the Khabib fight. And it is Morrell who's looking like Khabib right now. And it is a very grueling pace that he is pushing on him right now with just about 2:45 left, 2:43. Now they're back squared up, 2:40, 39.
Come on, Umar. Yes.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do. Box him. Ooh, stuffed by Morrell.
Yes.
But you know what? Omar has stuffed a lot of these too. Now, when it came to the significant strikes, I think Morrell had most in the round 4. All the other rounds are very debatable, at least from this point. Next level asks who's winning. You don't want to ask us who we think is winning. Because although Morrell is doing a very good job of keeping up with his pace, we got to ask, does this also constitute points in the eyes of the judges? And the fact that Morrell spammed a lot of takedowns, does that constitute as points or failure and defensive points on Omar's part? With just about 90 seconds left into this fight, Morrell does seem to look like more of the aggressor.
Come on, Umar.
Guys, who's winning, honestly?
Come on, Umar.
Man, you know what? I'm going to say Morrell, but you never know. But it's up to the judges, isn't it, Karim? By the end of the day, Karim, it's up to the judges. And we got about under a minute left to find out what that is.
Why are you taking the piss, man?
Yeah, 22 takedowns he went for. Ooh, he rocked Omar at the end of it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, wow. And then he tries to go for a takedown and then pushes him and then taunts him in the middle of it. Now takes him down at the end of it with just about 20 seconds left.
I don't know, man. Oh, shit.
Wow. Goal 25. All right, man. There it is.
Bro, I hope they give it to Umar, but I don't know.
So now we're going to find out who won that fight coming up. The two best bantamweights in the world right there, guys. Hands down. This is the highest level of 135 fighting ever. I mean, I've seen when they brought the 135 division in the UFC, it was Dominic Cruz as the first champion, and now look at the evolution of the sport right now. Look at this, the evolution of the sport. Both of these guys, they know how to wrestle, they know how to strike, they know how to grapple, they know how to clinch, they know how to do jiu-jitsu, they know how to throw flying knees. And even Omar, look, there were a few times where he had some good moments here. He took Merab down, but for whatever reason, Merab had this attitude where, you know what, he sort of knew in his mind, hey, somewhere down the line, I'm going to tire this guy out. But did he win? Let's find out. Because I know that they're going to have a real controversial decision coming up right now. We're going to find out. We are going to find out who won this fight. And he was showboating in the middle of it. Just adding more insult to injury. But that was a crazy pace. And one has to wonder, hey, are there some factors of perhaps injuries that we may not have known about? Who knows? Who knows? There's a lot of questions about this fight. Where does Omar go after this one? Where does Merab go after this one?
Yeah, Merab won, bro.
And still, yup, there it is. Well, look, man, that was a well-deserved win on his part. Can't really do anything about it. Congrats to Merab. You earned that one. It was a hard-fought fight. Two of the best 135ers in the world. Zane, you got any final thoughts on that review of the bantamweight title fight that we just saw?
Bro, obviously we wanted Umar to win, but you know, he let it slip, man. What can you say, man? Merab, he showed why he's such a great fighter, you know. You gotta give credit where credit's due, man.
Yeah, man. Well, shout out to Merab on that one. And with that, let us continue on to the main event of the evening. Obviously, it was a late replacement for Arman Tsarukyan. In comes Moicano. So now we're going to witness Moicano do his thing against Islam. Let's see how this turns out. But congrats on Merab. Wasn't our night. It was his night. And by the end of the day, that's mixed martial arts at its best. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
For sure, man.
All right, so here we are, 11-hour mark of our live stream. We are witnessing Moicano walk out into the cage right now, walking out to All Eyes on Me on Tupac. And how LA is that, right? To walk out to Tupac, bro. You know what I mean? Like everybody, I don't know how it is around the world, but everybody in California, dude, they love Tupac, you know, out here in California. You know what I mean? It's like a Tupac-centric part of the world. Kundu says, I don't have expectations from Moicano, but at least give a tough fight. Sure. He's here for a good time, but maybe he's not going to last for a long time. Let us find out.
What do you think? What's your prediction?
First round.
Really? What, submission?
Yeah.
Wow.
If he survived more than that, I would be very surprised. Look, have you seen what Islam did to Bobby Green?
No.
He submitted him in a round.
Yeah?
Yeah. Bobby
Crazy.
Green had no chance. I think Bobby Green could beat Moicano.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now here comes Islam walking out to some Chechnyan techno. So now Islam Makhachev is walking out into the cage with some techno. And the fans go crazy. I think now I'm starting to understand what Islam meant when he says that I probably have more fans here than Armin, even though Armin is an Armenian in LA.
Mm-hmm.
But LA's run parts of LA. Armenians run parts of LA. Like you go to the Glendale area, that's where they're at. That's where Rhonda used to train at because her head trainer was an Armenian. So, you know, Armenians got a strong hold out here. They're lawyers. They own a lot of businesses. Know about Rob Kardashian, right? The father of Kim Kardashian, who was the lawyer of O.J. Simpson. Yeah, shout outs to John Hutchinson. John Hutchinson says lots of Armenians in LA. Indeed, there is a lot of them there. I wonder if a lot of them asked for a refund or if they just stayed to watch the whole entire fight. But I would imagine they stayed anyway because Armenians do have a strong MMA culture. But tonight, it's not about Armin or the Armenians. It is about Islam Makhachev stepping in there against Moicano. And I told you earlier, right, what I love about Moicano is that he's a very humble guy when it comes to learning new things. Just like what I told you when he was at the MMA Guru show, right? He beefed with this guy only to befriend this guy again. Then they got an interview together. And then he goes in there and he asks MMA Guru, he's like, MMA Guru, how do you build your channel, MMA Guru? I want to know. You know, it's very intrusive in the way that he asks, but in a very humble way of trying to learn something good for his career. So you couldn't ask for more than that from a very humble guy that deserves this more than anybody you could think of that deserves a late replacement title shot. What
do you think submission?
What was that?
What do you think submission?
Do I think what?
Do you think Islam's gonna submit?
Yeah, he's going to submit him. Well, we'll see. There's a good chance that he submits him if he takes him down in the first round, and we're going to find out if that is the case. And there's Herb Dean. So many experienced title fights. Was the referee for the Conor McGregor and the Khabib fight.
Is it, bro? Is it 5 rounds?
Mm-hmm. But it's not going there. At least I don't think in my initial prediction right now.
Hope it doesn't.
My prediction right now, first round submission. Time. Here we go.
Yeah, I think Islam should submit him, bro. I'd be very surprised.
You'd be surprised if he goes past the second round?
Yes, because I don't know. Look at the difference, man. Islam looks like a beast compared to.
And just see overall on paper, right? I mean, under no circumstances would Moicano get a title shot in the normal competitive architecture of things. But he's here as a default, and as a result, he has to fight more than what he was expected to fight. You got to remember, he was scheduled to step in here and fight a man who was gray-haired, basically almost 40 years old compared to him at 35. I mean, he was here to win. He was here to win against Beneil Dariush. It was going to be his outcoming party, and unfortunately, he has to go in here against the pound-for-pound #1 guy in the world. So we're either going to witness a serious upset right here, or we're going to see business as usual with Islam Makhachev, and we're about to find out right now. They are now in the middle of the octagon, facing each other, getting the referee's instructions. Moicano bouncy, Islam Makhachev very stoic and very still in his approach. Doesn't even go back all the way in the cage after they were told to step back. Look, he's just really eager to get this started. So here we go. Round number 1, ladies and gentlemen. All right, round 1. Here we go. All right, so far, here we are in the main event. Round number 1. Ooh, good one. Good counter. Yeah, Renato is definitely not gun shy. He's allowing these shots to go off. So far, so good for Moicano. But let's see how Islam answers. Looking like they're about to switch levels right there as they're sort of tapping gloves with each other. 410, 409, 407. Ooh, nice one. Nice body kick by Islam Makhachev. 443, 42, 332. Sorry, 337, 335. 333, first round. So far, Islam Makhachev faking, doing a lot of feints, and Moicano following up with the same. But Islam Makhachev, in between those feints, is throwing a nice head kick. Oh, nice straight shot by Islam Makhachev.
This don't look good, man.
Oh, my goodness. Islam Makhachev just got rocked. 248, 246, 245. Yeah, Makhachev needs to go and try to take him down right now because Moicano is looking very dangerous on the feet. And there it is. He goes and shoots in for the takedown. Does he get it? He gets it. And of course, a lot of people are going to look at this and say, you know, Islam Makhachev was about to get finished by Moicano. He got one good shot in there, right? This is what happens when you fight. You get wet. You step in the waters, you get wet. It's what happens. Yeah, this is the part where Islam is really great at smothering you. I mean, absolutely great at smothering you. Look at this. Now he's got the half guard position. He's going to look for a submission here. Is Moicano going to be able to get up? He's not. Look at this. Islam is just way too good, man. Islam is just way too good. Look at this. He's got the Darce choke right here. He's got it. He's got it. What I tell you?
Yeah.
What I tell you? Was I correct with my prediction?
Right, bro.
Or what?
You smashed it. You fucking thank you, bro. Shout out to Kyrie MMA, the best YouTube channel, UFC on YouTube, bro. Make sure you subscribe. My bro. Yeah. You called it round one as well.
That's
You
right.
smashed it.
That's right. That's right. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that right there is the whole entire preview for UFC 311. It was a great night of fights. We were gutted for Umar. We were happy for Islam. But we were happy overall for the entire card and the entire night. We couldn't be more appreciative. Don't forget to like and subscribe not only to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, but also Zane's Heavy Boxing Dosage on YouTube.
I appreciate that, bro. We could still stay on, man. I don't mind.
That's right.
We don't freak out about it, you know?
But as for the video, that's out right there, 30 seconds in. Boom. Guarantee that the UFC is not going to do anything about Bryce Mitchell's comments. And you know exactly what Bryce Mitchell's comments are. In fact, I'm probably going to be a little bit reluctant in titling Bryce Mitchell endorses such and such German guy in the 1940s, and you know exactly who I'm talking about. So before we continue on, I'd like you guys to like and subscribe as I talk about the controversies of Bryce Mitchell and also why the UFC will do absolutely nothing about it. For one, the UFC is not like the NBA. And as a result of that, what you're going to get is a company that really stands by, we're going to allow our fighters to say what they want to say as long as what? They don't mention something racist? Okay, true. But let's analyze this, right? And I want you to understand this is not in any way to endorse or go against Bryce Mitchell in any kind of way. What I need you to understand is that Bryce Mitchell is only saying words. But what are those words? You know exactly what he said. The quote is out there in the internet right now. And everything that he's saying in there about this 1940s German guy. He's making him look like a hero. He's making him look like a defender of a nation. But here's another thing you got to understand that many people don't take into consideration. There's a term that goes, one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. This is the case that we got going on right now. And that's going to be hard for a lot of people to swallow. Man, do I like it? No, absolutely not. I hate it. But who cares what I think? That's not what I'm trying to convey in this video. What I'm trying to convey in this video is the objective outlooks that we have to understand surrounding the story. For example, the normalization of this particular language in Twitter. And some can argue that it is propelled by Elon Musk, and it doesn't help that Elon Musk went and did the salute that he did to create such suggestive languages that do nothing but really create more stirred emotions from, let's be honest, a lot of people who are either just too invested or people that have low emotional intelligence. So now, is it right that Bryce Mitchell said what he said? You got to be honest, right? A lot of people have a different type of conversation behind closed doors. I've seen this growing up in New Jersey. You see, for example, I knew a lot of Italian Americans that I grew up with in Jersey, and that would be, go figure, right? You live in New Jersey, that's the type of people you're going to be around. So honestly, a lot of them, not all of them, but a good portion of the ones that I've experienced in my own anecdotal personal point of view, a lot of them will say racist remarks behind closed doors. And guess what? It's not exclusive to the Italians either, right? It goes with everybody, every group, Hispanics, whites, blacks, Haitians, Europeans, Arab. I'm going on a little Nas tangent right there with the lyrics, but on any regard, look, what you got to understand is we live in a culture right now where there are people that sort of accept this type of language. Now, the question is, how are you going to respond to it? Are you going to respond to it as an antagonist, or are you going to respond to it as a protagonist and as a result put yourself in the line of fire when you draw the line in the sand? Or do you just look at all of this as an observer, as either to analyze it from an objective point of view or criticize it to the highest degree? Now, let's talk about the UFC. What are they going to do about it? The reality is absolutely nothing, because the UFC stands by freedom of speech. Did he say anything racist? Well, let's be honest, right? If he mentioned anything about anyone's race, then yes. But what he was doing, Bryce Mitchell, was comparing a person that needed to take action in whatever it is that he needed to do for his country, at least in the message that is being conveyed by Bryce Mitchell. Now, is he right? Listen, that's not for me to decide. And whether I agree with it or not is irrelevant. Whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant. But it is interesting to understand where all of this sort of falls into the modern culture that we are living at today. You see, I think there's a bigger play at hand to try and understand here, right? The UFC is the modern Attitude Era from the WWE. Do you remember that era? Because that was an era where they had attracted a demographics of college-aged males all the way to the age of 45, where these men at this particular age group have enough testosterone to really get disrespectful, go out of line, and do things that are just beyond outrageous to the highest order in order for shock value, which was, again, the culture of the late 90s during the Attitude Era. You had Tupac, Death Row, D-Generation X, NWO in professional wrestling. You had dudes gang jumping everybody into NWO and in WCW. And then you had everybody in the WWE doing all these outrageous acts, including racial monotones when you had the likes of the Nation of Domination and D-Generation X sort of poking fun, wearing black paint faces to mock their opposition, who happens to be an all-black squad in the Nation of Domination. And for those that understand professional wrestling, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, will Dana White do anything about this? No. And let's analyze that. What is Dana White going to say about this particular matter? He's going to say, you know what? That's not up for me to decide. That's literally what he's going to say. It's not up for me to decide, and that's only for the bottom dollar of the UFC if it tanks. And you know what? It's not going to tank. You want to know why? This is the same culture as I'm talking about with the Attitude Era right now. This is the same culture that elected Donald Trump in office. And you got to understand and analyze the overall supporter base of Donald Trump. Not all. Because look, not all of the Donald Trump supporters are like Snoop Dogg or Jorge Masvidal or you name it. Maybe even Colby Covington. There's an extreme end, an extreme spectrum of his followers. So you got to understand that, okay? There's an extreme side of his followers, which means this is what they're willing to tolerate. They don't have a problem with it. And if you have a problem with it, here's something that you are not understanding right now. You are not understanding that you're living in a different era, in a completely different political landscape. You see, the woke movement was ruling the entire narrative in the media for a little bit. And then after a while, people got sick and tired of it because it just became redundant, in your face. And as a result, there was a pushback. And what was that pushback? The current political landscape that you are seeing right now. So as a result of that political change in landscape, what you have now is a completely different outlook of culture from, I would say, the majority of Americans. And that is the reason why I honestly don't think that Bryce Mitchell is going to get in trouble, is going to be reprimanded. Will he be condemned? Of course. Will his stock go down or go up? That remains to be seen. But for now, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah. UFC Saudi Arabia coming up February 1st. Can you believe it? It's already February 1st coming up on this Saturday. But we're going to talk about two fights, the main event and the co-main event, but also give credit to the rest of the card. However, main focus, co-main, main event, here we go. Israel Adesanya versus Nasruddin Imavov. Israel Adesanya coming off of a loss from Dricus du Plessis. Can we really take a lot from that? The answer is no. So you got to understand how dangerous Israel Adesanya is going to be in this fight. Why is that? Take a look at his training camp going into this fight. He is prepared for the wrestling, even though Nasruddin doesn't really use a lot of it, more of a striker, hence his French background, growing up in Paris, working a lot on Muay Thai. But nonetheless, he's going on a hot streak as well. He's got some good wins under his belt. Nasruddin, 29 years old, has a very good reach, but obviously Israel Adesanya is very tall for his height. But coming off of a win from Brendan Allen, which was back in Paris, France in September, and then Jared Cannonier, that's not a very easy win to get. And he knocked him out in the fourth round. Roman Dolidze gets a 5-round decision from him. So I'm going to say he's going to give Israel Adesanya a very hard fight, but at the same time, Israel Adesanya is going to keep him at bay. And while doing that, use the range and the technique of his long game. In other words, he's going to circle back again, and he's going to strike. He's going to throw leg kicks, and he's going to offset you with his rhythm because he does a lot of feints, which is something that his camp emphasizes in. But I got to tell you, I think that the loss of Dricus du Plessis is not indicative of this fight, and Israel Adesanya is just at a higher level than Nasruddin, in my opinion. In terms of championship experience, it's going to take him a long way, and I see this as a 5-round decision for Israel Adesanya. All right, now to the co-main event, Sharaputin Magomedov taking on Michael Venom Page. Sharaputin, undefeated, 15-0. Going in there with the former Bellator star of Michael Venom Page. We don't really know much about his ceiling. What we do know is that Michael Venom Page has great striking that Sharaputin can match with him. The range for Michael Venom Page is going to be even deeper. 79-inch in his reach at 6'2", and Sharaputin at 73-inch. But uses a striking game. I got to tell you, this is going to be a very difficult fight for Sharaputin. But I think with his age, he's going to get through with it. I also think this is a 5-round fight. Now, I'm not sure what... No, I don't think it is. No, this is a 3-round fight. But if this goes to 3 rounds, I'm going to have to give it to Sharaputin by decision. So that is my final prediction for both of these fights. Short and sweet. Decision for Sharaputin. Decision for Israel Adesanya. And also worth mentioning, Sergey Pavlovich taking on Jairzinho. What we're going to find out about that is what ceiling does Sergey have in the heavyweight hierarchy. Obviously, coming off of a loss from Tom Aspinall. We see where Tom Aspinall is at right now. The guy that John Jones is damn near ducking. But we'll see how he does against Jairzinho. Jairzinho seems to be a very, how do I say this? Gatekeeping type of heavyweight. You see what happened after Francis Ngannou knocked him out. Francis Ngannou went on to fight for the title. Said Nurmagomedov versus Vincent Oliveira. How about this? Fariz Zahem taking on Mike Davis. Lightweight division. Ikram Ali Askarov coming off. Okay, that was canceled right there. And in the prelims, you got Muhammad Nayoff taking on Khan Ofi. And then Shamil Gaziz taking on Thomas Peterson. Terrence McKenna, that's a fun one, against Damir Hadjovic. Jasmine Jalichovacius taking on Myra Buenasilva. Bogdan Grad taking on Lucas Alexander. And then Hamdi Abdel Wahab, a heavyweight. Okay, this is interesting. 5-0 taking on Jamal Pogues, who's 11-4. And then Jordan Levitt was supposed to be in this fight, but got canceled. Okay, and that is the rest of the card. So opening up with this guy, Hamdi Abdel Wahab. That's interesting. Who is this guy? Let's do a little feature on this guy. Egyptian, okay. Was a professional wrestler. Now that's interesting. Or professional wrestler, or, okay, medal. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so he won the African Games gold medal, representing in Greco-Roman in Egypt. Okay, so Hamdi Abdel Wahab. Okay, so this is definitely somebody to look out for right here. 32 years old. All right. So I think this is going to be obviously an easy finish for him. Let's take a look at who his opponent is here. Jamal Pogues seems to be kind of like a journeyman fighter in a way. Lost to Mick Parkin by decision. Okay, so he can hold his own decision. Gets submitted. Okay. All right, all right. So he's lost his first fight and then won that. Well, okay. So okay, not a bad record. I think will be a tough test for Hamdi Abdel Wahab, the Egyptian Greco-Roman wrestler. Obviously, I think this is going to be an easy win for him. Not an easy win. Actually, you know what? I would not be surprised if this fight goes to a decision based on the fact that Hamdi is going to try to wrestle him, keep him down, but maybe a few times get rocked by knees, punches, but recovers because they're heavyweights. They can take shots, or sometimes it goes the other way around where heavyweights just can't take the heaviest shot that's given to them. I'm going to go with Hamdi by second round TKO finish. All right. And that right there is my official predictions and breakdown, not a full card prediction. I'm not always going to do a full card prediction, but just the fights that I'm interested in. And you know what? I've done fight night cards, UFC pay-per-views in full because they're just more compelling. This one was just a spur of the moment, but either way, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah. All right, so here we go. We are now concluding 2024 and going into 2025. But first, let's take a look at the UFC that has gone on from 2024 all the way through the end of December till this year. Now, we may catch every single card, we may not. Now, certainly, we are definitely going to catch all of the pay-per-views in UFC. I don't know about the whole entire fight night, but let's go through with it, okay? Let's start it off from the very beginning. 2024 in the UFC. What do we have here? So a couple of things to really remember about this year's 2024, okay? Let's see here. Okay. Class action lawsuit was one of the most important news that we could sort of look at here, right? August 9th, 2023, U.S. District Judge Richard Boulware granted a class action law status to more than 1,200 fighters, former UFC fighters who competed between December 2010 and 17. So that was a big deal during this time of the year. Drug-free Sports International Partnership. Obviously, USADA was causing a lot of problems for fighters in terms of creating a lot of different loopholes, creating a lot of difficulties, and also just borderline harassment. As you know, the UFC was also acquired by TKO right around the same entire year. But at the same time, it was also the same year that Vince McMahon had to be taken out of the equation. The same year that P. Diddy had to be taken out of the equation, maybe even Jay-Z, maybe even all these other people that were just running roughshod all throughout these years in terms of industry power, and now finally having to face accountability of some degree. And the UFC was now a part of this. Earlier February last year, they opened Mexico City. That was very big. Also, something that I've covered briefly in this channel, the acquisition by Silver Lake Private Equity. And this was around April 2nd, 2024, announced by TKO Endeavor. privately taken 100% by its largest investor, which is Silver Lake. 3 years after Endeavor had a 3-year run as a public company where Endeavor purchased the UFC for over $4 billion. Now, with the UFC partnering up with the WWE and TKO, we're talking about $10 billion now, where their whole entire net worth is at. The new gloves was also something that was introduced to the UFC, only for the gloves to be changed during the John Jones fight with Stipe, which is ironic. And by the way, very suspicious. New MMA rules was in tact. By the way, other things that a lot of this favored John Jones in a strange way, right? The 6-12 elbow was favored for John Jones. The gloves were favored for John Jones. And again, I'm not the type to really create this into this situation where, hey, you know what? John Jones had something to do with this. I'm not one of those people that believe that at all. I don't believe that for 1 second. Because I know that the UFC does not care whether they accommodate for John Jones or whether they accommodate for the next guy. They are going to operate in the same particular matter, whether it is John Jones or whether it is anybody else. At least I would like to believe that. At least I would like to believe that there is a fair competitive architecture within the UFC. TKO Group Holdings acquires new assets from Endeavor. Cannabis removed from prohibited list, just to name a few of all the things that have happened in this year. So let's take a look at the awards for UFC.com, right? Alex Pereira, #1 fighter of the year. #2 comes in Ilya Tapora. Carlos Pratt, how about this? Wins the newcomer award. Knockouts, Holloway, obviously with Gaethje. You can't forget that. That was a serious knockout right there. Ilya Tapora defeating Max Holloway. That was a serious fight. Knockouts. Alex Pereira defeating Khalil Roundtree. Diego Lopez is #4 fighter of this year. Okay, that's interesting. Merab Dvalishvili obviously won against Sean O'Malley at the UFC's Noche, now taking on Omar next month in Los Angeles. Renato Moicano was a big part of it. Bilal Muhammad, his win against Leon Edwards this year, that was very big. Slamming him on the head. Right? You remember that? Man, slamming him on the head. How about this? And then the releases of this year, you had AJ Dobson, Abu Azaitar, Abu Bakr Nurmagomedov, part of Team Nurmagomedov, Albert Durev, Alexander Gustafsson this year was released. Alexander Munoz was released this year. Alexander Romanov, that's pretty interesting and crazy. Anton Turklov, that guy was pretty interesting. He got released. Blake Bider got released. Brendan Murat, Brian Kelleher, that's quite interesting how he got released. But hey, at some point, it is what it is. Brianna Fortino, Brian Barberina got released. Kai Machado, Carla Esparza. Okay, she retired. Carlos Candelero, Carapampos, Jurio, Casey Kenny, Christoph Giagos, Corey McKenna got released. That's interesting. How about Cynthia Cavallo? So this is a tough business, right? Because you got to remember, Cynthia Cavallo was sort of a star, right? Team Alpha Male person that fights out of here in Sacramento. Da Woon Jung, Daniel Lacerda, Damon Jackson, Daniel Pineda, Daniel Wolf, Danny Henry. The list goes on. Jack Shore got released. Jamie Pickett, Jared Gordon got released. That's interesting. I mean, considering that Jared Gordon gave Paddy Pimblett a hard fight. Mohamed Makayev was also released. How about Mahmoud Murderov? That guy was sponsored by Mayweather, and Mayweather claimed that he was the best MMA fighter ever, but anything that Floyd does, obviously he's going to claim is the best. Mark Diakase has been released. Mike Grundy, Ricky Glenn, Sergey Morzov, Stephanie Egger, TJ Brown, Tyson Pedro. Tyson Pedro, okay, he retired. Tyson Pedro retired. As a matter of fact, I had a video on that particular matter. It was also with Canelo, because obviously I was talking about the comparison of, let's say, Canelo retiring as opposed to Tyson Pedro. So the debutant fighters of this year, obviously Carlos Pratt stands out the most because most of these guys don't even have a Wikipedia page. John Silva, Jonathan Deans, Kayla Harrison. Let's not forget she made her debut this year. Michael Venom Page made his debut this year. Rainier De Ritter, ONE FC double champion, makes his debut this year. And then these were the suspended fighters that got caught for anti-doping. Walt Harris came to mind. He's eligible to fight again in 2027. Wow. Okay, those are some serious. Yes. How about Khalil Roundtree? He got cleared. Okay, when did he get cleared? It was on July. Okay, so Bruno Silva, Armin Sarukian, $25,000 fine. Additionally, it issues an anti-bullying public service announcement approved by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. Sentence can be reduced 6 months with fight eligibility of October 2024. Azmat Morzanov, second violation under the UFC, won't be eligible until May 2021. So the Ultimate Fighter this year, we had just a whole bunch of unknowns, okay? This year, we had the title fights. Some of the title fights that we had going on this year. Women's bantamweight, Raquel Pennington versus Buena Silva. That was a good fight. Really good fight. Oh, for a women's fight, it was a good fight. Dricus du Plessis against Sean Strickland. That was a good fight. Split decision. Could have gone either way. Not mad at it, which is the reason why they have a rematch. Now we got Khamzat waiting in the wings. Ilya Topora against Alexander Volkov. Standard. Sean O'Malley finally gets his revenge against Marlon Vera as one of the title fights of 2024. Zhang Weili taking on Zhang Yanan. The first time that Yan and Zhang, both Chinese, representing in a championship fight for the women's division. Alex Pereira defeats Jamal Hill. That was an interesting fight, obviously, for UFC 300, replacing Conor McGregor. Alexander Pantoja, Steve Erceg. A very undeveloped 125 division, right? Erceg probably had one fight, a couple of fights in the UFC, and they're like, hey, good enough. Send him in there. Islam Makhachev versus Dustin Poirier, a very good fight. Dustin Poirier made a great account of himself. By the end of the day, Islam is the status quo of the 155 division and may prove that once again next month, July 18th, in the Los Angeles card for 2025. Alex Pereira, again, back at it. Second round, 13-second KO, head kick and punches. Tom Aspinall finally gets his revenge against Curtis Blades after being finished in 15 seconds due to a knee injury, or I believe a shin injury of some sort. One of those, a leg injury. Let's just simplify it as that. And then Bilal Muhammad and Leon Edwards, as I've mentioned earlier. Now, obviously, for a long time, Bilal Muhammad has been knocking at the door for a title shot. And once again, he sort of got a revenge against Leon Edwards. Now, it was a no contest in the first fight. But in the first fight, man, let's be real, Leon Edwards is winning that fight. But none of that mattered when Bilal Muhammad went in there. And now Bilal Muhammad was supposed to fight Shavkat Rakhmonov last month, but all of that fell through. We'll see what happens next. I think Shavkat and Bilal are going to be next, if not somebody else that is going to rise in the 170 division. And it could have been Ian Gary, because obviously Ian Gary just fought Shavkat recently. Ian Gary made a great account of himself. Not only did he make a great account of himself, he rose up his stock through a loss. And this is one of those situations that happened. Valentina Shevchenko finally gets a decision win against Alex Grasso as another revenge tour. Merab taking on Sean gets a decision at UFC's Noche, a very big card, by the way, a card that I had just mentioned earlier in the live stream. A lot of expenses being paid by the Saudis, while on that same day, Canelo was fighting Berlanga. Juliana Pena against Raquel Pennington, finally defeating Raquel Pennington, getting her title back. And then Alex Pereira again taking on Khalil Roundtree, 4th round knockout. Ilya Topora knocks out Max Holloway. Not many people can do that. Again, putting new levels into the game of Ilya Topora. And then here comes John Jones following up last month against Stipe Miocic. Spinning back kick. We all wondered what type of shape John Jones is in. We all wanted the Tom Aspinall fight. We now understand that there's a lot of negotiation ploy that John Jones was trying to make. And now that fight between him and Aspinall, I believe, is going to be projected for International Fight Week in July of 2025. Because you got to remember, right? There's always an International Fight Week every year. They got to fill it up. There's always a New York card every year. They got to fill it up. This year, it was John Jones and Stipe. It was supposed to be John Jones and Stipe in the previous New York card in the previous year, but it was replaced by Tom Aspinall against Sergey Pavlovich, and here we are as a result of it. So like I said, the final championship fight for 2024, Alex Pantoja taking on Kai Asakara. Now, obviously, the last MMA that goes on every year in the world is Rizin. So what do? They bring in a Rizin champion. And by the way, there's a little bit of some collaboration going on with Rizin and the UFC here. If you notice, Sean O'Malley was in attendance in Rizin. And in the Kai Asakara fight with Alexander Pantoja, the owner and the CEO and the president of Rizin was present there, which is really interesting. And that kind of shows you where the 125 division was at, or where Alex Pantoja is at in his career. He was beating everybody, sort of cleaned everybody out, where they had to bring in new people from different organizations in order to create new competition, create new blood for him. So that is what we had for the whole entire year when it came to championship fights. Now, obviously, there were a lot of great fight nights. This is also the year where many of the past events, when it came to, let's say, the Apex, we're sort of moving away from that, right? Look at the last UFC fight that we had this year. It was Covington versus Buckley. That was in Tampa. And then the other fight night was in China. They had a fight night in China. Yan versus Figueroa. The Apex, obviously, the Apex will always be there. They had a fight night in Rogers Place in Edmonton, Alberta. The 308 was not a fight night. That was a pay-per-view. Another fight night in the Apex, another fight night in the Apex, and then they had a pay-per-view in UFC 307 against Pereira and Roundtree. UFC Fight Night against Moicano, that was in Paris. So a little different now. Every year they started escalating it. You remember during the pandemic, they had to have the Apex. All of the fights were in the Apex. And then Abu Dhabi was the second home after that, with all the quarantine having a bubble that they built. Sort of a blueprint for other professional sports. But then as a couple of years went by, they had to start developing different markets out there. So obviously Paris, China, what else? Perth, that was a UFC pay-per-view. Sanhagen versus Nurmagomedov, that was a fight night, but that was in Abu Dhabi. And then I mentioned earlier about the Edwards and the Muhammad fight. That was also a fight where, that was where Tom Aspinall had avenged his loss against Curtis Blades. By the way, that was a great fight. Now, I predicted every single fight of that night down to the T. I urge you guys to check out my UFC 304 coverage. Really good stuff. Lemos versus Jen Dirboa. That was in the Apex, obviously, still in the Apex. They had a fight night in Colorado. And then, how about this? Saudi Arabia. First Saudi Arabian fight night card. It was supposed to be Khamzat, but obviously Khamzat had fell through. In comes Ali Askarov, a guy who Khamzat had experience fighting before he knocked him out. And so did Whitaker. Whitaker knocked him out as well. Louis v. Kentucky was also another fight night setting. UFC New York, New Jersey. Yeah, that was Dustin Poirier and Makhachev. So they also had one in St. Louis. And then a pay-per-view in Rio de Janeiro. So the Atlantic City card was also a fight night. Mexico City, that was also a fight night. Toronto, very early in the year. Once again, back full circle again, here they are. And how about this? They opened this year with Ankalaev and Walker. But where is Ankalaev in all of this? That is a question that I would like to ask, right? That's the question that I would like to ask. And by the way, for those of you that are tapping in right now, New Year's has now concluded, right? It is now New Year's here in the West Coast, 12 a.m. in the morning. After going over all of the UFC, going over all of the fights that have happened, all the different developments that they've made with different cities of the fight nights that they've been putting on, I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to 2025 because I feel like there's going to be even bigger matchups escalating on a constant level. Because here's the thing, right? We always notice every year the UFC keeps getting better and better and better. And we got to ask, why is that? Well, it's because the competition is getting better. The level of skills are getting better. And not only are all of those things getting better, the events, the partnerships that they're building around the world, whether it's with TKO or the Saudis, or maybe even India next, with obviously Conor McGregor possibly fighting Logan Paul. And then you got John Jones versus Tom Aspinall, possibly the biggest heavyweight matchup in all of UFC's history, without Francis Ngannou in the mix. And who knows, maybe we'll get Francis Ngannou in the middle of that. Or we'll also get Alex Pereira finally fighting Ankalaev, considering Ankalaev did start off the 2024 as a headline for Fight Night against Walker. But either way, this is a great year of fights, great year of MMA, great year of boxing, which is something that I also cover. I can't wait for 2025 and what comes next. So this is a great year. I wish everybody a great night, and I will see you in the next one, inshallah. For everybody in the chat and everybody staying, please stay. And don't forget to like and subscribe, because I will see you in the next one, inshallah. You guys are still here? It's already 2025. It's no longer 2024. The entire card is stacked to the ceiling, okay? I gave you the main card, the co-main event, and the main event, along with the main card. Now let's start with the prelims. Okay, let's go with the prelims for UFC 311. So here we are. Now let's start with the first fight of the night. First fight of the night, El-Kheer versus Clayton Carpenter. Now look, Clayton Carpenter has a lot of submissions in his arsenal. El-Kheer is coming off of some losses that, by the way, are split decisions, unanimous decisions. I think that in this fight right here, El-Kheer is going to pull it off just based on his UFC experience alone. I think Carpenter is a great fighter. I just think that this is not the best possible matchup for him. I just think that, yeah, the experience, the team that El-Kheer has going on, I see him coming out of this one by unanimous decision. Next fight coming up, Ricky Turquoise taking on Bernardo Sopaj. So what do we know about Ricky Turquoise? Hey, Ricky Turquoise is from Houston. Let's take a look at some of his stats right here. By the way, the trusted website in mixed martial arts, Tapology. Team Alpha Male Fighter, right here out of Sacramento, by the way. Has a Bellator experience, coming off of a loss from Raul Rojas Jr. And then coming off of a win by Kevin Navidad, has a loss over Ayman Zahabi. So now let's take a look at his dance partner, Bernardo Sopaj, straight out of Sweden, the Lion King. Good record, 11-3. Let's take a look at what his past losses were. Okay, so he's got a decision loss. He's been knocked out once, and I believe, is that it? Yeah, I think that's the only losses he's had. Lost his UFC debut. Hey, coming from the AFN, flying knee. So I'm going to go with Ricky Turquoise on this one, based on just the fact that he's coming off of a knockout. You got to wonder how that's going to affect him coming into this matchup. Momentum is a very big thing that I think people really need to understand, right? There's a momentum factor that we got to take a look at here. I think, yeah, Ricky Turquoise is going to have the momentum factor nonetheless. So we're going to go with Ricky Turquoise on that one. So next fight coming up. Let's see here. What is the next fight coming up after Ricky Turquoise? What do we? How about this? Brunei Nakamura versus Muin Gafurov. You know what? This is going to be a surprise matchup, right? I think I'm going to go with Muin Gafurov. I think that even though Brunei is undefeated, we got to take a look at what sort of experience this guy has coming in here. What kind of 9-0 is he really, right? He's an amateur wrestler. Okay. Fights out of Japan. Fought in the road to the UFC, which is sort of like Dana White's Contender Series in Asia. So he fought really nobody, right? And now he's taking on this guy who has a little bit of more experience and bigger names, sort of say, right? Let's take a look at Mumin and who he's fought, right? Let's see how experienced he is as compared to the Japanese. So he's a Tajikistani fighter, fought in ONE FC, fought in LFA, fought in ACB. So he's fought around the world. He's fought Saeed Nurmagomedov. He's got submitted by him, lost to John Castaneda, lost to Chad by split decision. John Lineker. See, there's some big names right there. Leonardo Issa. So, yeah, I think his experience is going to go a long way here. I'm going to go with him by decision. Right. I just don't think that Brunei has really been tested in his career yet. And I think that even though he's talented enough to hang in there with Mumin. But I think Mumin is going to take this just based on his experience with bigger names and being in a bigger show. Not to say that Brunei hasn't, but you know what they say, the UFC is a completely different level of things. So that's that. So, okay, let's see. All right. So next up, Carol Rosa taking on Aline Perez. So let's take a look at Carlo Rosa here. 135 pounds, both 30 years old, almost virtually identical. Let's see here. Brazilian mixed martial artist, fights out of the Victoria Combat Club. All right. So let's take a look at her last couple of fights here. Has a win over Pinet Kinzide. Irene Aldana loses a decision, Norma Dumont. Sarah McMahon goes to a decision with Sarah McMahon. So never really been knocked out, has been submitted before. But that was quite a while ago. That was towards her return to bantamweight. Then she's had a fight at featherweight. Okay. So let's take a look at her opponent, Aline Perez. Okay. So she's coming off of a win, rear naked choke. Okay, so she has a rear naked choke, unanimous decision, legal knees. This one's going to be a tough fight. Who am I going to take on this one? You know what? I may have to take Aline Perez on this one. Yeah, Aline Perez. This is going to be a very even fight, right? And look, here's the thing. A lot of women fights don't really go to a decision much, right? I mean, they don't really get finished much. I think they're going to have that same trajectory here. I don't think there's going to be a finish here or anything like that. It's going to be one of those fights where they're going to feel each other out. They're going to fight very careful. They're going to fight very professionally, which, again, for a lot of people is deemed boring, right? There's going to be good scram. All right, so we are on and popping, ready for the first fight to come up shortly. Obviously, if you were here earlier, I did a preview for not only the co-main event, but also the feature, which is the first fight of the night, which is Abdelwahab Hamdi versus Jamal Coates. Heavyweight fight coming up. So stay tuned, sit tight, get your coffee ready, because this is going to be a wild ride. UFC Saudi Arabia. And you know what? The fact that I'm here, 6 a.m. in the morning, California time, give some props for that. Give a like and subscribe by showing your appreciation for my appreciation to the game of mixed martial arts. Main event tonight, right here, Israel Adesanya versus Imavov. Very interesting matchup. And we are live right here on and popping. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We're going to continue on right into the first bout. All right, so I don't believe the first fight has started yet. I think what's this? Okay. Oh, the countdown to the main card is 2 hours and 42 minutes. Okay, so here we go with the introduction to Abdul Wahab taking on Pogues right here. Two big heavyweights coming up right now. What is this? They're showing a video package of Abdul Wahab, but there's not really any commentary going on. So if you are having the luxury of watching this right now while listening to me at the same time, let me give you some commentary of what's going on right here. So here's Jamal Pogues now showing his highlights. Nice little takedown trip right there. Double leg 1-2s he did in his past opponents. Sorry there. All right. Yeah, the audio in the UFC is not working. Look, they have Mackenzie Pavlovich, a correspondent on the ground, and her volume is not being heard. I don't know if you guys are hearing it or not. Let me know. Probably about to fix. All right, here we go. Jamal Pogues walking out right now. Let's listen to what kind of music Jamal Pogues is walking out to right now. Okay, Jamal Pogues is fighting born in LA. Does he fight out of LA? Look, it sounds like some R&B song that he's walked out to. And yet a commentary looks like it is muted for some reason. Any links, please? Jack Shore retired. Wow. Okay, how about this? Sabah El-Kheer, yes. Good morning to you. That's good morning in Arabic. Jack Shore retired. Very sad for this news. Tyson Pedro boxes now. Okay, that's an interesting transition. Any links, please? Any links, please? Stream East. Always remember that. When you ask for any links, please, always stream East. So it's the best way to sort of give you an indication on that. All right, here we go, Jamal Pogues. All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. All right, here we go. First fight. All right. Okay, so Muhammad Abdul Wahab is fighting out of New York, so he fights out of the East Coast. Jamal Pogue's fighting out of the West Coast. This should be an interesting matchup. Oh man, the stream's not working. Something not. Round one. Oh, nice leg kick right there. Good feints by Abdel Wahab. See what he's doing right now in the way that he's feinting is sort of anticipating and getting ready to switch levels. See, what a lot of people don't understand about MMA striking is that MMA striking consists of not only trying to mitigate takedowns, but also be wary of leg kicks, like right here. Oh, there's a nice counter straight hand right there by Abdel Wahab. Now back into the clinch position. As he's got him in a clinch position, good tie up now, got him in the trip, in the half guard position, pounding away with some hard ground and pound shots. Now the referee is warning with some back of the head shots as Abdel Wahab is now holding into the side of the cage. Okay, really good job on the part of Abdel Wahab right there. Okay, very good. Good takedown. Once again, maintaining these trip positions on Jamal Pogue right here. Okay, now he gets right back up, and now they're squared up back on feet. 251, 249, 247. Nice overhand by Abdul Wahab. Okay, good job by Pogues right there. Nice leg kicks right here by Abdul Wahab. All right, so let's see what kind of changes Pogues have made here with these new. Okay, not much of a combination type of striking between them. More of a single shot, I go, you go type of fight rhythm they have going on between them right now. Almost like an agreement, I go, you go. But I think Abdul Wahab is looking to sort of offset that. He's nice feints and head movement that he's got going on here. Oh, nice. As I said, right, I predicted that this fight was going to be a decision in the video that I made previous to this one. I got to tell you, it's sort of going in that rhythm right now, unless, of course, Abdul Wahab decides to take him down on the ground and get some control time. And within that control time, maybe even catch a submission. But it doesn't look like it's going within that trajectory in any kind of way. Okay. All right. Here we go. Round number 3. No, number 2. I'm sorry. Round number 2. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Abdul Wahab versus Pose. Okay, good jab by Jamal Pose there. Okay, good leg kick by Abdul Wahab. 431, 429, 428. Okay, very good parry by Jamal Pose right here, and then steps in and goes for a 1-2 shot. The way that Jamal is being walked down, I think what Abdul Wahab is trying to do is get him close to the fence. And once he gets him close to the fence, he might try something in a close range position where he's going to gauge the distance between them, close range, and then take him down basically. Right, getting a grappling range is what Abdul Wahab is trying to do there now. Like this folks, 1-2 shot. They're constantly in this rhythm together where they throw single shots at each other, and then a few times they meet in the middle and throw multiple shots. Like right now, they're going to sit down on their shots while they circle, and then look, they're going to look for that rhythm of circling, and then get in a rhythm of banging with each other, going. Yeah, now he's just circling. Right now, nice lead kicks. He's allowing Post to circle around him. And Pose is actually doing a very good job of not allowing Abdul Wahab to show a lot of his power, because a lot of his power shots are going to come within a close range position. One 47, 145, 144, 142. Again, Jamal Pose constantly parrying the non-leading hand of his into the leading hand of Abdul Wahab. Abdul Wahab right here with leg kicks going on at the same time. Ooh, nice leg kicks right there by Jamal Pose. Oh, nice leg kicks. It's 1-2 shot by Pose. 5, 4. Ooh, nice leg kicks. I have really taken in on those leg kicks, but Pose is also really firing back of his own leg kicks as well. All right, about 20 seconds left. Oh, nice one. Nice one. That was good. All right. Commercial break. All right, now we're on to round number 3. Here we go. All right, fight. Round number 3. He goes for that leg kick right there, and then as a result, there's a high head kick right there by Jamal Pose. He connects. He actually connected on that one. nice one. Nice straight shot. Ooh, again, they go in that rhythm where they go single for single shot and then they sit down on the shot and start banging. That's sort of the rhythm that both of them are going at right now. It was one shot by Jamal Pogues. Yeah, like I said, right, as I predicted, this was going to go to a decision. I knew it all along that this was going to go on a decision. Look at the way that this fight had played out, the trajectory of it. It basically is in a position right now where Jamal Pogues is just trying to deal with the negative style of Abdel Wahab, but also trying to apply his own offense while also just getting stuck in this rhythm of mirroring each other. And also, I think that Abdel Wahab had a good opportunity. Well, he had actually a great timing of taking him down in the first round, but he wasn't able to continue that rinse and repeat takedown after takedown that we would usually see from wrestling-based fighters, especially when they're dominating at the wrestling. At some point, Jamal Pogues figured out to stuff the takedowns and really create a good kickboxing match that we're seeing right now. Ooh, nice. Right, so that's it. 1 minute left. Ooh, nice one. All right, so once again, just 20 seconds left. Both very comfortable, basically not going on. They look like they're showing a little bit of some mutual respect towards each other in the last few seconds. They're sort of daring each other to, go for, a knockout. Okay, look at this. They are kind of swinging. They're kind of obliging, but they're also knowing that there it is at the end. All right, great job. Great heavyweight fight for both of them. I mean, obviously, I don't know, man. I'd probably have to give that one to Jamal, surprisingly. Yeah, I think Jamal may have won that one, but let's see. Let's find out. All right, well, we're going to find out the decision coming up next. Well, to everyone's surprise, it was a very close fight, but they gave it to Abdul Wahab. Yeah, they gave it to Abdul Wahab. I think that it's just another experienced team, right? And look, Jamal, folks, is a very experienced heavyweight. All right, so Abdul Wahab gets the win. All right. So on to the next one. All right, so great little promo with Israel Adesanya going on right now, showing how he got to superstardom. And a very interesting quote he said, I asked God to eat me, he gave me faithful, how can I not be faithful? Wow, and that's very compelling. Very compelling speech. Oh yeah, man, easy. All right, well, moving on to the next fight. Alexander versus Volkov. Insane. He's box here. Wow. Right here. Lucas Alexander walking out right now. Lucas Alexander from now walks. All right, so Lucas Alexander is now in the cage. He now awaits his opponent. Not a very big crowd right now, although it is very early. It is important to sort of point that out. Very early. It is Bogdan walking out from Romania. I wonder if this guy is going to get out of Romania. I wouldn't be surprised if they were buddies of some degree. Yeah, I'm gonna wish you good luck with your UFC fight. Romania. Walking out the UFC security team. Bogdan is walking right now, very ripped and very muscular in the bicep area, in the shoulders. I don't know if he's just naturally like that, or if this is sort of like a body that's developed from grappling. Because here's the thing, right? You can never really tell from physique nowadays, right? Like, it's not the overall compelling argument of whether this person's strong or this and that. I've been in mats with guys that looked like they were just absolute tanks, but did not feel that way in the clinch positions, because it's different, right? It's different versus feeling than the actual aesthetics of what you're looking at a person. So, but yeah, this guy's very well put together in the aesthetics department. But let's see if that holds up in oh wow, so Lucas Alexander displayed on this one. 148 he came in. But they were going to continue and have a fight with one times in Saudi Arabia. So fighting out. Florida. All right, Brad is being announced right now. All right, here we go. Round one is about to commence. Jerry Hatley, the referee. ANB Arena in Riyadh. Here we go. UFC Saudi Arabia. All right, here we go. Round one. They hit the center of the cage. Brad walks up, just aggressive in straight away, while Alexander is circling right around him, jabbing away as he's circling. And Brad is looking to sort of just corner him down. He's doing a lot of this with his stance. Okay, now he gets close range, looking for a single leg, looking to apply pressure and perhaps take down Alexander. All right, so now Alexander turns it around on him. And again, Brad turns it around on him as well. Ooh, that's a nice flying knee right there by Alexander out of nowhere. Nice front kick as well. Good punches by Brad as well. And now he's looking for a single leg. He gets it this time. This time he gets the single leg. Now he's back. Body lock position. Right behind Alexander. Alexander's trying to break his arm off from that body lock position as Brad is banging away with some knees from behind. Good knees by Brad right there. Another single leg by Brad. Yeah, this is really good ground control right here by Alexander. I don't know if he wants to lose his position or in an up-down position right now. Looks like he's trying to transition while Bogdan is trying to get up. But great maintenance on top by Alexander right now. As they're in an up-down position, Brad is looking to up-kick while Alexander is trying to transition into a half guard of some sort. Okay, so now here we go. Brad takes him down from a double leg position, and it is Alexander that has to fight getting up right now. Good leg kicks right there by Alexander. All right, now they're back up on the feet. 1-2 shot by Alexander. Nice body Nice body kick. Front kick. Oh. Alexander looks like Galal Yafai a little bit. One of the Yafai brothers in boxing. 100% that's him. There goes Alexander banging away at the top right now. Ground and pounding. All right, and that right there is the end of the first round. All right. Oh, all right. There we go. Okay, here's a little. Okay, looked like he was going for a leg lock. Now Bogdan is right back on the half guard position. Okay, very good ground control by Brad right now. Now he's got full mount. Now Alexander's trying to fight him off right now. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow, he's got full mount. Brad has now gradually gotten into full mount position. Landing real big shots right here. really heavy grappling approach here. Grad is now in a full mount position. Yeah, he's definitely not. See, look at this. He's got some elbows right on top. Ooh, that's good elbows in a full mount position right now. And now he's giving up his back. Now he's going ground and pound on him. He's starting to take over. He's doing a decent job of defending, but it may not be enough. Especially being heavy in this mount position as he's pounding away. The referee is looking really concerned. He looks like he's about to step in. All right, that is it. That is it. Brad gradually went in there and got the stoppage. All right. So great job on Brad on that one. So eventually he wore him out. All these great grappling exchanges that they had going on. Out of nowhere, Brad had just decided, hey, you know what? As I got the top position. Oh, man, shout out to this guy. Your #1 MMQ channel, Brat Shop. Okay. I suppose, yeah. Thank you. Sort of a backhanded comment there, but yeah. All right, so yeah, rating down on these shots just like that. That's the win. It is just constant. What did the referee do? He stepped in there just right in time, didn't allow any unnecessary beating, and that was that. That was all she wrote. Four minutes, 22 seconds of round number 2 is the official time. All right, let's hear his post-fight right now with Paul Felder. Said, Salam alaikum, Saudi Arabia. He said, I know nobody in the fight can expect. He said, but here I am in one of the top divisions. That he was proud of being able to be in a fight where he could use 100% of his skills. He said, congratulations on your debut. You look better than ever. All right. So on to the next fight. All right, so a really good fight with Bogdan on that one. Let's see what's the next fight we got coming up right now. Looks like they're just doing more Israel Adesanya promos right now. Says he likes to show off. He likes to show out. That's what he likes to do. He definitely does, man. He definitely has that kind of style to where he has, kind of that, really awkward movement, what really works for him in fighting. So. So he's got the most knockdowns out of anybody in the UFC. All right, here we go. Two ladies coming up right now. Jasmine Benavidez taking on Mayra Bueno Silva. Very even matchup. I expect this fight to go to a decision. So, expect this one coming up right now. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, get some comments down below so I could picture your comments right up here. Let the world know what you think is going on, who you got tonight. What are your predictions and all of that? Like and subscribe. All right, so they're just on a commercial break right now. I think we're awaiting the next fight that is coming up. So. Yeah, I can't believe this one right here that Tyson Pedro boxes now. This is sort of a surprise right here. I never saw that coming. Ever. But it's a natural transition a lot of MMA fighters have to do. Boxing, PTSD, that's sort of in that same category as well. right now. Everybody that's tapped in around the world right now, don't forget to like and subscribe, because I am about to drop to you the most epic mixed martial arts content in the history of mankind. So strap in for the ride, and here we go. Live from the West Side, California. Yeah, so when you have early finishes like this, obviously you're going to have a lot of long breaks in between. So that's just what you're going to get out of this situation. So, yeah. What do you think? All right, still on a commercial break. Hey, let me know. I'm going to show you guys my athletic ability right now, okay? I'm not going to play the music, but I'm going to play this. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Show you this. Watch this. Let me know what you guys think of this. While Buena Silva and Javicius is fighting right now. Just wanted to show this. All right. So maintaining top control over Buena Silva right now. Now she's got her in a crucifix position. She's looking to finish right here. Let me show you guys this again while this fight is going on.
In the parking lot.
Dude, I'm a different level of human. Come on. Let's be honest. I'm like, ooh, look at that. Oh. Speed. Speed on that. One more time. One more time. Look at the speed I got right here. Explosiveness. All right, round number 2 right now. We got round number 2. All right, nice kick right here, but blocked by Bueno Silva. Oh, wow, going for a guillotine right here. Nice kick by Bueno Silva. He's got her in a Muay Thai clinch. But Jezdivius is Jezdivius. I don't even know if I'm saying her last name correctly. But yeah, just as I was predicting, this is going to go to a decision. Okay, so now Jasmine is right on top looking for a mount position. Bueno Silva is trying to get out of here. All right, here we go. So we are round number 3. Yeah, so now in the 3rd round, right now, good elbows by Jasvicius right here. Ooh. Gonna make moves. All right, here we go now, a takedown attempt. Oh, nice knees by Chad. Now Jasmine is maintaining top control of things right now. Yeah, a little bit of a lackluster fight. All right. Well, Jasmine won that one. All right, here we go. Terrence McKenna. All right, here we go. Round one between Terrence McKenna versus the Bosnian Bomber. All right, starting very fast and furious here. Oh, there we go. 12-6 elbows right there by McKenna, really taking liberties and using that. He's grabbing right now. That's it. Terrence McKenna gets a finish right here. Real easy finish for Terrence McKenna. He really made light work of him there. we are showing the actual fight. We're showing you the reaction to the fight. So sit back and enjoy. Okay? All right. Well, another victory at the 155 division for Terrence McKinney. All right, next fight coming up. Burning off the back. We're going to talk about 4 Extra and his MMA debut. Now, oftentimes when you hear about 4 Extra's enemies or ops talk about their street fight or county jail experience with him, it's often said that he would be grabbing if, let's say, he didn't get the best of these exchanges. And you want to know something about that? As somebody who analyzes MMA, also somebody that analyzes the hip-hop world, the gang world of California on top of it, I think this is great for 4 Extra. Now look, most people who don't understand fighting from a mixed martial arts perspective, they don't really understand how valuable it is to have wrestling skills on your back pocket. It's really valuable because the minute you're getting punched, kicked, and all of that, you got to have a defensive instinct in order to dive in and shoot for a takedown, clinch up, grab up, which is why many of his enemies or ops sort of call him a professional wrestler or a grabber. Because oftentimes the people in the streets who don't understand MMA or don't understand the value of being a well-rounded martial artist is that they only see the punching as the most effective way of martial arts. And again, it kind of goes back to casual fans, right? Even longtime hardcore fans, whenever they see a fight and it gets taken down to the ground, what happens? they often go and say, well, you know what, this fight is boring, or this fight is no good, and this and that. Yeah, but the reality is fighting is fighting. So again, we're not here to talk about the cultural norms of what a street fight should look like, or how people's perception of what an exciting fight should be, but rather looking at 4 Extra going into mixed martial arts. Now, is this a good idea? I gotta tell you, I heard a few stories where he got into it with this rapper named Jap 5, right? He's an LA rapper, was also a boxer. He had boxing experience. And I'm here to tell you why I think this MMA experience for 4 Extra is going to go really well. Also, depending on what type of matchups he has going on. Now, going back to Jap 5, he beats up Jap 5, who's a boxer, who's also a rapper, but was a boxer. At the time, he didn't even know this guy was going to blow up to be a rapper, let alone know that he was a boxer or had any experience whatsoever in training whatever it is that he's training at. So the reason why I bring that up is because if you fight a boxer and you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get hurt. Most guys that street fight boxers are often going to get hurt if they don't have any other skills. Now, of course, I did see one video of Ryan Garcia in Venice Beach, I believe a couple of years ago, where he got into it with some random dude on the street, and then the dude threatened to throw kicks at him. He threw a couple of kicks, and the next thing you know, Ryan Garcia backed down because he thought it was going to be a boxing match. Look, if you're going to beat up a boxer, you have to be a very athletic person in a street fight. Because otherwise, if you're just a normal person and you run across a boxer, you're going to get hurt. Not 4 Extra. According to the stories that we've heard, obviously, these are street fights that have no videos attached to it in any kind of degree. Although he did have an audio where he was beating on someone and he had basically recorded this person screaming for mercy, right? And then on top of that, just sort of insulting him using his own gang vernaculars, right? The opposition I'm talking about. So will he do good? I think he will, because it really is going to depend on the matchup, right? Now, I do hear that he's trying to fight UFC roster member right now, Cedric Dumas. Cedric Dumas fights out of Florida. I believe he fights in the same team as Philip Rowe. You know, the Fresh Prince, Philip Rowe. So he's from that squad. He's a very good fighter, at least for a UFC level right now. Obviously, Cedric Dumas right now is not a top 15. He's not a top 10 fighter, but he's making his way up there, and he's obviously skilled enough to really do serious damage to this guy. Now, look, WAC 100 mentioned something to the effect that, hey, listen, I don't want you fighting this guy in MMA. There's just a lot going on. He says, well, what are you talking about? This is literally what I do. And you know what? I gotta tell you, man, I find it really strange that in the LA gang world, there's not enough people that train mixed martial arts, considering that there's a lot of big MMA gyms down in SoCal. Now, maybe boxing is a big thing for the African-American community because it is a sport that they're heavily entrenched in. It's a sport where many of the gyms you will find in the hood and in their communities. So yes, they are going to have boxing gyms available, but MMA gyms are so prominent in LA that it really surprises me that not enough so-called gang members go and train this particular sport that, in all honesty, is really made for gangbanging, at least a head-up fade gangbanging. Now, what happened when WAC 100 tried to sway him away from MMA? 4 Extra said, no way. I want MMA. I want to do it all. I want the kicks. I want the punches. I want the takedowns. I want the clinches. I even want the submissions. Now, right now, he's talking about training with Rampage Jackson. is this a good idea? I think it's quite limited to train with Rampage Jackson, in my humble opinion. But AJ McKee trained with Rampage Jackson, and look how well-rounded AJ is. I think that Rampage, even though and by the way, he's got a boxing match coming up with WAC 100's homie. By the way, shout outs to WAC 100, right? Aside from all the controversies that are going on with him, all these allegations and all of that, he still rises above it and finds a different lane. Obviously, music producer, music mogul, ran with Suge Knight, but now has an opportunity to get into the fight world. With 4 extras and with Christopher Lovejoy 600, who's a Rolling 60s Crip, who also fought boxing under the Eddie Hearn Matchroom banner. And with that, he's going to get him to fight Rampage Jackson. So there's a connection there right now with WAC 100 in the middle of it and Adam 22. And even WAC 100 said on their latest podcast with Adam 22, he said, listen, all I need you to do is just do what you do best, and that's promote. Because Adam said that he didn't know anybody in LA that was a formidable MMA trainer, even though there's a lot of MMA gyms. And even though Adam has delved himself into some jiu-jitsu training in the past, I don't know if he's tight with any of those gyms and not kind of matter to bring somebody in and trust them that they would give 4 extras the best possible opportunity to be the best fighter that he can be. Here's a couple of things that I also need to mention, considering 4 extra, right? A lot of people are going to have skepticism about this. They're going to look at him as, well, you're Kimbo Slice 2.0, and you really don't have that much skills because you don't really have any experience. That's what the naysayers are going to say. As somebody who understands MMA, and maybe I'm a little bit biased because, hey, you know, I like the dude. You know what I mean? I think he's awesome. I think he's a great personality. I like the fact that he never backs down from anybody. But this is a whole different level when it comes to MMA, fighting athletes, fighting people that train for this, that are ready to kill based on the fact that they train hours and hours and hours and peaking their bodies to its optimal performance. What I wanted to say about that is 4 extra is a different type of gang member. He's not Kimbo Slice. Kimbo Slice was built like a bodybuilder. 4 extras is built like a legitimate athlete. The guy doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs, because he says that he needs to be coherent 24/7 in order to mitigate any danger that is around him wherever he's at. So already he's got a good basis behind him. Now, the only thing that remains to be seen is if he is willing and able to take on this MMA training on a daily basis to the point where he may want to quit if the training gets too hard. But I don't imagine seeing that because, once again, the basis of this guy, he doesn't drink, smoke, do any drugs, lives a very healthy life, and he's built like an athlete. Kimbo Slice was a bodybuilder who fought people in the streets. 4 extras is a gang member who got into a lot of fights with people in a very unlimited fashion, meaning that they could either punch you, kick you, basically MMA. So what I'm saying is this, to the conclusion of this video. Do I think that he's going to have a very good MMA career? I think so, if you have the right set of opponents set up. Okay? I don't think Cedric Dumas would be a good idea, but then again, you never know. You don't know what this guy is capable of. For all we know, we could be looking at a new Francis Ngannou. But again, you never know. That's why they call it the theater of the unknown, right? That's what makes all of this fight stuff entertaining, because you never know what's going to happen. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next video, inshallah. Off the back on Vernon Avenue. All right, so here we are. Shamil Azim is about to walk in. All right, shout out to 400 people around the world that have already tapped into the channel. And don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, here we go. Round one between Gaziev and Peterson. Strong beer game by Gaziev here. All right, shoots in. Oh, he actually gets a takedown on Gaziev right now. straight down the middle for Gaziev, and he was able to get the finish that way. Boom, just right down the middle. Never really tried to wind up or anything like that. Was just constantly looking for those shots. Literally a walk-off KO. I mean, it's a really impressive performance by Gaziev there. Probably one of the best performances of his career so far. So, by the way, everybody that's tapped in around the world, let me know in the comments section where you're drinking your coffee at. Well, obviously, I'm assuming that it's morning where you're at, but it's definitely morning here in sunny California. So
Yes, Kyrie.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I had that muted for a second. There we go, man. How you doing, Zane?
How you doing, my brother? You okay? Can't wait for the fights tonight, man. We got Michael Venom Page as well, and
pretty good so far. We are about that's a very good co-main event. We are about less than 20 minutes away from the main card right now, so we are at the final.
So we're starting already, Kyrie.
And yeah, so we got that action going on right now. So
right.
Oh yeah, I started very early. Right around 4 a.m. To be exact. California time. So it is right now 8 a.m. for 8:40 a.m. in the West Coast. So
crazy. The time zones is mad, bro. Because you see, when you told me you was on live, I just literally woke up, bro. What's going on in the fights, bro? What happened in the results?
Right now we have Muhammad Nayav taking on who's he taking on here? Tajikistani fighter. They were just showing like millions of people up right now watching this dude. So that's the fight that's going on right now. So
that fight's gonna be interesting though, isn't it? Is it the main event or the co-main with Michael Venom Page?
Michael Venom Page is the co-main event on this one.
Okay.
So Muhammad Naimov taking on Offley, featherweight division, round one right now, 443, 442, 441 in the first round. Front kick by Muhammad, switching stances, leg kick attempt by Offley and misses. So man, we got some boxing fights as well later on.
Bro. Can't wait for that, man.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one as well. Benavidez. Although, man, it's a clear win for David Benavidez. What you say?
Well, you think it's a clear win?
I would say so. I think that
I think
David
so. Yes.
is just at a different level than this guy, and I think it's easily going to show that tonight.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about Benavidez, man. A lot of credible people in boxing have told me that Benavidez is the real deal. You understand?
Yeah.
So I'm expecting, like you said, we're both expecting a David Benavidez victory tonight. But boxing's full of surprises. Sometimes the inevitable happens. So Morrell is the
getting knocked out like that.
Yeah, man.
I mean, who saw that coming?
Yeah, that's the beauty of the sport, and with combat sports, like for example, like last week or so, we expected Umar to beat Merab, and I thought it was a close fight, but they gave it to Merab.
You know what, man? I think I have a theory. As we're witnessing this featherweight bout right now between Nayav and Offley, I think I have a theory on what made Merab just very high pace and keeping it up the way that he does. I think it's a combination of a few things, right?
Yeah.
Number one, Merab lives in the mountains or originates from the mountains the way that the Dagestanis do. That's a contributing factor. The other contributing factor, when he was living in the United States, he worked in construction, right? And I don't know what it is. I think there's a certain base of strength that you can gain from working in construction.
Yeah, facts. You have to be strong to do them. Physically, it's a very sort of demanding job, isn't it? And I know a few people that are in that industry and they're really fit, man. So yeah, it kind of plays in part with what he's doing, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, and you got to take into all these different factors that he had to train on top of working at the same time. But his work is literally training, or
training.
I would say borderline overtraining as well. But then, look, here's the thing, right? There's always this concept of overtraining, right? And I kind of understand it. There's a certain protocol that you have to follow within sports science. Like, for example, if your heart rate is normally higher than what it would normally be when you wake up, maybe it's better, to kind of kick back that day, or do something lighter or something to that extent, right? So that I understand. But when you have a certain demanding lifestyle, maybe all of that falls out the window. You can't just go and and rest when, let's say, you have a shift to do this and that, and then you also got to put your obligations into training in order to build up your skills. So I think it's a combination of those things, because when I really analyze Morrell's life altogether, I think that, it kind of plays into a factor why he has the kind of stamina that he does. And look at Francis Ngannou, one of the, one of the most, fearsome MMA fighters in the world right now, unarguably, right? He can knock anybody out at any time. Where does he get this freakish strength from? And
not gonna lie, go on.
Yeah, when you look at his background, it's very similar to that of Morrell, and probably even worse, because they don't have legal laws in Africa. And you know how that goes. Ooh, nice knockdown by Muhammad right there. And a nice takedown. So now he's right on top of Oakley right now. Oakley is on the bottom with a butterfly guard position. Now they're backed up on the fence. So you know what I mean? So yeah, that's the situation with Morrell. And so there is a good foundation in in that line of work. I've known a lot of Samoans, that I've sort of hung out with here in the West Coast, right? A lot of them are in construction, and a lot of them, if you look at Jai Apataya, you look at all the MMA guys that are of Samoan heritage, Mark Hunt, Robert Whitaker, all these guys are, really monstrous individuals. And it came from, a certain, intensive labor. So I think that's what it is. I think he was able to cut through the defiance of sports science. And
it works hand in hand as well. Like the job he's doing, like obviously construction, requires a lot of physical strength as well. So obviously that consistency of doing it every day, obviously it plays a part on physically how he is. I was really impressed with his stamina, But at the same time, don't get it twisted, Umar did really well, and bro, he just needs that experience, and I bet you from that experience he had, he's gonna be a better fighter. You understand? Yeah. So to be honest, like, you gotta give him credit as well, because Merab's a really good fighter, and Umar didn't have the experience. Do you understand? And so he took a chance, and he nearly pulled it off. He nearly did. But, it doesn't matter. You learn sometimes, Like you mentioned in your live, when we were having the live, it's just, he's still successful. He's still going to be successful. Understand? And I don't know what you said, some hope that stayed with me, which was really good, man. I think I clipped it on one of my shorts. Really
okay. I'm looking forward to that one. I always try to drop some jewels down here.
Definitely drop some things there.
Yeah, man. Especially because there's a lot of good life lessons.
It's like a life lesson.
In sports.
But don't get twisted, Umar's gonna come back better, man, I believe, And it's only gonna make him a better fighter, And Khabib was going to support him as well, so that was the main thing,
You know what I think? The only thing that's missing from Umar right now right? Given that he put a lot of good effort in his technical prowess.
Right.
We
He
see
gave a good
that.
effort. Yeah.
This is what I think he needs to work on now. It's not the technique. All his technique is perfect. The only thing that he needs to work on now is to have a different level of stamina or
That's
a different
it. Yeah.
level of pace.
I think
That's
you're
what
right.
he just needs to
No,
work on.
man. Facts,
Because
bro.
his techniques are perfect.
He does, and I think he will. I think he knows that, and he'll be very, I wouldn't say disappointed, but very eager to, correct the wrongs that he was making in the fight, and become a better player. No doubt he'll become a world champion soon as well, man.
Yeah, he will.
There's no shame in losing to Merab, because Merab's a good fighter, man. He beat O'Malley as well, Sean O'Malley.
What Morrell showed us was the new level of pace that you have to, fight at. Because I'll tell you what, man, Khabib has fought in that very similar pace in his prime and his championship days, and on his
That's
way
why
up.
you gotta rate Khabib, man. Khabib is at the bottom of UFC,
Yeah.
To be undefeated in UFC is really difficult, because the best fight the best. And, Khabib, I don't know, but I think he did fight the best, and that's a testament to the fighter he is, and he
Khabib fought the best on his way up, and that's what I think a lot of people are missing, aside from the 3 title defenses that they sort of downplay him for. Right? It's sort of like a downplay. Like, oh, you only had 3 title defenses, but you look at his way up of going up there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Those were some top names that you can't deny.
Yeah.
And then you look at the people that he beat. You look at that, right? Justin Gaethje's still there. Dustin Poirier's still there. Conor McGregor, with the right circumstances, he could have still been there. But Conor, he fought the best Conor McGregor. He fought Conor McGregor that came out of Floyd.
Yeah. Right.
And knocked him down. You know what I mean? After boxing Floyd, he's the one that knocks him down. And not even Floyd could have done that to Conor.
That's it. That's what I'm saying, bro.
You know what I mean? Like think about how impressive that is, right? Like people, really dismiss that. Because they just look at the fact that Conor is a drug addict now, and they just say, "Oh well, they think that that's the guy that that Khabib beat." No, Khabib beat the best Conor McGregor ever,
Bro.
and knocked him down after he boxed Floyd.
Yeah, exactly. Like even Floyd could have done that.
For real, Floyd, man, and it's like, he can't box. Khabib can't box. Well, he proved otherwise. So, and on top of that, he made the new generation, if you notice, they're, a whole lot better now. You know what I mean? Like skill-wise, especially in the striking department.
I'm happy he still takes part in the sport. Like, I know he doesn't compete, but he's always behind me. That's really good, because it motivates something. And a lot of these Dagestani fighters, they're really, really good. They're definitely taking over the UFC.
Yeah, man. It really is helpful for a lot of them to have a coach like that around.
Yeah, he definitely pushes them. He's one of them coaches that take no nonsense. If you're not disciplined enough, he'll get rid of you. So I think, I was going to ask you this question as well. What happened with Shara and the Nurmagomedov camp? I heard some stories about how they wanted to...
I saw an article about that, and
I read that.
I never really got much up to it. So, we can do that right now. Let's take a look at Google. Shara Putin.
Yeah, because I thought that was a bit interesting. Like, what? You know what I mean? I don't know if it was true or not, so I wanted to ask you.
So let's look up why was Putin kicked out of Khabib's gym? I'm gonna pull this up right here. Share this with you. Here we go, right here.
Yeah,
So
let's read it out.
Can you see it? I'll read it, but can you see the
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So preparing to take stage against Michael Venom Page, UFC Saudi Arabia, Sherra Magomedov is determined to maintain both his winning streak and undefeated record. The Pirate is the latest export from Dagestan, but unlike most fighters from the region, he's a striker who prefers to do his work on the feet. At one point, it seemed that Sherra Bullet trained with Khabib's father at his academy. Ahead of their clash, Magomedov opened up about their past experience that had led him to leave Abdulmanap's gym and the reason they surprise you. All right? Let's find out what that surprising reason is. According to Russian media outlet Sports 24, the undefeated fighter emphasized that he was initially part of Abdulmanap's camp group, but had to withdraw his admission due to the fact that his hair was long. Okay, I know what's going on here. I already know what's going on. I'll read further, but I'll just elaborate on this for a little bit, okay? What happened here is that Khabib wants all of the team to have a Salafi haircut. You know, like the straight, short hair, beard, you know, cut a certain way, you know, no mustache preferably, right? And he just wasn't, you know, down with any of that. It was, you know, so it was a dress code. You know what? I like it. You know why? Because, you know, sometimes, you know, you gotta, there's a thing in, you know, we call it a California gang culture programming, right? You know, and sometimes, you know, if you want to bring your soldiers and your, you know, men to war, you know, you all gotta be, you know, part of the same program. You know, you gotta program together. So, you know, Khabib is just getting everybody, you know, down with the program. So that's all that, you know, he's really doing is, just getting people with the program. But let's read on and see what this is about. So,
but do you think this is that was a bad thing, or it was a good thing?
Honestly, I think it's a bad thing, right? You know, like, listen, if you're training with them for your purpose of being the best in the world, you know, but the other side of it, see, this is an interesting question, right? Because there's two things that I believe in combat sports that you really need. You need to be very disciplined like Khabib, but you also need to learn how to promote like Conor.
Yeah, facts.
You know, and for him to have long hair, I think it sort of makes him kind of like
stands out.
Right. It gives a good look to him, and then his name is the Pirate. You know, so it's like, I don't know, you can't be a pirate with, you know, with a fade, you know, lineup, can you? You know what I mean? Like, I think it kind of you know, distorts the image that you're trying to portray a little bit. You know, especially. But you know what? Okay, so this is what it got Sherra Putin, right? He got a movie deal, which is. Yeah. He did a movie, and I'm not sure, but he plays like some angry postman that became, you know, a serial, you know, unaliver.
Okay.
So yeah, you know what I mean? That's kind of what he's got going on. So yeah.
No, I get you, man. So I heard about Michael Venom Page converting to Islam. Is that true as well?
Yeah, that's confirmed. Yeah, he did the Shahada and everything. So
yeah, I saw that. But what do you think of this fight?
I think that it's going to be a style of creative striking. But who's going to come out on top? I think it really is going to be predicated on, you know, who's going to be the more disciplined striker, right? Who's going to have their defense intact, because there is a chance where Michael Venom Page could get clipped here. But I think
Okay.
there's a better chance that this fight goes to a decision just based on both of their striking prowess put together.
Okay. But it's going to be a very close fight, isn't it? That's what the odds say.
Competitive, I would say, yeah.
Okay. And your prediction was Charo by decision, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think so, yeah. I think this is his fight to win. I think a lot of these decisions are going to be predicated on him knocking him down a few times. So
Right. What about the wrestling? I know. Obviously, he's a Dagestani decent sort of fighter, Charo. You think his wrestling is any good? Because obviously he hasn't been part of the Khabib camp, but
yeah, you know what? See, that's the thing, right? The wrestling is not something that he has a high proclivity of using, right?
Yeah, that's what I've noticed about him. Like he doesn't wrestle. Typical Dagestani.
I guess
More-
it's just his preference of striking. I think that he really believes in his striking. So, yeah, I think that's what it really comes down to. I just think that he has a very strong belief in his striking. He believes that nobody can take him in that department, and he's going to show that against. He's going to show that against Michael Venom Page tonight. But
In
Michael
terms
Venom-
of wrestling, is Michael Venom Page any good at that, or is it just striking?
I would probably have to give that one to Sheriff Putin on this one. I would give the wrestling to him. And Michael Venom Page, I give him the striking, but he's like a Prince Nassim type of striker. Meaning that he has a very flashy style, but there's limits to that flashy style, and sometimes there's certain guys that can be Barrera-like in order to mitigate that. And that's what Sheriff Putin should try to do. He should try to be the Barrera to Prince Nassim. And what exactly do I mean by that? Well, instead of playing the range game with Michael Venom Page and then allowing him to get in rhythm, he has to get in his face. He has to set him off balance and constantly cut off his angles in order to prevent him from fighting out of range where he's going to be really perfect at if the fight continues that way.
Right. Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to the return of Khamzat Chimaev as well, man. Really want to see him fight. I feel like he's been inactive a lot, man.
Yeah, next week Sean is fighting for the title against Drickus. Right, Drickus is set to defend his title, and
I heard he's been pulling him out.
Yeah, the winner is fighting Khamzat. That's confirmed.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a good fight, man.
Yeah, it's confirmed that he's going to.
Do you think Khamzat can defeat Strickland? I heard a lot of stories and that Khamzat made him quit or something in sparring.
He did. He already beat him in the gym, right? And that's why I almost feel like I want Drickus to win.
Oh, really?
Because I feel like we already know what happened in the gym, and it's like seeing a fight that we've already seen, even though we never really seen it.
Yeah, fact. That's gonna be good.
Like, yeah.
Khamzat gets the chance to win this battle,
And
But I just
Sean
feel like
doesn't to wrestle.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Sean doesn't like to wrestle.
And I think that's gonna be a big advantage for Khamzat. He's a really good wrestler. Yeah, man, I can't wait for Khamzat to win his first title.
Yeah.
And Islam Makhachev, who's he gonna fight? Is he gonna fight Ila Topuria?
I don't know, man. You know what? They're looking for an opponent for him right now. So yeah, they're looking for an opponent. Yeah, you're not gonna see him fight for a while. So
What do you think about the boxing tonight, Adam Azim?
Adam Azim. Oh man, that's on right now, huh?
I think so. Yeah, I'm gonna catch up with it.
That is an easy win for Azim, obviously. You know, that's off top, that's an easy win.
You know the interesting thing, Sergey Lipinets, he trains out in California. And 10 Goose Boxing Gym, which is Hamza Shiraz's gym. He's been training with Hamza Shiraz.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, just update me on the UFC, man, whatever's going on. Because obviously, we've got the fights going on right now.
Oh yeah, I will. Hold on just a second.
No problem.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so we're on to the main card right now. Just starting it, just doing a little quick show right now and all that. So all right, so it's about to start something going on with the stream here. Not the actual stream, but the stream of the fight.
Right. Tuning on to the UFC right now as we speak.
Okay, you just got home. All right, here we go. The stream's on and popping right now.
I'm nervous for tonight's fight.
You never what?
I'm nervous.
For which
Yeah.
fight?
Need Azim.
Wait, I can't hear you. Which fight did you say you were nervous for?
The Azim fight.
Oh, okay. Is it on right now or is that on later?
It's coming on. But the fight is not until later. It's about 9 or 10 o'clock. So we still got a few hours.
Okay.
It's trying to get the stream for UFC right now, but wow, just take a little while.
All right. So right now it's Mike
Going on.
Davis. Mike Davis versus Faraz Zaham.
Hey, what did you think of that Paul Hughes fight?
I think it was a close one. I predicted that fight was going to go exactly the way that it did, which was by a decision. And the only reason why I thought that was because I just knew that Paul Hughes was tough, and I think that, even though Usman is at a very high level, I think that, there's also, vast improvements that he sort of needs in his game. This was the fight to bring it out of him.
Right. It was a close fight as well, yeah. But I think, you hit the nail on the head with that prediction. He said he was going to win. Very impressed with the rest. Really good, man. What channel is it on, Kyrie? UFC. Is it on the zone?
All right, here we go for Azim versus Mike Davis. It's about to commence soon after this announcement. And now, coming out of the red corner first. Mike Beach Boy Davis. What a nickname. Obviously, with a name like that, you're either from Florida or California. In this case, he's from Florida. Round one. Oh, there we go. Shoots in for a takedown, but it looks like he's taken off his back, pulling guard. Look at this. Real interesting. You don't really see a lot of people pulling guard unless, of course, they really have made a conscious decision that they were going to try and go for submission straight off the bat, off of their back. And now here's in a butterfly guard position for Azim. He gets up. Wow. So within the first minute of this fight, Davis literally showed every prowess of his grappling capabilities. He took the guard position, pulled guard straight away, got back up, tried for a single leg takedown. Now they're back up on their feet. Let's see how he does with his stand up. Now he's taken down. No, not really taken down. More like, again, going for his back, just trying to pull guard. But now Zaham is sort of taking over on top, control position right now, stack guard. Now they're back up on their feet, striking, clinching right against the fence right now. First round, 3 minutes, 11 seconds of the first round right now. 307, 305, 304. First round, so far so good for both guys, right? Great defense on Zaham for the submission defense, and great attempts by Davis off of his back. Ooh, spinning back elbow right there. What was that? The referee stops action. There's a little wardrobe malfunction going on with Zaham. Good job by Davis right there. Oh, nice uppercut. What do you think of this fight so far, Zane, within the first 3 minutes of this fight?
Bro, I'm trying to find the.
Oh, you're trying to find the link?
Yeah. What channel?
I got you. Hold on. Let me get on Facebook, and I'm gonna send it to your DM real quick.
Hold on, I can find it here, but I should be able to find it on my TV. But for some reason, I think the
in case you can't, here. There you go. I got you.
Yeah.
Is it sending? There we go. Okay, yeah. Check that one out on your Facebook. All right. So now, Mike Davis now in the back of Faraz Zaham. Oh wow! Now he's got him in full guard position, full mount position. 55 seconds left. Full mount position in the first round. Really great ground control by Davis here, and was able to get himself there just from off of his back.
I've got a UFC channel here, but I don't think it's the correct one. Top Lido. He's not fine.
Hey, was that able to work, that link?
I'm trying to find it on my TV.
All right, here we go. Round 2. Ooh, nice one. Yeah, so Davis looks like he's looking from the backside right here. All right, good grappling exchange on the part of Faraz here. Azim looking for a trip right here in this position. We're able to get it, Zane.
Well, I've got it, yeah? I'm watching it now. Ziam versus Davis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, he's got him in the air. Have you seen that? What second are you on?
3:36.
Oh,
3:34.
well, I'm a
Where
bit
are
ahead.
You're ahead, okay.
I won't say anything. But yeah. Damn, this is a good fight though. Very action packed. A lot of blood.
Oh,
A lot of blood.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very good knee, man.
Yeah.
That was a very good knee. Yeah, he left his head a little too open in those exchanges right there. He got too comfortable. That's the thing with jiu-jitsu sometimes is that you get a little too comfortable in the grappling exchanges and you forget the joints and the damage from the limbs that's going to be thrown at you. Yeah, his head is cracked like a coconut. Paul Felder said. Accurate. Oh, now he's
bloody fair. Look how much
for a heel hook. Oh! Okay, very good. Very good escape from Faraz right here. Oh, wow, look at this.
It's a good match.
Oh, man. It's very difficult to see a calf get stretched like that. Oh, my goodness.
Got
Oh,
2-3.
my goodness. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, he could really try to turn this into a submission. What's up? Is he going to try to do that? Oh, wow, man. He's bleeding all over him. He's bleeding all over that monster can energy right there.
Crazy. Look how much blood is on the ground.
Oh, wow, man. Look at the flexibility of Zaham, bro. Most dudes would be getting ripped up right now from that submission hold. Oh! Come on, Zaham. Oh, wow. Okay, good. He's got out of that. But, man, back into the full mount position. Man, this Davis guy, I swear, he is probably the best, guard puller I've ever seen in MMA, right? Because I honestly don't think that guard pulling helps a lot in MMA because MMA is a sport that sort of, grants points for aggression, but he really knows how to fight off of his back and create some types of different scrambles out of it. Really impressive grappling by Davis. And the fact that he's busted up too on top of it.
Yeah.
All right, we got about 10 seconds left into this round.
So who do you think won that round?
Part of Faraz to escape that submission and also fight back. Oh, this is going to be a very good third round. This is going to be a very good third round because they are dead even going into this right now.
Yeah, it's close, isn't it?
said, good fight though, Karen.
All right, so Azim is at a north-south position right now. Again, very good grappling exchanges on both of these guys, especially on the part of Azim, right? He's really holding his own against Mike Davis here in the grappling exchanges. And again, creating a very bloody fight because he caught him with that knee early, with Davis leaving his head exposed. Not really, again, bad habits from a lot of jiu-jitsu guys going into MMA, right? They're not really that aware of the other limbs that are coming at them, especially when they get in this flow state of grappling. Now there's Faraz going for a front rear choke right there, and now they're back into the half guard position with 233, 232, 231 of the third and final round. Going to be very interesting to see how the judges are going to score this fight just based on where we're at right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one, but
oh yeah, the judges have their hands full for this fight. Glad I'm not judging this fight. I don't know how I would score this for any guy, but we still have 2 minutes left to make an impression. 70% strikes on the part of Azim, that could absolutely win it. 44% for Davis, but man, he mounted on Azim so many times in this fight. There is no true, real, clear winner at this point, but we shall see. All right, nice takedown. A little bit of a labored takedown on the part of Azim, but again, it's sort of indicative of how tired they both are, especially in the part of Davis. Now, a lot of people may not really understand is the energy expenditure that Davis had to put out in this whole entire fight in order to maintain all of that ground control. Not to mention fighting off of his back which, by the way, this is something a lot of guard pullers really need to understand, right? Pulling guard, especially in an MMA fight, is not always going to guarantee you your safety or submission openings, but rather you're going to have to deal with a lot of the weight that, oh, wow, look at this. It's too slippery to pull off that figure four right there. Yeah, you're going to have to deal with a lot of weight on your back if you're allowing somebody to just get on top of you. That's why I'm not very big on guard pulling unless somebody actually puts you on your back. I prefer to wrestle in a constant dominant position as much as possible, especially because it's what scores fights in the in MMA.
Not only that, the takedown as well, quite impressive.
What was that?
Yeah, the takedown.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The takedowns, bro. Takedowns.
Oh, the
You hear me
takedowns,
now?
yeah.
Takedowns. You know when you see when you do it, like, it's not predictable. And when you do it, just catch your opponent's off guard.
Wait, your mic's breaking up, Zane.
You hear me now, bro?
Yeah, go ahead. You're saying?
Yeah, I was saying, like, see with the takedowns. Can you hear me?
Yeah, the takedowns.
They're quite impressive, bro. Because when you shoot for the takedown, especially with the Dagestani fighters, they do it where the opponents can't predict when it's going to happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
George
And when they
St. Pierre,
do
in
it,
his
they're
prime,
strong enough to, you know, pull through with it. Because, you know, sometimes some guys, they shoot for the takedown and they just can't get it. You understand?
Yeah.
But they're
Sometimes,
physically strong enough to do it.
back in the days, George St. Pierre used to use counters as a takedown. Like, he would wait for them to miss, like, a punch or a kick, and then he would use that opportunity to shoot in.
Yeah.
So it is kind of similar to that, but the way George St. Pierre did it was more of like a counter striker reacting with wrestling.
Yeah. Did you see the result? Azim won. Azim won the fight.
Yeah, I saw the decision. Yeah, Mike definitely didn't deserve that one, but it was a very close one. So big ups to him. Let's hear what he has to say to Paul Felder here.
Kari. Can you hear me, bro? Where you going?
Oh yeah, I can hear you, brother. Yeah.
Bro, what's your prediction for this fight? Said Nurmagomedov versus Vinicius Oliveira. What's your prediction?
So this guy has the same last name as Nurmagomedov, but I don't think he's related. That's the crazy part about Saeed.
Really?
Yeah, no relation, which is strange, isn't it? Like you'll notice too, watch the people that he walks out with. They are completely different people than from, Khabib's camp.
Hey.
Yeah, I got a little visual of that too right here. I think the Bellator fight last week is bigger than the UFC card that's on right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Bellator one. That one, obviously. I know there was some more exciting matchup. People that were well known, innit?
Like one of the few times where Bellator actually beats the UFC was last week. Like in comparison to this week's card. Like this card is good, but man, there was so much drama with the Usman and the Paul Hughes fight. And I think Conor really made that drama as well. Did you see how Conor went after Paul Hughes afterwards? Called him a bootlicker and this and that because he was trying to show sportsmanship to the Nurmagomedov.
Yeah. Saw that, man.
Conor went off at him saying that he's not a real Irishman. But like, dude, you're the one that has to move to the United States. You know what I mean? Like, you can't say, how are you going to say he's not a real Irishman? You're getting backed out of your own country. Right? Like, how weird is that to say? Isn't it? That's a weird thing to say, Conor.
Some people just, when they got the money, that's it. That's enough for them, People like Khabib and Snub, they're out for legacy. They're out for the Conor thinks because he has money that he's right about everything. Right? No.
Like he says, well, he's not an Irishman. Well, how do you figure that, Conor? Because I said so. You know what I mean? It makes no logic whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he just, I don't know. He's lost.
Like you endorse him as your fellow Irishman, and then when he loses and shows sportsmanship, you then trash him.
I don't know where his head's at, man. People.
And we still got a few more exciting fights too.
Yeah. Good man. So this card's going to be over quite quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, this is an early one. UFC in Saudi Arabia, it's for sure going to be, a morning
Are
calendar.
you going to be able to cover the boxing with me later, yeah?
Yeah. We're going to try to do that for sure.
Oh, good.
Maybe just have a complete separate live stream for it.
Yeah. I really hope David Benavidez pulls it off tonight as well, man.
He will, man. This is easy work for Benavidez, I think.
You think so?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be easy work.
You think he knocks him out?
I actually do see a knockout with Benavidez. Yeah, like I don't know. I can see him finishing Morrell.
Yeah. Morrell looks in good shape though, but you know what it is? It doesn't matter about shape and boxing. You're gonna see David Benavidez handle this guy. Crazy. He's in good shape.
What was that?
He's in good shape, David Morrell. Oh.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now, bro?
Yeah, what'd you say?
Yeah, I just said David Morrell came in good shape, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It don't matter because
yeah.
David Benavidez is just gonna obviously different when it comes to boxing, isn't it? You can't box and you don't know. You're just gonna lose, But like you said, David Benavidez is something else, man. I've heard a lot of stories about him. Hamza Shiraz told me about him as well. He's just like,
Oh, that's right. They sparred together, huh?
Yeah, they spar together. This fight started now. Said Nurmagomedov versus Oliveira.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, good fight.
Ooh, nice leg kick right there by Nurmagomedov. Ooh, spinning back kick into the body. That's why I always tell people to practice that spinning back kick, because it's not really a kick that a lot of people have a block for. You know what I mean? It comes out of nowhere. Like you're spinning, a person sees you spin in that first 0.2 seconds, or either thinking you're throwing a spinning back fist or a spinning kick of some sort, and they're not going to tell the difference sometimes. It's just really unexpected and out of nowhere, especially if you throw it, fast enough.
Hey, how do you think this round's going, man? This is a very competitive round, but
So far, I got Nurmagomedov up on the scorecard, at least if he continues this trajectory in the first round that he's going at right now.
yeah, Oliveira's trying a thing though.
Yeah.
He's trying to take it down now.
He's
I think you're
capitalizing every time he makes a mistake, whether he misses or he tries to. Okay, but here's some wrestling of Nurmagomedov's right here. One of the biggest criticisms many people have had about the Dagestanis, going back 10 years ago, was that not many of them had great striking. Well, now you look at the new generation of Dagestanis, their striking is just off the charts, if not even more competitive than some of the top strikers in the world. But great job on Oliveira here, keeping the body lock. Nurmagomedov doing a very good job of wrist control. And see, these are the small, intricate details that not a lot of people look at. See, look at the wrist control right here that he's doing. So if you control one wrist during these clinch exchanges, what you're doing is really debilitating a certain weapon of theirs. Because remember, what makes a grappler dangerous is when they can clinch both of their hands together. But if you can separate that, if you can isolate their arm away from their other arm, they're going to be less dangerous in the clinching exchanges. Because oftentimes top grapplers, what they would prefer to do is have their hands clasped together, in which they can pick you up, take you for a ride, grab your leg, a single leg or double leg when they clap it in together. But if you have the hands separated, which is what wrist control is good for, you can really mitigate a lot of dangers that wrestlers can bring upon you.
And Oliveira just dropped Nurmagomedov down.
What's that?
Just had a takedown there, Oliveira.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 2 minutes. Ooh, nice head kick by Nurmagomedov. Yeah, Oliveira's got a hard head for him to be taking that shot. Ooh, now he rocks him. Ooh, flying knee. Ooh. He flew through the air. See, now this is where I don't mind if somebody has to be forced to, take their back. Like, you actually risk a position like throwing a flying knee only to fall on your back, right? Rather than purposely trying to lay on your back. But yeah, Nurmagomedov is doing a very good job right now maintaining the posture of Oliveira. Because one thing that I always tell people, when you're in a full guard position like this right now with Oliveira on top, the one thing you never want to do is allow them to posture up. Because the minute they're able to posture up, they can rain punches from the top. And when they do, those punches are a lot harder than being punched, let's say, on the feet, because the gravity is not working on your favor. The punching is coming from the air like a mountain rolling some rocks from the top and rolling down to land. And yeah, that's so now he's trying to kick him off at the same time, looking like he's going for an arm bar here. Ooh, oh! But also going for a triangle. Okay, now Oliveira has his back. See that? All of this over that one mistake that he had. Well, it's not a mistake, but I guess a risk that you take by throwing that knee and then putting yourself in a compromising position that Nurmagomedov is in right now.
Who do you think won that round, though?
I'm going to give that one to Nurmagomedov.
Oh,
right?
I think
the ground control of Oliveira at the end is not to be dismissed, but I think those ground controls were predicated on the aggression of Nurmagomedov going for the high flying knee and naturally just being put on his back based on that miss. He caught him a few times too. Some good hard shots, head kick, punches, knocked him down with. So I give it to Saeed. First round, I give it to Saeed. What do you think?
Is it 3 rounds? 3 rounds.
All right, that's in 2 weeks from now, Valentine's Day weekend. right, here we go. Ooh, spinning kick of his own right there. Nurmagomedov counters with a spinning back fist at the same time, really circling each other. Very fast pace. Another one. Ooh, another head kick. Spinning back kick again. Missed. Little sloppy looking spinning back kick on the part of Oliveira. Oh, nice. There it is. Nice counter. Right? He makes a miss with that shot and then goes in for a double or a single leg shot of his own. Oh, and then we got the heavyweights after this fight. And then after the heavyweights, it's a co-main event.
Yeah, Vieira's doing good though. He's kind of flat.
Yeah. Again, he's really making Nurmagomedov pay for all these misses. You see, he misses with that spinning back fist, and what does Oliveira do? He takes him down to the ground, and now they're in full guard position right now with a half butterfly guard on the part of Nurmagomedov trying to get Oliveira off of him. Now he's looking for a guillotine. As he's going for guillotine, he gets right back up. Wow, look at this. Very good. That was very good, the way that he was able to get out of those exchanges. Boom! Spinning back kick right into the gut of Oliveira, and he takes that. Man, this Brazilian is tough, bro. He's really taking these shots, man.
Yeah, bro.
He took a spinning back kick like it was nothing, man. You know, that knocks the wind out. You've seen John Jones do that to Stipe, bro. That put him out, straight away.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then Oliveira right here, he just took that spinning back fist from Nurmagomedov, and he probably did that way faster than John Jones, which probably is going to, put a little more torque to it the faster you do it. But, oh, okay. He's complaining for a little eye poke, but he was protesting, and the referee didn't stop it because the referee didn't see it. There it is. Ooh, nice takedown. Wow. So he's only 17% on his takedowns, but I tell you what, he's a Dagestani by the end of the day, and his wrestling is always going to be better than the next guy who didn't grow up in Dagestan. So even though he prefers striking, and again, you know who that's like? Sharaputin Magomedov, which we're going to see later on tonight. Nice takedown once again by Nurmagomedov. Yeah, I give him the second round as well, just based on this performance alone. Based on these 4 minutes of the second round. So we got about less than a minute left into the second.
No, can't wait for that Heroes fight. We should do a live for that one,
Which one?
The Hamza Shiraz fight, bro.
What? Oh yeah, the 22nd, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be away though, but
The
I still
22nd,
man.
That's also Benavidez, right?
Yeah, that's the whole card. Versus Yvonne.
That's the super card. Oh yeah, I'm down to do that. It's probably going to be the same time as this because this is a Saudi Arabia card. So yeah, just keep this time frame in mind if you want to do that on the 22nd.
What it is I'm going to be away,
Wait, say that again. Your mic's breaking up, Zane.
Yeah, I'm not going to be in the country, so.
Oh, okay.
But we can still manage to do something.
Yeah, man. Listen, if I'm on, all I got to do is send you the link, and then man, you can do it anywhere. You can do it in the middle of a beach, in the middle of the desert, in the middle of anywhere you please.
Yeah, facts. No, I'll cover that. Definitely watching that one. It's just a lot of I'm going to be nervous because obviously the connection we have with Hamza,
Yeah, and then you're going to be out of the country too while traveling while doing that.
Yeah, no, but I'll probably be in the hotel though at the time because I'm going to be locked in, But yeah, it's going to be a good moment.
Head kick. Yeah, bro, I was watching UFC 290 while I was in Disneyland.
Yeah,
so I just watched the fights in between the rides.
Yeah, hopefully Hamza wins.
Huh?
Fingers crossed. I know Hamza's going to win.
Yeah, he got this. His hardest fight was already ahead of him so far, and that was Ammo Williams. I think after Ammo Williams, you can't not trust Hamza.
Yeah, for sure, man. Because that was a make or break fight for him, to be honest.
And then watch as Ammo Williams continues on his career. You'll see how that aged really well. Unless of course, let's hope he doesn't end up as like Marcus Gamboa.
Nah. After that fight, he's returned back to winning ways and looked even better. But I think that experience Hamza had also made him an even better athlete. Overall. That experience, because he shouldn't got tested that fight and it came through, He showed a lot of balls. Trust me. And he's going to be a world champion. He's going to be the middleweight world champion. And it's just destined to happen. Inshallah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to step out for a second. What were you saying? My bad.
I just said it's destined to happen that he was going to be a world champion.
Yeah. Hamza, yes.
But I'm just glad I noticed Hamza way before.
And not only that, it's coming at like this time where the Saudis are heavily invested in combat sports, and now he's reaping the serious benefits of that.
Right. He's gonna be a superstar, bro. No doubt about it.
I think he already is, especially within the realm of the boxing hardcore.
But he just needs to keep winning it. Once he wins that world title, the opportunities for him are going to be massive. There's a Chris Eubank Jr. fight lined up, which I'm looking forward to. And I think if Chris Eubank Jr. beats Conor Benn, then it makes sense for it to happen, because Hamza Shiraz is offering a world title.
Oh wow, he went down on a hammer fist while standing up.
Oliveira is winning this fight. I think you know that.
You think so? Within the third round, or just
within the third round
with that spinning back fist?
I got it one apiece, but it looks like he's winning the third round.
Yeah, the third. This is a make or break round, especially with the last minute.
Yeah.
31 significant strikes from Oliveira.
Oliveira's winning.
Score 31 versus 8.
Oliveira's winning. Israel Adesanya's fighting tonight.
Yeah. Yup. I predicted that fight was going to go 5-round decision on the direction of Israel Adesanya. I also predicted a 3-round decision for the co-main event. So the main event that you're about to see, the next fight you're about to see, the heavyweights, I think that doesn't go to a decision. I think there's going to be a finish on that one. But official decision coming up next for Oliveira versus Nurmagomedov.
Official decision coming up now, bro.
All right. UFC Saudi Arabia coming up February 1st. Can you believe it? It's already February 1st coming up on this Saturday. But we're going to talk about 2 fights, main event and the co-main event, but also give credit to the rest of the card. However, main focus, co-main, main event, here we go. Israel Adesanya versus Nasruddin Imavov. Israel Adesanya coming off of a loss from Dricus du Plessis. Can we really take a lot from that? The answer is no. So you got to understand how dangerous Israel Adesanya is going to be in this fight. Why is that? Take a look at his training camp going into this fight. He is prepared for the wrestling, even though Nasruddin doesn't really use a lot of it, more of a striker, hence his French background, growing up in Paris, working a lot on Muay Thai. But nonetheless, he's going on a hot streak as well. He's got some good wins under his belt. Nasruddin, 29 years old, has a very good reach, but obviously Israel Adesanya is very tall for his height. But coming off of a win from Brendan Allen, which was back in Paris, France in September, and then Jared Cannonier. That's not a very easy win to get. And he knocked him out in the 4th round. Roman Dolidze gets a 5-round decision from him. So I'm going to say he's going to give Israel Adesanya a very hard fight, but at the same time, Israel Adesanya is going to keep him at bay. And while doing that, use the range and the technique of his long game. In other words, he's going to circle back again, and he's going to strike, he's going to throw leg kicks, and he's going to offset you with his rhythm, because he does a lot of feints, which is something that his camp emphasizes in. But I got to tell you, I think that the loss of Dricus du Plessis is not indicative of this fight, and Israel Adesanya is just at a higher level than Nasruddin, in my opinion. In terms of championship experience, it's going to take him a long way, and I see this as a 5-round decision for Israel Adesanya. All right, now,
to be honest,
the co-main event, Sharaputin Magomedov taking on Michael Venom Page. Sharaputin, undefeated, 15-0. Going in there with the former Bellator star of Michael Venom Page, we don't really know much about his ceiling. What we do know is that Michael Venom Page has great striking, that Sharaputin can match with him. The range for Michael Venom Page is going to be even deeper. 79-inch in his reach at 6'2", and Sharaputin at 73-inch. But uses a striking game. I gotta tell you, this is going to be a very difficult fight for Sharaputin. But I think with his age, he's going to get through with it. I also think this is a 5-round fight. Now, I'm not sure what... No, I don't think it is. No, this is a 3-round fight. But if this goes to 3 rounds, I'm going to have to give it to Sharaputin by decision. So that is my final prediction for both of these fights. Short and sweet. Decision for Sharaputin, decision for Israel Adesanya, and also worth mentioning, Sergey Pavlovich taking on Jairzinho. What we're going to find out about that is what ceiling does Sergey have in the heavyweight hierarchy. Obviously, coming off of a loss from Tom Aspinall, we see where Tom Aspinall is at right now. The guy that John Jones is damn near ducking. But we'll see how he does against Jairzinho. Jairzinho seems to be a very, how do I say this? Gatekeeping type of heavyweight. You see what happened after Francis Ngannou knocked him out. Francis Ngannou went on to fight for the title. Saeed Nurmagomedov versus Vincent Oliveira. How about this? Fareed Zaham taking on Mike Davis. Lightweight division. Ikram Ali Askarov coming off. Okay, that was canceled right there. And in the prelims, you got Mohamed Nayoff taking on Khan Ofi, and then Shamil Ghaziz taking on Thomas Peterson. Terrence McKenna, that's a fun one, against Damir Hadjovic. Jasmine Jalichovacius taking on Myra Buenasilva. Bogdan Grad taking on Lucas Alexander, and then Hamdi Abdel Wahab, a heavyweight. Okay, this is interesting. 5-0 taking on Jamal Pogues, who's 11-4, and then Jordan Levitt was supposed to be in this fight but got canceled. Okay, and that is the rest of the card. So opening up with this guy, Hamdi Abdel Wahab. That's interesting. Who is this guy? Let's do a little feature on this guy. Egyptian. Okay. Was a professional wrestler. Now that's interesting. Or professional wrestler, or okay, medal. Okay. Oh wow. Okay, so he won the African Games gold medal, representing in gold Greco-Roman in Egypt. Okay, so Hamdi Abdel Wahab. Okay, so this is definitely somebody to look out for right here. 32 years old. All right. So I think this is going to be obviously an easy finish for him. Let's take a look at who his opponent is here. Jamal Pogues seems to be kind of like a journeyman fighter in a way. Lost to Mick Parkin by decision. Okay, so he can hold his own decision. Gets submitted. Okay. All right. So he's lost his first fight and then won that one. Okay. So, okay, not a bad record. I think will be a tough test for Hamdi Abdel Wahab, the Egyptian Greco-Roman wrestler. Obviously, I think this is going to be an easy win for him. Not an easy win. Actually, you know what? I would not be surprised if this fight goes to a decision based on the fact that Hamdi is going to try to wrestle him, keep him down, but maybe a few times get rocked by knees, punches, but recovers because they're heavyweights. They can take shots, or sometimes it goes the other way around where heavyweights just can't take the heaviest shot that's given to them. I'm going to go with Hamdi by second round TKO finish. All right, and that right there is my official predictions and breakdown. I think with the Abdel Wahab fight, the first fight of the night, that went to a decision. I was expecting he was going to go and finish him on the ground. The problem was he wasn't able to take him on the ground, and they just had a kickboxing match, not the entire time, but a good majority of the fight, and that was all she wrote from there. So, yeah, decision to start off the night, and here we are now. The supporting fight of the card. Sergey Pavlovich taking on Arsenio Rosenstruck. So Pavlovich is coming off of a loss from Tom Aspinall. Obviously not a bad loss, right? From Tom Aspinall. Tom Aspinall's the best guy in the world right now. So it's this is a way for Sergey Pavlovich to climb right back up. And Jairzinho, he's sort of playing this, what do you call it? Gatekeeper role in the heavyweight division, sort of like Derek Chisora in boxing. But speaking of boxing in the UK and UK combat sports, what do you think, man? What do you think about Tom Aspinall being the top heavyweight in the world right now, and then possibly maybe the best heavyweight ever if we get to see him fight John Jones in the near future?
Yeah, man, it's really good, man. I think he's got a lot of
Speak
power
up.
as well.
Speak on the
I
mic.
think he's really good, bro. He's got a lot of power as well.
Yeah.
Can you hear
like,
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear. I just needed, just for that to be a little higher so I can, so we can hear. But no, he really is a good, and no one has really tested him in the later rounds yet. And that's what I'm really curious to see how Tom Aspinall is going to do once he reaches, let's say, 4th round or 5th round, somewhere there. I think John Jones would be the perfect guy to sort of really test him on that, because John's been in a lot of 5-round championship fights, and that's where all this fight can be really interesting. Or what if Tom Aspinall just shocks all of us and finishes John Jones early like he does everybody else?
Yeah, that would be crazy.
It would be knockout of the century.
Right.
Like bigger than Buster Douglas, because at least with Buster Douglas, it was like you didn't expect him to win. So, okay, that was kind of big. But this one, it's kind of like very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least on paper, it should be competitive. But that's why you never know what kind of John Jones you're going to get that night, or what kind of Tom Aspinall you're going to get that night.
Yeah, fact.
All right, here we go. I'm seeing some UK commercials from what it seems right here. You're watching on the TNT version, right? Are you seeing a McDonald's commercial right now?
Yeah, I saw that. I'm a bit ahead of you now. I did see that before. Yeah. It's got the UK commercial, right? Mhm.
Now they have this.
The next fight is
like-
Sergey Pavlovich, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm just seeing Pavlovich enter the ring right now. Oh yeah, Rosenstrike. What's your prediction on this one? I remember Rosenstrike beat Gaziev, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go with Sergey Pavlovich on this one.
Really?
Yeah, I think he'll knock him out probably earlier. So I think there's going to be a finish on this fight, but we shall see.
Hmm.
Shout outs to John Steiner. I went to high school with this guy. Shout outs to him.
Oh yeah.
Very early as well in New Jersey right now. Well, and now it should be the afternoon time in New Jersey. It's still 10 a.m. here. This is great, man. This is what I love about Saudi cards, right? It's like 10 a.m. and it's about to be the co-main event, not next, but coming up after this fight. All right, top 10 heavyweight showdown, he said. All right, here we go. Round one. Sergey Pavlovich and Rosenstruck, round one. Two big heavyweights going at it right here. Do not blink because these guys are ready to explode at any time and end this fight rather quickly. Two main prominent losses of Sergey Pavlovich. 1-2, obviously the current interim champion right now, Tom Aspinall. Some would argue probably the best heavyweight in the world right now. And then the other one was to Alistair Overeem. When Alistair Overeem was all roided up and probably the best version of Alistair Overeem. But other than that, Sergey Pavlovich doesn't lose to just anybody. And Rosenstruck could be an example of that, or could be just part of those elite heavyweights that we really don't know, right? And that's, okay. Francis Ngannou ended Rosenstruck rather quickly. Like, we all thought he would have given him some kind of challenge, considering that he's like a 70-fight kickboxing veteran. But no, man, Francis Ngannou just walked up on him with no technique whatsoever, just swinging for the fences. He's like, oh, you're a glory, level kickboxer with 70 Muay Thai fights? Cool. That's cool. I'm just going to go swing wild at you like I'm some, idiot at the bar that doesn't know how to fight. But it worked. You know what I mean? He's like, F all this technical stuff. I'm not going to, have a Muay Thai sparring match with you. I'm not going to have a boxing match with you. Francis just went after him with reckless abandonment. Now you look at Pavlovich right now. This is the complete opposite approach that Francis Ngannou took to fight him. Right?
Cool.
You look at him like very a lot of feints, a lot of head movements, really picking his shots, not going too forward to where he can get caught with a counter shot, being very aware of the fact that Rozenstruik is a 70-fight kickboxing veteran. And these two guys have trained with each other too, so they kind of understand each other's habits and can formulate a game plan around it. Nice leg kick by Rozenstruik. Ooh. Yeah, really. Laura Sanko hit that on the nail right there, where she said that it's like an edge of your seat situation, because you never know with the heavyweights, man. You know, at any time they could just end each other's lights out. Ooh, what was that? Okay, no, that was a trip. That was not a knockdown. Yeah, this is a good way for him to secure the round for sure. Just keeping the top ground control. Getting some points, getting some volume in there. On top of that, also really just pushing all your weight on top of Rozenstruik, making him work for it.
Yeah, I think Pavlovich won that round, bro.
Hands down. The striking was all his. He caught him with the most significant strikes. He cracked him a few times. And then in between those exchanges, he got a trip and maintained ground control for the remainder of the first round. And here we are.
I'll be back, Kyrie, yeah? Give me 1 minute, yeah?
Yeah, for sure, brother. I'll hold it down right here. So the corner is letting Sergey Pavlovich know that he should add some more volume because it's offsetting Rozenstruik in some kind of way. All right, round number 2 coming up.
Yes, Kyrie. So second round now, yeah?
Yep. A little bit of a rinse and repeat from the first round, sort of the same fakes, head movements, and feints from Sergey Pavlovich and Rozenstruik, just sort of trying to figure out what's in front of him, as Pavlovich is doing a very good job on these feints. I'd be curious to see if Pavlovich does try to shoot for a single or double leg, or is he comfortable exchanging with him like this, or is he waiting to counter shoot him with a big right hook of some sort, or some kind of incoming shot to counter Rozenstruik? Good little leg taps right there by Rozenstruik.
Oh shit! Yeah, he's fucking him up, bro.
Oh, hold on. You're ahead. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
Your prediction was on point. I don't know when you see it, but when you see it, you're gonna be like, right.
Yeah, not yet. And Mark Smith warning a bit of some stalemate here. Oh, there we go. Boom, boom. And now he's on top once again, half guard position. Looking to pound away from this. Let's see how badly Rozenstruik took that damage from that shot that led him to this half guard position with Sergey on top. You know what? If Brock Lesnar wants to come back and fight and actually be a legitimate contender, I think Pavlovich would be a good fight for Brock Lesnar to come back. You imagine? How about Brock Lesnar versus Pavlovich?
I'll be sick.
Right? You know what I mean? And I think it would be very even because, because I think there's one thing Brock could probably mitigate in Pavlovich's game, and that's wrestling, right? I think that Brock is very aggressive with the way that he approaches wrestling. It's kind of like the way Khabib has a very similar wrestling game, right? Very offense, orientated in terms of trying to go after you with the takedowns. And I think Brock Lesnar, even at 45 years old right now, he would serve a lot of problems for Sergey Pavlovich based on that alone, like just constantly ankle picking him, constantly going after his legs. But Brock would have to be very careful of shooting in on Sergey, because I can see Sergey also counter shooting him with a knee coming in, like, just Brock Lesnar having his head carelessly out there as he's shooting in on the legs and then catching a knee. I could picture that. I could picture Pavlovich hitting him with some straight shots and giving him problems with that. But yeah, I could also see Brock Lesnar giving him serious problems with, just the constant grind and pressure.
Real, bro.
All right, there it is. That's the end of that round.
Easy, Pavlovich.
Yeah. Easy 2 rounds I give him.
Yeah.
They're
3-round fight.
3-round fight, yeah. And I'm not sure if the Sharaputin and the Venom page, I think that's a 3-round fight. Usually a co-main event like that, and it's I think they would probably do like a pay-per-view. They're gonna have a co-main event, a non-title co-main event championship round. It would have to be a pay-per-view, but since this isn't a pay-per-view, Yeah, I guess they're okay with giving Michael Venom Page 3 rounds with Sharaputin. Also, I think the 3 rounds in this fight probably favors Sharaputin more than it does Michael Venom Page, because Michael Venom Page has experience going 5 rounds in Bellator.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Championship fights before,
Mm.
so. All right, here we go, round number 3.
Yeah, Pavlovich is in it. Looks good. Well, yeah, bro, pretty much the same. He's took him down. But Rosenstrike, I couldn't believe he beat Jamil Gaziev.
Yeah, that was a very impressive win on his part.
Yeah.
But that's heavyweight MMA for you, right? It's like the best guy can be beaten at any night, and at any night, the worst guy can beat the best guy at any given moment.
Facts.
That's sort of like, that's sort of the, that was a good shot by Pavlovich. Yeah, see, like shots like that, that's what Brock Lesnar would have to watch out for if he was to fight Pavlovich, because there's one thing that Brock Lesnar does have a weakness in, is that once once you start tagging him up, man, it's a problem. You know what I mean? Like, that's where it kind of becomes foreign territory for him. But a great job on the part of Pavlovich right now, maintaining top control in the half guard position. Yeah, he's going to maintain ground control for the rest of this fight, I'm going to predict. I think this is easy win for Pavlovich right here, 3-round decision. All right, yes. So really not a lot on the part of Sergey Pavlovich. I sort of agree with the commentary here where he said that yeah, man, he's just trying to win this one. He's not really trying to go for the finish. I mean, he's coasting pretty much, right? But he rocked him a few times. There are a few moments where Sergey had a good opportunity of finishing Rosenstruck out. So all right, so 3 rounds. This easily goes to Rosenstruck. So hands down, easily goes to Rosenstruck. All right, here we go. Decision coming up right now. All right, Sergey Pavlovich gets it. He gets the win. All right, co-main event coming up next. There's Ronaldo right there, GSP. Who else they got? How about this? Jared Cannonier versus that RoboCop guy. That's going to be a good fight. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, sorry about that, bro. My phone just died.
Oh, yeah, it's all good.
Back.
So here we are, co-main event of the evening. You know what, man? Go ahead and hold the fort down real quick. I'm going to make another espresso coffee for this one because I'm going to need it. Yeah, man, I'm about to
Is
make
there a
some.
Sarah Putin fight happening now? Shara. Yeah,
What was
it's a
that?
Shara. Is a Shara fight happening now?
Yep.
Oh, shit. Okay, let's go.
Be right
It's gonna
back.
be a good fight.
In a second.
Yep. No probs, bro.
All right, here we are. Michael Venom Page, set to go outside, set to go into the cage. All right, so one of the references that Laura Sanko was talking about was the knee that he caught Cyborg with, which ultimately cracked his skull. Like, Michael Venom Page kneed a guy in the head so badly that he cracked his skull, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, he cracked somebody's skull one time, off of a knee. That's how dangerous of a striker this dude is. Now, the only issue is that all of that was done during his prime days in Bellator, right? So, him at 36 years old right now, you know what? Not so old, right? Considering that this is his middleweight debut. He usually fights at 170. And sometimes when you get older, it's better to move up a weight class so that, the body that you're what you call like old man muscles have developed into, can really work for you in the upper weight classes. Now here's Sharaputin coming out, the movie star, the Netflix star, as I should say.
Yeah, it looks like a pirate. Yeah.
One man got the kifa on the Mujahideen style kifa. My man got the Mujahid look going on.
Yeah.
And it's in desert colors too. Look, I think Khabib may have a point about, having your hair too long. I think there's a certain level of distraction, that comes from that. I asked Uriah Faber, right, UFC Hall of Famer. I asked him about this, right, because he has a hairstyle very similar to Sharaputin, especially during his prime. Obviously, Uriah Faber, he's known as a California kid. So he has this like image or this persona where he sort of markets himself as this, like California surfer guy, right? And the hair has to kind of go along with that, like you can't be, the California kid surfer or whatever. And, you got like, a regular lineup, you know what I mean? So you got to have a different look. But it is distracting. It does get in your eye. It does. And then on top of that, he already has eye issues to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, our man Sharaputin is a wild man, bro.
Yeah. What happened to his eye, though, man?
I don't know. I think it's some kind of condition that he had, since he was a kid. And, yeah, I guess it was just one of those things that stuck since. So.
Turkey Al Sheikh's there. You see it?
Yeah, with Ronaldo, right? He's there with Ronaldo as well. He was there with Ronaldo earlier. They were showing some of the famous guests that they had there. George St. Pierre was there too.
Mm. Right, first round. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, Sharapun, you could tell he really dedicated his whole entire style to, Muay Thai. Look at the way that he warms up, does those little knees, those little clinch simulations that he does. But let's see how that translates moving on to the first round right now. All right, here we go. Round number 1. Michael Venom Page with the traditional Taekwondo stance that he usually does. Look out for him to switch stances as this continues. Fighting the range game, as I was saying, he's going to do bouncing in and out. Fighting in a very point-orientated karate Taekwondo style. Now, the thing with karate and Taekwondo point fighting systems is that you don't necessarily have to hurt the other opponent, but rather just score points, kind of like similar to the amateur boxing, the system that they have going on in amateur boxing, kind of like that, like a point fighting system, which in a way kind of really helps you to fight in a way that knows how to score, right? In a way that knows how to sort of, get the right points for your opponent,
Do you think there's going to be any? Oh, Michael Venom Page. Harry, I was going to ask you, do you think there's going to be takedowns in this fight?
If there is, I mentioned this, if there is, it's going to be from Sharapun, but so far he's not doing that because he somehow wants to prove that he's the better striker.
Yeah.
You can see how this fight is already turning out not negative in the vibe kind of way, but negative in a technical way, right? Like every time Sharapun wants to step in, Michael Venom Page backs up. And then if he backs up, then he moves to the side. He tries to go for a counter. They're constantly at a stalemate with each other because ultimately when you have two high-level strikers like this is just the type of fight that you're going to get. And that's exactly the fight that you're seeing play out right now. Nice side kick by Sharaputin right there. Nice leg kick by Sharaputin. Ooh, spinning heel kick by Michael Venom Page. Good shot on that one. All right, here we go. Round number 2 coming up.
Harry, how did you score the first round?
Man, you know what? I would have to give that one to Michael Venom Page, the first round. Yeah, I'd give that to Michael Venom Page. I think he caught him, quite a few good times. There was a good spinning heel kick that he caught him with. Again, this is high-level striking at its best, and I think Magomedov needs to try to do something different because you can't do something that he's better than you at. You got to hit him in a department where you can challenge him in areas where you're going to be dominant at, such as clinch exchanges. Oh, look at that counter right there. The longer that he waits for Michael Venom Page to strike with him right here, the more he's going to be taking these types of counter damages. Oh, nice. A lot of pump fakes right here by Michael Venom Page. Yeah, definitely needs to go for some calf kicks here. Nice side kick by Sharaputin. And the reason why Page is taking him out of his game is because he has a different rhythm that Sharaputin has to try and keep up with, or rhythm that he has to try and somehow emulate. Either emulate or get the hell out of the way of. And if you haven't competed in Taekwondo or any of these point fighting striking systems, it's very difficult to try and figure out someone like this. Like, for example, how is it that he's able to fight with his hands down like this while also sort of like just darting himself all over the cage. Well, the reason for that is because it's not his arm that's protecting him when he's being defensive. What's protecting Michael Venom Page is, look, his bouncy step that he goes in and out and dodging from one side to another. There's Michael Venom Page doing a little run in there. Ooh. Ooh, spinning back fist. Ooh, nice elbow on the way out right there. All right, so that is the end of the second round right now. Oh, man, it's not looking good. I'm going to have to give that one to Michael Venom Page once again.
Yeah, same.
Michael Venom Page, another Michael Venom Page round.
Not looking good for Arrow right now. I think he needs a knockout or submission.
Yeah, he does. He absolutely needs a knockout for this one. Like he needs to stop him right now.
Facts, bro.
Michael Venom Page's corner is warning him that he's going to go for broke. As he should. It's in full desperation mode on his part right now.
Facts.
Nice leg kick. Ooh. Yeah, so he's really trying now. Look at this. Now he's going to taunt him into counter striking him, making Michael Venom Page create some kind of mistake. Looking for a tornado kick there, a fake tornado kick, rather. You know what's unusual about this fight card? I mean, this main event in particular, Zane? Israel Adesanya has headlined so many pay-per-views that it's kind of unusual to see him in a fight night situation like this. You know, but I guess depending on the opponent and depending on the stakes that are involved, you got to sort of downgrade a little bit, right? Kind of like with Anthony Joshua when he fought that American.
Yeah, facts, bro.
Right? What was his name? The brother with the dreads.
Charles Martin.
No, not Charles Martin. That because that was a championship fight. The recent one where he was a replacement for Dylan White.
Jermaine Franklin.
What was that?
I think Jermaine Franklin.
Jermaine Franklin. There you go. Yes.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Yeah. So that fight, that wasn't a pay-per-view. That was a little bit downgraded as well, right?
Yeah.
It was like a fight night, sort of,
Mm.
from what I remember. So that's
Yeah.
kind of what it is with Israel Adesanya. But man, even with McGregor, bro, he could have 10 losses in a row. His fight would still be pay-per-view, and it would be main event. And if you were the champion, you'd have the co-main event for him.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like that's Conor McGregor's effect in the game.
Yeah.
Like you'll never see him headline a card like this, even though he should, right? You know what I mean? In the competitive architecture of things, he should be at this point of his career doing fight nights like this.
Mm.
But that's never going to happen, even with a 10-fight losing streak under Conor McGregor's belt.
Yeah. Right.
And meanwhile, Izzy is coming off of 2 championship losses, right? And they downgraded him straight away. You know what I mean? And this guy is like, he's one of the biggest stars in MMA.
Yeah.
But, it's a Saudi card, so you know what that means. There's a little extra on the side that they're getting thrown at.
Yeah, I think Venom Page won this one, I just hope there's a robbery. But I don't think there
This
is.
reminded me of another one of his Bellator fights. Where they would bring in like European, domestic level MMA fighters, and he would just score on them the whole entire fight.
I don't know. Do you see them being a robbery? Oh shit! You should have seen what he done.
Yeah, no, I saw that. No, this is Michael. This is Michael Venom Page won this fair and square, man. He got it. He got it fair and square. You got to give it up to him. He did a very good job in this fight. He did what he normally does for most of his fights, and he did it quite well. And big ups to him for this.
Thanks.
All right, let's see how the judges scored this one. I'm not going to be too surprised.
Yeah, same.
All right, here we go. All right, there it is. There's a win for Michael Venom Page.
That's a big win for him still.
Mm-hmm.
Shower disappointed me, man. I thought you.
It's because he has no wrestling, nor does he try to attempt.
He's got no wrestling, man. Yeah.
You know how many Dagestanis who grew up on a wrestling mat who would have loved to have this opportunity, and all they would have had to do was just ankle pick Michael Venom Page out of his feet.
I mean, that if he had wrestling, I thought that would have been easier, but yeah,
Because he's a Muay Thai fighter, and he thought that he could do that better than Michael Venom Page, and and he found out wrong.
Damn.
Shout out to good sportsmanship on the part of Michael Venom Page.
Yeah. No, well done to him, man. That was a good victory. He was a big underdog as well.
Oh, yeah. I think the victory would have been all bigger for Sharaputin, considering that this is a big Bellator name, MMA legend, but again, he kind of showed that, he's still, really UFC level, even at his age right now. So, well done to Michael Venom Page nonetheless, man. Really great win on his part.
Yeah.
And shout outs to London Shoot Fighters gym, the same gym that Lee Abraham Murray came out of. So that's the gym that Michael Venom Page represents. London Shoot Fighters, probably the best, all-time best UK gym ever, right? I mean, they were like, you got to remember, man, these guys were an MMA gym when the rest of the world, including England, I mean, look, in America, it was accepted, but it was never like, it was never like what it is now. But man, even at that time, they were running a gym, when the rest of the England thought they were probably crazy. Like, wait, what do you guys do? You guys like do this street fighting thing? You know what I mean? Like, what is it that you guys do? You know what I mean? But yeah, that's London Shoot Fighters Academy for you. So, shout out to them in their gym.
Mm-hmm.
Adesanya next, isn't it?
Yep. And, speaking of European MMA, here's Imavov from France taking on Israel Adesanya, former world champion, coming off of 2 championship losses recently, now looking to redeem and maintain and go on top by fighting Imavov.
Okay.
That's right, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And all of that leading up to this.
Right.
The weigh-ins from yesterday. The battle is right now. Now they're showing the loss that he had back in August 2024. Then goes in there and fights the undisputed champion right now, Dricus du Plessis. Lost that one. Now back on the horse to redeem himself against Imavov. Which, by the way, I'm leaning towards Izzy on this one because I just think that Izzy has insane amounts of experience on the championship level. And this fight tonight is damn near a championship fight with the rounds that are involved. So I think that he has most of the experience in that department, and I think that's going to show tonight. But I don't know if it's Imavov's time yet, but we shall see. Okay, so the Azim undercard just ended, so I'm assuming they're probably on the main card right now of that particular fight. All right, so now we await Israel Adesanya and Imavov walking out of the cage. All right, so here comes Imavov walking out right now. Imavov! Imavov! All right, so Imavov now walks into the cage. All right, so Israel Adesanya ready to walk in. All right, round one is about to begin. Here we go. All right, yeah, both guys in very good shape for this main event right now. Ooh, nice high kick by Israel Adesanya right there. Yeah, both guys really lightning fast here in the way that they move, huh? Nice high kick by Israel Adesanya there. Switching stances right here, looking for a counter shot. Takedown attempt by Imavov. Oh, okay. Very good. Very good. Very good takedown defense. This is what I was telling you about, was the takedown defense of Israel Adesanya and what he was going to work on going into this fight. Wow, they're saying, let's go Izzy. Oh, it's a nice little slap right there in between his jabs. One-two shot by Imavov gets countered as he's coming in towards Izzy right there. Going for some clinch. Ooh. Going for a trip attempt there, misses. Oh, he just rocked Izzy out of nowhere right there. Oh. Yeah, he's not making this easy for Izzy. There's a double leg takedown attempt right there. Really good job of stuffing these takedowns by Izzy right here. All right, now they're right back out. Just about 20 seconds left into the first round. Tough fight so far for both men. All right, that's the end of the first round. Yeah, real good shovel in the inside right here. Boom, and then he rocks Izzy. Oh, wow. There's Tucker Carlson right there in the front row. All right, there we go. Leg kick opening for Israel Adesanya there. Oh my goodness, he just finished Israel Adesanya. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Imavov just finished Israel Adesanya. This is unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable. This just came out of nowhere. This came out of nowhere. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. I need to make a video of this right now. I'm going to make a video of this right now. I got to make a video of this right now. I can't believe it, man. That came out of nowhere. Wow. Wow. All right. So if you're joining me on the live, if you are joining me on the live right now, you have just witnessed Israel Adesanya get upset by Imavov. I honestly thought that this was a fight for Israel Adesanya to come back and adjust, make the mistakes that he made in the last fight to correct it here, right? Correct it from Sean Strickland getting knocked down the way that he did. It looks like Imavov took advantage of that. Also, the idea of perhaps maybe getting another title shot would have been in the works had he won this fight. Unfortunately, that's not how it happened here. That's not how it happened here. So, all right. So right now, the stoppage is something that Israel Adesanya is very upset about. Either he is protesting it because he thought that it was premature, or he just didn't believe that he was out and felt that he could still be out there and do what he needed to do. But shout out to Morrell. This is an impressive win, probably the biggest win of his career. We wanted to see where Izzy was going to be at. Was he going to adjust to the mistakes that he did against Sean Strickland? Obviously, the way that Sean Strickland knocked him down, Imavov did the same thing, but the only difference is that he got to finish him here. He got another shot against Dricus du Plessis, this time as Dricus du Plessis being the champion. Now, we have wanted to see this when Israel Adesanya was champion, when he was the man of the division. And out of nowhere, here it is. He came in here and he got the finish against Israel Adesanya in what was supposed to be his comeback fight. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And as a result, now the 185 division is looking a whole lot different now. You got Israel Adesanya now being defeated by Nasruddin, already defeated by Sean Strickland, now defeated by Dricus du Plessis, has already been defeated by Alex Pereira, but obviously Alex Pereira is on a whole completely different trajectory, especially since it was Israel Adesanya who last beat him. So I really feel bad for Israel Adesanya, but at the same time, this is the name of the game. It's competitive architecture at its best. This is just what happens in the game of MMA. People are going to have their moments of peak. People are going to have their moments of downs. And this just happened to be one of those moments that was a big down for Israel Adesanya. And as a result, we got ourselves the top new contender in the 185 division as a result of that. So other fights that have gone on, obviously Michael Venom Page did exactly what Michael Venom Page does best, which is what? He goes out there, he plays the long-range game and wins in that similar fashion in which how I had predicted it to be, right down to the T. So big ups to him on that one. Obviously, there were a lot of great fights on this card, a whole lot of great fights, which I'm going to break down somewhere down this week or somewhere down the line. But for now, this is a big upset for Israel Adesanya, and I can't believe that Israel Adesanya is in his third losing streak. But you know what? That's what happens when you fight the best after the best, week in and week out. That's the reality that we got out of this situation. Congrats to Nasruddin Imavov, and we got Dricus du Plessis and Sean Strickland next week, and the winner of that faces Kamzat. I told you guys at one point that I made a video stating that the 185 division is at its most stacked peak ever, and I got a video for that. I may just add that video into the description down below so that you can get full context of everything that I've been saying for the past couple of years. So congrats to Nasruddin. It was a great night of fights. Let me just mention all the winners and the honorable mentions of the night, okay? Nasruddin, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. 30 seconds into the second round, gets a finish. Sharaputin Magomedov, a little bit short against Michael Venom Page. Classic of Michael Venom Page to say that, hey, you know what? Even after this loss, he's still going to go out there and he's going to become champion one day. Sergey Pavlovich taking on Jairzinho Rozenstruik. 5-round decision by Sergey. Sort of coasted, but it is what you had to do. Vincius Oliveira defeats Saeed Nurmagomedov. Fariz Zaham gets a win over Mike Davis. Mike Davis was obsessed with going and pulling guard the whole entire fight. Didn't really help him much. In the prelims, you had Muhammad Nayov gets a decision over Khan Offley. A whole lot of people from Tajikistan went and watched this guy, like millions of them on TV. This guy's going to be a superstar. Shamil Gaziev gets the win over Thomas Peterson. Shamil Gaziev had that loss against Rozenstruik. Here he is, gets back on the win. Terrence McKinney gets a first-round TKO finish against Demir. Jasmine Javidigius gets a win, decision over Myra Buenasilva. Bogdan Grad gets a win over Lucas Alexander, second-round TKO. And, of course, Hamdi Abdel Wahab, one of the features that I did for the preview for this fight, I had predicted that he was going to get a second-round stoppage. Jamal Pogues did a very good job keeping him at bay, leg kicking him, staying in there. But ultimately, in the end, it was Abdel Wahab that won based on his takedown. He had one takedown the whole entire fight, had less of a striking percentage, but they gave him the fight anyway. Nonetheless, that, ladies and gentlemen, is a full card breakdown of UFC Saudi Arabia. Congratulations to Nasruddin Imavov. I will see you guys in the next one. Everybody in the chat and everyone in the live stream, stay put. But everyone else around the world that's watching this in the future, don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next content, inshallah. What a great time to be alive, because the 185 division is stacked, and so is every other division, and everybody is winning in places that you didn't think they would win. welcome to the new era and the new unpredictability and the theater of the unknown in the world of combat sports. I'll see you in the next one. Like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Tell a homie to tell a homie. All of that good stuff. I'll see you in the next one. Inshallah. All right, guys. Well, I just shot that video right now. I'm probably going to release it right now. Let me get a good picture for Nasruddin. Wow, is everybody shocked at the results? Let me know in the comment section below right now how you feel about the results. I'm about to post the post-fight analysis right now. All right, y'all. So I'm just waiting for my video to come on right now. I'm about to release that video that I just made. All right. So yeah, we're now awaiting the press conference. I guess I'll sit around and wait for the press conference in the meantime. And yeah, wait for the press conference. And I'm going to have that video uploaded in just a second. So. All right. So yeah, I'm just working on the post fight.
just do it with one take from here. So the best way to really understand the 185 division right now is exactly as how it follows. You have Izzy on top, and then you have a bunch of other guys on the bottom that he's either fought or have fought themselves within the range of the top 8. You have Sean Strickland, who recently just won last night against an unranked opponent. And why is that? Because there's just not a lot of guys that were willing to take that fight against him. Now with Sean, this guy is willing to take fights at any given minutes of notice and will even go out and fight Alex Pereira again, which, by the way, he's actually sparred with him prior to this matchup he had with Abus during this weekend's fight. Now, the way that Sean Strickland is built, it's like as if he's going to continue fighting with very minimal damage, which really surprised me because he used a lot of great Philly shell defensive boxing techniques and really fought in that similar type of pace in a boxing setting. And what do I mean by that? If you guys ever watched professional boxing in comparison to the boxing that you would see used in MMA with slick jabs and the things that Max Holloway does or the things that Conor McGregor has done with the likes of, let's say, Eddie Alvarez, the difference with that in boxing is the amount of patience that you have to endure. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you're a top-level world championship boxer, you have to be jab heavy. And when you're jab heavy, you're able to control the range, you're able to control the shots, you're able to control the pace of the fight. And what we have going on with Sean Strickland is exactly something similar to that in a boxing pace. Whereas, let's say, the likes of Khabib Nurmagomedov or the likes of Khamzat or even the likes of Robert Whittaker or GSP may fight a little bit more of an explosive side or use a lot of powerful movements to try to negotiate their tactics against their opponents. Like, for example, GSP would try to play the opposite game, meaning that if you are a world level wrestler with the likes of Josh Koscheck, what was he going to do with you? He was going to jab your face in. That's exactly what he did in that fight. And then when you have the likes of, let's say, a striking centric fighter such as Dan Hardy, what was he going to do with him? Well, he took him down to the ground over and over again and had several submission attempts in which he was trying to rip his arm off, and to the credit of Dan Hardy, was able to get out of it. So that type of pace is relentless. It's also very taxing, but it's also the reason why a lot of guys will cut their careers short. And rightfully so. This is what you see with Khabib Nurmagomedov. He knew that the type of style he had going on was very fast-paced heavy, in which that it was only going to be conducive for a younger fighter that can recover a lot better than, let's say, somebody who's of a latter stage of their career, or somebody a little bit older, or somebody that had miles in their clock, or all of the above. Now, not to get off track with the 185 division of the UFC, but I wanted you guys to understand the pace that Sean Strickland sets in a fight. What it is it's a very monotone pace, meaning that he keeps a certain pace in which it is no different than what he does in a sparring match. And you've heard McGregor say this over and over again, where he mentioned something to the effect of, well, I treat it like a sparring match, mate. I go out there and I just feel the moment and I just this and that. You know, that's basically the way that he describes it, is a sparring match. When he went into the Donald Cerrone fight in 2020, how did he describe it? A sparring match. He described it as nonchalantly and just going in, doing whatever it is that he does on a daily basis. Now, the way that Sean Strickland fights, that's exactly how he went about this fight. Another sparring session. You want to know why? Because the way that he spars and the way that he trains is exactly just that. I don't think Sean Strickland does any circuit training or weight training or anything like that. And by the way, if you guys would like to check out what MMA conditioning, strength, workouts and circuits are going to be like, I suggest you take a look at the next video I'm about to post, something I recorded off of the gym, just to give you guys an idea of what it is and what it means to train in a functional manner. Very similar to what Kyle Dake, the four-time weight NCAA champion, does in his workouts. He does what you call functional patterns. And what it is that you do workouts that are specifically to the effect of the sport that you are doing. So in other words, if you're doing, let's say, bench presses or military press or anything to that effect, you got to ask yourself, where and when are you going to use these movements, and how are they going to improve your explosiveness? How are they going to make you a lot stronger? How are they going to make you a lot more effective in the techniques that you're trying to employ? So these are the type of workouts that address that. Now with Sean Strickland, he does absolutely none of that. What he does is he goes into a gym, spars with guys, and barely even hits the bag. Maybe he hits the bag a few times, but most of his workouts are nothing but sparring. And how many rounds of that does that consist of? Well, only he knows and only his training partners know. But you also know that he trains in Extreme Couture, which means that they're also a team that can kind of hone him back to having, let's say, more of a mature and a professional training method or a training schedule to what he has to do. But nonetheless, Sean does what he does, and he becomes great at it, and it's the reason why he has great.
Yeah, I think
All right, so we got Dana White on the mic right now. Let's react to this.
It's a weird situation to be in fighting him because he's a counter. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
And then Mitch versus Rose, right? You know, two big heavy hitters. Didn't turn out to be a great fight, realistically.
Horrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Horrible fight.
It's kind of in a weird spot, right? Like, we know Tom and John is the target, but if you don't make that fight, you know, Cyril versus Volkov, weird fight. This fight's a weird fight. It's no real contenders sort of pushing through the rankings in that division right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, listen, we didn't say that the fight sucked. We didn't like the fight. Sergey won. He, you know what I mean? He won the fight. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't fun to watch. The only fight all night that got booed. But he won at the end of the day. And styles make fights. And
Styles definitely do make fights.
normally in bad fights, he comes in, throws hard punches, and you know, tonight it just wasn't fun. I mean, let's face it, Francis and Derek Lewis is probably one of the shittiest fights of all time, in every fight that's ever happened. But you look at those two separately, and you know, it wasn't their night tonight. It wasn't an exciting fight, but it doesn't diminish what Sergey is capable of doing, or any other fights that could happen in the heavyweight division. But the big fight you were talking about needs to happen.
I agree.
Yes.
Two things outside of tonight. I saw Hamzat Chimaev today got his UAE passport. There have been some questions.
All right,
tonight.
how about that? Shout out to Khamzat Chimaev and his citizenship.
Don't listen to that bullshit. He'll get the United States.
Don't let that
I'm very confident that
Yeah. Do you know
I'm
what?
very confident that we
It's
get it.
Trump's in office now.
That's right. Yes, Trump's in office now. Yeah, you don't got to worry about all that.
How those talks were with him, his excitement on the fight tonight, and everything else.
Wait, what was the first question?
He had a meeting with Turkey Al-Sheikh last
I
night.
know that.
He put it on Instagram.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I guess we didn't know what he said tonight. Fucking hilarious. Yeah, okay. Yes, it was great.
Dana White didn't know that Turkey Al-Sheikh put their meeting on Instagram. So that's why he's surprised. How do you know that? Yes.
I spoke to him before the fight, and he says at some point down the line,
the worst fight of all time.
that's a huge opportunity. Is Beyonce saying March 22nd? Is that a fight you're willing to make?
This question?
MVP said that down the line he would fight.
Who did?
MVP
Yeah.
said that down the line.
Саудовской Аравии два главных среди планеты были побеждены новой школой ММА, Хамзат Чумаев и Насурдин Имавов. Можно ли дать право тебе?
In Saudi Arabia, two of the greatest, some new school middleweights that defeated the old school. Can we expect
anything I'm thinking of right now.
Да, возможно, когда-нибудь в какой-то время, но прямо сейчас я так сказать не могу.
Вчера я спрашивал про лигу GFL, а сегодня хочу спросить про европейскую лигу КС. Это лига, которая собирает стадионы. Дан рассказал, что UFC сейчас соперничает с американским футболом, с бейсболом. А почему бы не сделать какой-то огромный турнир именно на стадионе? Потому что европейские лиги уже так делают. КС.
About GFL a couple of days ago with the Power Slam, you said you're not competing with any other combat sport organizations. You compete with NFL and stuff. But there's another league in Europe, KSW. The league is putting together stadiums of fans. So is there such a thing of maybe putting together, a fight between the promotions?
That's a dumb question. Dana White is going to shoot that down straight away.
UFC consider doing a stadium type event?
Yeah, I mean, if we went into a place that I know it. I've seen some of their footage online where the arenas are packed, and I'm assuming that they do well and make money, and yeah, good for them. I don't know what your question is about it, but I know who they are, and I know they do well, and I know they run a good business.
The question was, when we go to Europe, if we go to Europe, would we make a show of that, like their equipment, like the stadium type show?
Do we not put on shows of that caliber? I don't know. That's a weird question, sir. I don't know how to answer it.
Что если мы поедем в Испанию, например, скорее всего, это будет стадионник, да? Насчет лиги, да, я ее знаю. Съемок того, что там действительно полные стадионы. Не совсем понимаю, в чем вопрос. И я спросил, что если мы поедем, будет ли там стадионник и такого размера ивент, Дэйн сказал, что да, мы обычно так и делаем.
И последнее от меня. Сейчас звезды большие UFC участвуют в сторонних проектах. Хамза Чимаев, Арман Сурукян, Петр Ян, Алжимейн Истер становятся капитанами в реалити-шоу сторонних. Как Дан относится к этому?
Right. Stars of the UFC are partaking in reality shows. They become captains of reality show. You know about those?
No.
Sarukian, Chimaev. They're like hype MMA shows that are over in Russia, and now Peter Yan and Aljamain Sterling are doing it over in Thailand. So, what do you know about it? How do you feel about it?
I know nothing about it. Never heard of it.
Ничего об этом не знаю, никогда не слышал.
Дэйна, хай. Вот Шарабулит за короткое время стал достаточно большой звездой. В эту неделю он встречался с Криштиану Роналду, с Турки Али Шейхом. И как будто... человека за такой короткий промежуток времени обрушивается слишком много давления.
Charbot became a superstar in a very short span of time. He met Cristiano Ronaldo. He had dinner with Turkey. Do you think that potentially he crumbled under pressure? Sometimes.
It's a very tough style to fight. You know, he lays down and counter punches, and it's like I was saying earlier to him. You know, if you go in and you go guns blazing against him, he's a real good counter puncher. And if you have a hard time getting off, there's a lot of standing around staring at each other, and it's just he's a hard style to fight. I don't think this diminishes him in any way. I don't think it has anything to do with him freezing or that. That's not one eye.
Я думаю, что просто у MVP очень сложный стиль. Да? И у MVP стиль он всегда работает вторым номером, всегда тебя поджидает. Если ты просто стоит и как-то смотришь на друг друга. Если ты идешь первым номером, он очень хорошо каунтер. Просто с ним очень сложно бороться. И я не думаю, что это из-за того, что он, там, я не знаю, под давлением или что-то в этом роде. Давай не забывать о том, что у него один глаз, да?
И последний вопрос от меня. Рафаэль Сентябрь, декабрь, январь, февраль, но у него по-прежнему нет с возвращением Рафаэля Физиева, с чем связано то, что ему еще не
Rafael Fiziev, one of the greatest strikers in the lightweight division, said that he was offered to fight for September, December, all these other months, and still to this day he does not have a straight date for when he's fighting. Do you know anything about, what's happening with him? When is he coming back? Fiziev.
So he's saying that he's been ready to fight for months and we haven't given him a fight.
Built-in excuses all for
It's much more complicated than that.
Sounds
like bullshit to me. Sounds like bullshit to me.
Намного сложнее, но для Дэйна это звучит как трёп.
Hey, what's going on? Just reacting to Dana White's press conference right now.
Okay, no problem, man. Yeah, I'm just watching the undercard for the Azim fight.
Oh, okay. So it's the main card on right now?
Yeah, main card's on now.
Saudi, is there any chance of going to other Arab countries since you are in UAE and Saudi?
Yeah,
Did you see the Adesanya fight, bro?
Egypt?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, that was shocking, man.
Shocking. But you know what? He's been on a losing streak, so I did think it might be possible.
Yeah, man. And you know what? Imavov is on his way up, man. So.
Of course, yeah.
So even though they opened the biggest MMA three-story building in Baghdad, they cannot put the word MMA on top of it. Will you guys?
They can't put MMA on top of it?
Yes, they cannot put as a sign MMA. The person literally at the three-story building had to put MMA. He said the names of my kids, so they cannot use the word MMA because it was registered in that.
Registered by who?
By the Federation, the Iraqi Federation.
Some weird shit, sir. It's like saying you couldn't call something basketball or
football. Yes, totally agree. Now, are we gonna see?
Does it matter if it's MMA? Do you think it diminishes or hurts his business at all?
No, not at all. Actually, it brings more attention to it. I thought, but the fact of the matter.
What is the question you're asking me?
My question is: are you guys gonna support more going around to more Arab countries? That's one.
Listen, I don't want to speak until we get everything done. But we're doing a lot of stuff in this region over the next couple of years. Like I said, Abu Dhabi, Saudi. We're talking to Qatar, and we're going to be here a lot over the next several years.
And you being so close to Donald Trump, are you going to be part of the government?
The reporter asks, "Hey, since you're close to Donald Trump, are you going to be part of the government?" I don't think he understands. And these are Middle Eastern, journalists that are asking this. I don't think they understand that's not how it works in America. Like, just because, in the Middle East, if the president or the dictator is your friend, that somehow you get a position. That's not how it works. And I think Dana White would rather be president of the UFC than help the president of the United States in his job.
Yeah, that's bad.
Part of the government. Are you going to be part? He asked Dana if he's going to be part of the government. What the fuck? Oh, man. Hey, but Dana does have a position in Facebook, though. That's not government, but, almost damn near.
Yeah, of course.
How did he react? Yeah, he was a fan of Shara, and they had met. He was rooting for him.
By the way, guys, if you guys are watching this, I already got a post-fight breakdown video up right now with the shocking details of the upset that we had just witnessed right now. So if you guys want to check that out, it's out on the video section right now.
don't get that much.
Yeah, again, you know, the fight just happened. No idea what's next. We'll figure out what's next for him. But I'm not figuring it out right now.
Пока не знаю, сейчас не могу сказать, не могу, но посмотрим. Он сегодня выиграл. Что будет, не знаю.
Насколько бьет по бизнесу UFC то, американцев становится меньше. В ближайшее время чемпионов из России, Грузии, Казахстана может стать побольше, например, тоже Шавкат Рахманов. Например, американских чемпионов UFC в легком месте не было аж с 2016 года, не считая временных чемпионов, например, Фергюсона и Мария и остальных.
Is it bad for the company that there is less and less American champions and we're getting champions from Dagestan or Caucasus, Georgia, and it just seems dollars like there hasn't been all these American champions since 2000.
What a dumb question. These.
Fascinating thing about
So the journalist asked, "Is this bad for business if there's less American champions?" Man, let me tell you, when there's an American champion, nobody wants to go travel to go see John Jones fight Tom Aspinall in England. Am I right? Check this out. If Tom Aspinall decided to fight in Las Vegas, right, against John Jones, which is most likely what's going to happen, right? You know that the Brits, man, they're going to be on every traveling agency there is to book them a hotel and accommodations for Las Vegas.
He's got a big following, bro, in the UK.
Right. And I'm just saying that I don't think American fight fans will travel for, let's say Terrence Crawford or names like that. They're not going to travel for people like that. If the fight ain't here in the United States, the Americans, they're not with it. So that's why I thought that was a weird question for that journalist to ask. If anything, it brings more money when there's foreign champions.
Yeah, thanks. It's going to be a big fight if it happens, though. I hope it happens.
Oh, yeah, it'll happen, man. They're just on the verge of contract negotiations right now.
Yeah, that's a good fight, man. I think the UFC needs a fight like that. It's like the heavyweights in like boxing as well, So like two of the biggest heavyweights in the UFC, so it's only right to get on.
And you know what? You know what's crazy, right? For the first time in MMA and boxing history, the MMA heavyweight division is unresolved, whereas the heavyweight division right now it's completely resolved. Like, we get and understand who the best guy is right now, which is Usyk, and then we can kind of argue maybe Dubois is in that mix as some sort of dark horse. But we sort of know who everybody is in the heavyweight division of boxing right now. In MMA's heavyweight division, we don't know anybody right now. And when I mean we don't know anybody, we don't know who the real proper champion is. Like, is it Francis Ngannou? Like, do we take that away from Francis Ngannou because, he got, messed up by Anthony Joshua, but only for him to come back and beat up a 6'8" Brazilian in MMA? Or do we give that to John Jones, who, never really beat or fought Francis Ngannou, but won the title, through a vacancy? And then do we really give it to Tom Aspinall, who's been fighting all the best UFC heavyweights and still considered only the interim champion? So it's man, it's very, it's a very strange position that MMA heavyweight is at right now in comparison to boxing, where we know who everybody is in boxing, heavyweight boxing, and then you got a wide range of like young up and coming talent that you never really seen. Like Martin Bacoli is on his way up. Fisher, you can kind of argue he's on his way up. At least he has a following. Like, he'll always make a big night, being anybody's A side or B side opponent.
Yeah.
Who else? Moses Otama, who's like younger than all of them. right? And he's got like so much plenty of time and potential. So there's, man, it's
bro.
endless, man. Right? Like
I'm
it's
impressed. You know everyone, man.
what's that?
I'm impressed that you know every single like top heavyweight right now in boxing.
Hey, and you know what? You know who's to thank for that, right? Obviously, I'm gonna know what I'm gonna know because I'm considered a hardcore, right? I'm considered a hardcore boxing guy, a hardcore MMA guy. So naturally, I'm gonna know. But I'm sure that people who are not as in tune with these sports the way that we are, I'm sure they know too, and we could thank Turkey El-Sheikh for that. Like he's the reason why. Many people would know these same things that I would know right now is because he really like went out of his way to make sure that these guys had, the right following and name behind them.
Yeah, shout out to Sheikh.
Yeah, man. So the Azim fight, this is let me see if I can pull this one up right now. I may have to start up a different stream later for the Benavidez fight, but let me see what let me see where I can find the Azim fight right now. You said it's only the main card right now, so Azim is the main event, right? Oh no, I was asking. So Azim is the main event, right?
Yeah, he's the headline. It's coming on in about one or two fights left, and then he's on.
Okay.
So probably in the next hour and a half, because the other two fights they're not going to last very long.
Yeah. What are they, like squash matches, pretty much?
Decent fights, but it's a mismatch. Like when there's one that's completely better than the other.
Okay. One of them things, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you'll always still have those in boxing, even if Turkey El-Sheikh is there, because by the end of the day, one thing that boxing really maintained over the years is learning how to build their superstars, and this is sort of the path and trajectory that they are taking to do that.
And you had Azim is in the kind of real fight. The guy's
Wait, say that again. You're breaking up.
The guy that Adam Azim is facing is a former world champion, so it's definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, so the fight with Adam Azim will be interesting, but I think I have faith in him. I think he's very talented.
Yeah, so Adam Azim, he's only you know what, man? I speaking of Adam Azim, I gotta go find a poster for this fight. I'm gonna put this up. So in case if I'm not, here, you can, just call on it and stuff because
for sure.
yeah.
So
at least I'll have like a little background for it. Let's see here. Adam Azim versus Sergey Lipinets. Okay. Oh, okay. I know who Sergey Lipinets is. I know who this guy is.
Interesting thing about this opponent is he trains in the Tengus boxing gym, which is the same boxing gym as Hamza Shiraz.
Oh, so Lipinets is Adam's Hamza's guy pretty much, huh?
Yeah, he's been sparring with Hamza for this fight, so I think there's similarities there in terms of who he's facing,
But Hamza's also cool with Shiraz, right?
Yeah, Azim and Hamza are cool. There's no beef or anything. It's just that's just how it is, isn't it? Because he's part of that gym, they've chosen to fight him,
Yeah.
But I heard the big story, like not with regards to this fight. It's regarding Adam Azim's next move, and apparently Turkey. He was meant to be on the Saudi Arabia card, but apparently Turkey's taken him off. I just
Oh,
heard that.
Azim.
Yeah.
Azim was taken off of the card.
Yeah. Which is a bit disappointing because I wanted to see him in Saudi, but it is what it is, you know. I think they're just not trying to rush Adam, you know. They're trying to build him up in the correct way, you know.
Yeah, there it is, man. There's the poster right there. Nice little cyborg picture of Adam Azim there, resembling the Terminator. I believe this is a Terminator. I'm not sure what they're going for here. Is that it? The Terminator?
Yeah, I'd say Terminator. I wouldn't say we're going for anything else, you know. If any people have their own ideas, you know, we don't promote that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The one eye thing. Yeah. That is kind of strange, isn't it? You know, yeah, the one eye thing.
Yeah, it looked a bit weird. Yeah, it did kind of look a bit, you know. But yeah, we're not
But
promoting
maybe
that.
the look that they're going for is to like symbolically say, like, hey, you know what? I'm a cyborg. I'm a machine.
Yeah, that's what it
You
looks
know,
like. I think
that's that's what they're kind of trying to convey. But it, you know, I mean, the one eye thing is like a very, you know, a very common thing in the you know, in the Illuminati you know, world elite space of things, you know.
yeah. But Adam Azim needs to. I think he needs to put on a statement here.
Yeah.
You know, especially after the news that he might be off the card. You know, so he's got to put out a good performance
For the
tonight.
February 22nd?
No, not for. It was in April 26th. It was for some card. I'm not too sure which card exactly. I forgot which one it was. It was meant to be a good card.
Okay.
Yeah. I think February 22nd would have been too quick of a turnaround. But no, it's not February 22nd.
Yeah.
But this is a step up, like I said, for Adam Azim because the guy he's facing is a former world champion.
Oh, is he now? Okay.
Former world champion. So, you know, in terms of who he's faced so far, it's kind of a bigger step up. The good thing going for Adam is his youth, but the other guy has the experience, so it's going to be a very interesting fight to see which one will prevail. But in terms of talent and fundamentals, boxing IQ, that's all with Adam Azim. It's just a matter of if he can sustain that over the course of the fight, you know?
Yeah.
Because obviously, the other guy's got Sergey Lipinets has the experience over him. There's going to be trying to walk him down. There's the rugged Russian fighter, Kazakhstan, you know, Russian, and all them sort of areas. So he's going to be game. He's definitely going to be a tough opponent for Adam in terms of being durable. But let's see what Adam can do.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna play this video that I made about a year ago where I mentioned how the 185 division is at its stacked. It's the most stacked that it will ever be, right? And I predicted this back in July 2023. The comments that I had on this video, they're like, you're insane for saying that 185 is the most stacked division. They said at the time that it was the weakest division. You want to know why? Because Izzy was the one that was running the division back in July 2023. Well, now it's February 2025, and Izzy just got upsetted by probably somebody who would be considered a dark horse in the 185 division. Check this out from a little throwback about 1 year ago, and let's see how this stacks up to today.
Yeah.
We'll just do it with one take here. So the best way to really understand the 185 division right now is exactly as how it follows. You have Izzy on top, and then you have a bunch of other guys on the bottom that he's either fought or have fought themselves within the range of the top 8. You have Sean Strickland, who recently just won last night against an unranked opponent. And why is that? Because there's just not a lot of guys that were willing to take that fight against him. Now with Sean, this guy is willing to take fights at any given minutes of notice and will even go out and fight Alex Bahera again, which, by the way, he's actually sparred with him prior to this matchup he had with Abus during this weekend's fight. Now, the way that Sean Strickland is built, it's like as if he's going to continue fighting with very minimal damage, which really surprised me because he used a lot of great Philly shell defensive boxing techniques and really fought in that similar type of pace in a boxing setting. And what do I mean by that? If you guys ever watched professional boxing in comparison to the boxing that you would see used in MMA with slick jabs and the things that Max Holloway does or the things that Conor McGregor has done with the likes of, let's say, Eddie Alvarez, the difference with that in boxing is the amount of patience that you have to endure. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you're a top-level world championship boxer, you have to be jab heavy. And when you're jab heavy, you're able to control the range, you're able to control the shots, you're able to control the pace of the fight. And what we have going on with Sean Strickland is exactly something similar to that in a boxing pace. Whereas, let's say, the likes of Khabib Nurmagomedov or the likes of Khamzat or even the likes of Robert Whittaker or GSP may fight a little bit more of an explosive side or use a lot of powerful movements to try to negotiate their tactics against their opponents. Like, for example, GSP would try to play the opposite game, meaning that if you are a world level wrestler with the likes of Josh Koscheck, what was he going to do with you? He was going to jab your face in. That's exactly what he did in that fight. And then when you have the likes of, let's say, a striking centric fighter such as Dan Hardy, what was he going to do with him? Well, he took him down to the ground over and over again and had several submission attempts in which he was trying to rip his arm off, and to the credit of Dan Hardy, was able to get out of it. So that type of pace is relentless. It's also very taxing, but it's also the reason why a lot of guys will cut their careers short. And rightfully so. This is what you see with Khabib Nurmagomedov. He knew that the type of style he had going on was very fast-paced heavy, in which that it was only going to be conducive for a younger fighter that can recover a lot better than, let's say, somebody who's of a latter stage of their career, or somebody a little bit older, or somebody that had miles in their clock, or all of the above. Now, not to get off track with the 185 division of the UFC, but I wanted you guys to understand the pace that Sean Strickland sets in a fight. What it is it's a very monotone pace, meaning that he keeps a certain pace in which it is no different than what he does in a sparring match. And you've heard McGregor say this over and over again, where he mentioned something to the effect of, well, I treat it like a sparring match, mate. I go out there and I just feel the moment and I just this and that. You know, that's basically the way that he describes it, is a sparring match. When he went into the Donald Cerrone fight in 2020, how did he describe it? A sparring match. He described it as nonchalantly and just going in, doing whatever it is that he does on a daily basis. Now, the way that Sean Strickland fights, that's exactly how he went about this fight. Another sparring session. You want to know why? Because the way that he spars and the way that he trains is exactly just that. I don't think Sean Strickland does any circuit training or weight training or anything like that. And by the way, if you guys would like to check out what MMA conditioning, strength, workouts and circuits are going to be like, I suggest you take a look at the next video I'm about to post, something I recorded off of the gym, just to give you guys an idea of what it is and what it means to train in a functional manner. Very similar to what Kyle Dake, the four-time weight NCAA champion, does in his workouts. He does what you call functional patterns. And what it is that you do workouts that are specifically to the effect of the sport that you are doing. So in other words, if you're doing, let's say, bench presses or military press or anything to that effect, you got to ask yourself, where and when are you going to use these movements, and how are they going to improve your explosiveness? How are they going to make you a lot stronger? How are they going to make you a lot more effective in the techniques that you're trying to employ? So these are the type of workouts that address that. Now with Sean Strickland, he does absolutely none of that. What he does is he goes into a gym, spars with guys, and barely even hits the bag. Maybe he hits the bag a few times, but most of his workouts are nothing but sparring. And how many rounds of that does that consist of? Well, only he knows and only his training partners know. But you also know that he trains in Extreme Couture, which means that they're also a team that can kind of hone him back to having, let's say, more of a mature and a professional training method or a training schedule to what he has to do. But nonetheless, Sean does what he does, and he becomes great at it. And it's the reason why he has great timing in his shots. And during his fights, you see that going on. It's like he mentions his fist being a pitter-patter. He says that he hits like a girl. Very self-aware in the way that he describes himself, right? Because he's kind of right in a way, look, if you don't train in the kind of functional matter that increases your speed, increases your punching power, increases your explosivity in terms of how you're going to react when punches are thrown at you, or how you're going to react on the offense, or how to switch up from offense to defense, you're not going to be able to translate that in a fight. A bench press, the amount of pull-ups that you can do, the amount of chin-ups that you can do, or even the amount of squats that you can do can really mean squat diddly in the actual match in and of itself when you're not training with full functional patterns of the movement that you're going to have to get used to in a fight or in a combat setting. So with Sean Strickland, he does something similar to that in terms of actually going in there in a live fire. That's literally how he trains and how you describe it. It's an absolute live fire. He just goes in there and goes for broke with whoever. And then that's what he does. That's how he fights, but it's effective at the same time. You also got to wonder the longevity of the actual method itself. So what we have with Israel Adesanya, he is the guy that is ruling the 185 division right now. So is that a problem? In a way, yes, because he's already beaten the likes of the number one guy right now, which is Alex Pereira. What is he going to do? This guy's going to move up 205 or maybe even heavyweight. He's currently walking around at 230 right now. And for him to make 185 would be an absolute drag and would be very hard on his body once again in the long term of his career. Now with Robert Whittaker, he's at number 2 right now. He's about to fight Dricus du Plessis in this coming weekend, which is going to determine if Dricus du Plessis is going to earn the title shot against Izzy. Because guess what? Him and Izzy got a great storyline going on. You got a white South African guy who's moving up the ranks, the type of region in South Africa in which the UFC is trying to market, another global stage. And then on top of the fact that Israel Adesanya is already a global brand and a global product in and of himself in the current time of being a world champion and being an icon of the sport in the current moment of time. And it's going to be a big fight. The implications and the storyline has a great feel to it, will be promoted heavily in different regions of the world, including the regions that already have MMA, such as America, Brazil, and Japan, and Europe, and et cetera, et cetera. And then with Paulo Costa, once again, he's still in the mix, number 5. He already fought Izzy. Marvin Vettori, he already fought him. Jack Hermanson, he's lost a few times, had a few of his chances moving up the ranks, but just couldn't crack the top 5. Brendan Allen is on his way up. Kelvin Gastelum has been in there with Izzy, but is still up there in his latter stage of his career right now. Nasruddin Imavov fell down a few times, took a loss, still in the top 15. And then there's Andre Muniz and Chris Curtis in the mix of the last top of the 15. So that's literally what's going on in the state of the 185 division right now. Once again, they're going to have to create a lot of creative matches at the same time. A lot of these guys that have the big names like Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis, the 2 guys that would be the absolute great white hope opponent for Izzy, they got to do their part, and that is win. Sean did his part yesterday, took that W. Now Dricus du Plessis has a hard task ahead of him in UFC 290. Will he be able to do it? You got to find out this weekend. That's why they call it the theater of the unknown. Enjoy the fights. So Brendan Schaub has mentioned something to the effect of, if these American athletes that have chosen basketball, football, and things of this nature were to choose MMA sometime in the early stages of their career or their life, they would absolutely dominate. Now, this conversation right here is not about American athletes, but rather the difference between the Dagestanis and Ireland. And the interesting aspect of this is that the whole entire argument is based on two contrasting lifestyles of people in the Western world as opposed to people that are in Dagestan or maybe even in the Iranian Olympic system of Iran. You could even throw Afghanistan in there. I know Egypt is very deep into the whole wrestling, as well as, I would say, a lot of the Eastern European and Central Asian countries, to be exact. So what is significant about that in contrasting to the Irish people? Well, when it comes to the Irish, many of them, and like many other Western fighters, they sort of use fighting as a way of escaping, let's say, a 16-year-old type of job that they don't want to do. They don't want to clean windows. They don't want to wait tables or anything like that. So what is the next goal to make is MMA as a particular career to get out of whatever situation you're at. Leon Edwards is a prime example of that. Diego Sanchez will tell you that he's also a prime example of that. Nate Diaz will tell you that he's an example of that. And Conor McGregor will tell you that when he was a plumber, he said, this life isn't for me. I got to go out there, get up, get out, and get something. And that is jumping in the cage, jumping in the ring, and making something out of yourself. And that's what a lot of these guys had to do. In contrasting to the Dagestanis, since 3 years old, they were trained in whatever compository sport that is relevant to MMA, whether that would be wrestling, boxing, judo, jiu-jitsu. Now you see strikers such as Sharaputin, Magomedov, and things of that nature. I mean, this is the reality of their system in the way that they raise children to be Olympic athletes from a very young age. So as a result of that, you got to understand there is two different sides of the world that we're looking at here. We're looking at the Irish, who have a different lifestyle and a culture in and of itself when it comes to the Dagestanis, right? Obviously, one is a particularly Muslim-dominated country, and the other one is a Catholic country, depending on what your metric of exactly what a Catholic is. Because a lot of people in Ireland right now really don't claim a religion. And to be honest with you, maybe that is the problem. Maybe the problem is that there isn't this sense of religious purpose higher than yourself to motivate you further into your training modules, or the way that you go about your life trajectory, such as drinking outside or smoking or doing all of these recreational drugs that really are not beneficial to your enhancement of the sport. So as a result, this is what you get, right? You got a country such as Dagestan that, ironically, you got to be honest with this, right? They are dominant because they are experienced. But it's not just that. There are other factors as well. Obviously, there's a lot of different factors and attributes that we can give one people or one group of people over the other when, let's say, if they were to be predispositioned to a certain high vertical leap, right? Or a certain level of strength, which, by the way, may translate a lot into the cardio that comes from living in the mountains, such as the Dagestanis, right? This is just the reality of the situation. But the other reality of the situation is the sports preference between the nations. And that is something that is really important to understand here. Now, why is it important to understand? Well, take this into consideration, right? In America, in England, in Ireland, There's too many sports. We can name all of them. There's baseball, basketball, football, hockey, soccer. And then when you go to England, there's soccer, there's Gaelic football, there's rugby, and then there's cricket, and then there's horse racing, and then there's all these other types of sports that, quite frankly, make a whole lot more money than fighting. But with the Dagestanis, this is all they know. Now, look, do I know of any particular Dagestani or Chechen that has came out of there to, let's say, play for the Premier League or play basketball or this and that? I tell you what, MMA Guru said something very interesting, which I thought was sort of mind-blowing, but at the same time really telling. And it goes something like this, right? What he mentioned is a lot of these Dagestanis are winning because of the experience that they've had, as opposed to, let's say, look at Dustin Poirier, right? He gave Dustin a pretty good fight. And this is a kid who literally grew up from the time he was a teenager and then started training, whereas a lot of these guys started training when they were 3. How you doing? Don't mind me. I'm just filming, a mixed martial arts podcast if you guys want to say hi. Yeah, so there it is. So, yeah. So, as I was saying, there's a contrasting difference. What was that? Oh, yes. Say hi, guys. This is, I'm right here in front. What is the name of this restaurant again?
Rock and Soul.
Rock and Soul. So if you guys are in Sacramento, be sure to tap into Rock and Soul. And, don't forget to like and subscribe as well. So going back to the subject matter at hand that I was saying, right, is that there's a contrasting difference in the way that they grew up. Dustin, from the time he was 16, decided, you know what? I'm going to be an MMA fighter now because there's no other choice or options in my way in terms of economic upliftment. With the Dagestanis, a lot of these guys are funded. Now, are there horror stories of these guys living poor and in destitute situations? Absolutely. This is a reality. But you got to understand, their reality of being poor is a little bit different when they are state funded. And you know the Russians, they were once communists at some point. As a result of that communist mentality, it sort of seeped into the post-Soviet era of their nation. And what did they do in return? They started funding the athletes. You look at the Olympic athletes in Russia as opposed to the United States. What is the difference? The big difference is that these American athletes have to scrape for every dollar that they earn to go and compete, whereas a lot of these Dagestani foreign athletes are state funded, and their whole entire purpose is to dominate and win. So here's something that I want you guys to understand. Obviously, this is in reference to the Paul Hughes and Usman Nurmagomedov fight that is coming up, which, by the way, I think Usman is easily going to dominate, but I think Paul Hughes is going to make a great account of himself. And just like Conor McGregor, he made a great account of himself against Khabib. But what is the difference? The difference, once again, is the time and effort that these guys have decided to put themselves into as a result of that. So all I got to say right now is don't forget to like and subscribe. And I will see you guys in the next one. I'm going to end the video with giving you guys a little bit of a tour in downtown Sacramento, which is in S Street. This right here is Rock and Soul Restaurant in front of me. If you guys want to tap in, a lot of good food, a lot of good stuff here. So here it is. As I sign off, don't forget to like and subscribe.
To win over. All right, so right now the stoppage is something that Israel Adesanya is very upset about. Either he is protesting it because he thought that it was premature, or he just didn't believe that he was out and felt that he could still be out there and do what he needed to do. But shout out to Imavov. This is an impressive win, probably the biggest win of his career. We wanted to see where Izzy was going to be at. Was he going to adjust in the mistakes that he did against Sean Strickland? Obviously, the way that Sean Strickland knocked him down, Imavov did the same thing, but the only difference is that he got to finish him here. He got another shot against Dricus du Plessis, this time as Dricus du Plessis being the champion. Now, we have wanted to see this when Israel Adesanya was champion, when he was the man of the division. And out of nowhere, here it is. He came in here and he got the finish against Israel Adesanya in what was supposed to be his comeback fight. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And as a result, now the 185 division is looking a whole lot different now. You got Israel Adesanya now being defeated by Nasruddin, already defeated by Sean Strickland, now defeated by Dricus du Plessis, has already been defeated by Alex Pereira, but obviously Alex Pereira is on a whole completely different trajectory, especially since it was Israel Adesanya who last beat him. So I really feel bad for Israel Adesanya, but at the same time, this is the name of the game. It's competitive architecture at its best. This is just what happens in the game of MMA. People are going to have their moments of peak. People are going to have their moments of downs. And this just happened to be one of those moments that was a big down for Israel Adesanya. And as a result, we got ourselves a top new contender in the 185 division as a result of that. So other fights that have gone on, obviously Michael Venom Page did exactly what Michael Venom Page does best, which is what? He goes out there, he plays the long-range game and wins in that similar fashion in which how I had predicted it to be, right down to the T. So big ups to him on that one. Obviously, there were a lot of great fights on this card, a whole lot of great fights, which I'm going to break down somewhere down this week or somewhere down the line. But for now, this is a big upset for Israel Adesanya, and I can't believe that Israel Adesanya is in his third losing streak. But you know what? That's what happens when you fight the best after the best week in and week out. That's the reality that we got out of this situation. Congrats to Nasruddin Imavov, and we got Dricus du Plessis and Sean Strickland next week, and the winner of that faces Khamzat. I told you guys at one point that I made a video stating that the 185 division is at its most stacked peak ever, and I got a video for that. I may just add that video into the description down below so that you can get full context of everything that I've been saying for the past couple of years. So congrats to Nasruddin. It was a great night of fights. Let me just mention all the winners and the honorable mentions of the night, okay? Nasruddin, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. 30 seconds into the second round, gets a finish. Sharaputin Magomedov, a little bit short against Michael Venom Page. Classy of Michael Venom Page to say that, hey, you know what? Even after this loss, he's still going to go out there and he's going to become champion one day. Sergey Pavlovich taking on Jairzinho Rozenstruik. 5-round decision by Sergey. Sort of coasted, but it is what you had to do. Vincius Oliveira defeats Saeed Nurmagomedov. Fariz Zaham gets a win over Mike Davis. Mike Davis was obsessed with going and pulling guard the whole entire fight. Didn't really help him much. In the prelims, you had Muhammad Nayov gets a decision over Khan Offley. A whole lot of people from Tajikistan went and watched this guy, like millions of them on TV. This guy's going to be a superstar. Shamil Gaziev gets a win over Thomas Peterson. Shamil Gaziev had that loss against Rosenstruck. Here he is, gets back on the win. Terrence McKinney gets a first-round TKO finish against Demir. Jasmine Javidigius gets a win, decision over Myra Buenasilva. Bogdan Grad gets a win over Lucas Alexander, second-round TKO. And, of course, Hamdi Abdul Wahab, one of the features that I did for the preview for this fight. I had predicted that he was going to get a second-round stoppage. Jamal Pose did a very good job keeping him at bay, leg kicking him, staying in there. But ultimately, in the end, it was Abdul Wahab that won based on his takedown. He had one takedown the whole entire fight, had less of the striking percentage, but they gave him the fight anyway. Nonetheless, that, ladies and gentlemen, is a full card breakdown of UFC Saudi Arabia. Congratulations to Nasruddin Imavov. I will see you guys in the next one. Everybody in the chat and everyone in the live stream, stay put. But everyone else around the world that's watching this in the future, don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next content, inshallah. What a great time to be alive, because the 185 division is stepping. All right. Can you hear me, Zane?
What's going on? I can hear you, bro.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just all right. So I just wanted to I gave the link to my phone so that I can go mobile while I have this still running and recording and
it's fine, bro.
streaming in my studio. So
That's fine,
so let me know what's going on in the boxing side of things right now while I
we're nearly at the fight. There's one fight.
So we're nearly there.
Yeah, there's one fight. Callum Simpson. He's an up-and-coming prospect. He's really good, man. He's undefeated, so he's fighting right now against it could be an upset, you know, because this guy comes from Ghana and he's had nothing. So sometimes them sort of fighters give trouble, you know. If Simpson's underestimating him, then you never know, man. Today's been full of upsets, you know.
Yeah, for real. Really has. You can hear me okay, right? Just be doing a little mic check, 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Okay, perfect. Good.
All good,
okay.
Man.
Yeah, man. Okay. So Callum, man, that's a very common name in the UK, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like Michael Bisping's son, his name is Callum. Huh?
Try to if you can get the live. It'll be good. I mean the stream.
I will. I'm I'm kind of doing like what you're doing, earlier, just kind of doing a little run around, you know what I mean? But yeah.
No problem, man. I'll keep you updated on how it's going anyway.
Of course. But Adam Azim, I'm definitely tapping in for the homie. You know what I mean? I'm definitely tapping in for the young homie for that one. Those other fights, I'm gonna probably catch those later on, because back in the days, this is how I'm gonna tell you, once I get in my car, I'm gonna tell you how I really got into British boxing over the years. You know what I'm saying? I think it's it's an interesting story from I guess from an American MMA fan's perspective, because it's like I told you, like how the schedule goes here, right? Like in the morning time, there's like usually UK fights because that's the prime time in your area, right? And then at night, afternoon till night, that's when all the UFC card is is starting. And so so beforehand, if you're not like working that day on Saturday, if you got nothing to do, then it's great, right? You're just pre-game all day. You think about the fights, how the fights are going to go and this and that. But then you're kind of waiting for something to, do, like maybe watch like a football game or something like that, or any other sports. But what if you don't watch, other sports, right? What if you're not tapped into, to other stuff like that, then what do you do? Well,
Mm.
you know, that's why there was always British boxing in the morning. You know,
Yeah.
every Saturday morning when there's a fight going on, there's always British boxing. So that's why over the years I've just grown to, you know, if I wasn't doing anything during a Saturday, you know, if it
Yeah.
was just all fight day, it would be British boxing in the morning and then MMA at night. Whereas in the UK, as you know, and as we've seen Zane over the past few live streams when we were doing like Bilal Muhammad versus Leon Edwards, you know what I mean? Like most UK fans look like that, bro. You know what I mean?
Uh,
I had a homie that told me, he's like, hey, listen, you know Zane is sleeping, right? I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm like, man, you know, tell him to like, you know, cut off his feed or go on you know, like off camera mode or this and that. I said, nah. I was like, you know what? This is kind of good. I'm gonna tell you why. Because this right here sort of captures exactly what UK fans, you know, be going through when they're watching fights. You know what I mean? Like that's what it captured, and I was like, nah, you know, let's run with it.
Bro, I'm telling you, when it's them times, bro, I've been up since early and I've been under stress because of my bets. And once them bets have come in, bro, it's too late as well. Like I can hardly stay up, you know, because it's the middle of the night. And you know, I'm trying my best to watch the fights, but it's just hard, man, when it's like early in the morning because your body's not used to it, you know. You go to sleep at them times, you know. So yeah, man, it's difficult sometimes, but you know, at least you got a live reaction, you know, something that was all UK fans go through. I'm telling you, I'm sure you've seen at the UFC event.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Because MMA
Sorry,
Guru,
bro.
you know, is never.
You're cutting off a little bit.
How did you do 9-hour streams? I'm like, they think like I sit in my gaming chair all day like MMA Guru or Kai Cenat.
You do your things. You got obviously.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now properly. Yeah, perfect. But what was you saying? Yeah. Just repeat it. Like 10 seconds.
I was saying that it shocks me, like when I tell people that I do 10-hour streams or longer, like they get shocked because they think like I'm literally sitting down on you know, on my gaming chair. What? Yo, people don't even know, bro. I had workouts you know, while I was on a live stream. And not just, you know, like doing the workout for the live stream, like doing a workout behind the scenes while a live stream was going on.
Yeah, bro. Like, obviously, you still got to get on with your day, innit? So, the thing is, all around the world.
Yeah, but MMA Guru doesn't. He doesn't at all. He's literally on the camera. You know what I mean? Like when he says 10 hours, it's really 10 hours. You know what I mean? Like.
That is mad. I can't be. I won't be able to do that, bro, because I've got things to do. But at the same time, I'm gonna appreciate being on the live because obviously it's something to be a part of and something that we love, you know. But at the end of the day, you gotta get on with your life as well, you know. Unless it was like something that's really, really professional or something, then obviously. But this is just a casual boxing live stream and MMA stream, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, you know.
Yeah, man. He. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just like, you know, the thing is, we still got lives at the end of the day, so we do this as a passion. We don't get paid for it, so you know, if we was to get paid for it, then obviously, different story, innit? We get sponsorships and stuff, you know. But one day that will happen.
Yeah, that's the you know, that's the overall goal, you know, in this game, you know, because I tell you what, man, what a lot of people have to understand, right, is that there is a
higher need for financial independence now more than ever.
Facts, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to have multiple streams of income, and if YouTube can do that for you, you know, by all means, you should go after it. You know, and that's why I want to go after it, because I know that, you know, this is where, like think about this, right? Like, you know, I've done all types of jobs all throughout my life. I've been in different careers all throughout my life. I've had different experiences and different, you know, level of sports and things of that nature. And it's like podcasting and YouTube is something that you could literally do forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then on top of that, there's no bureaucracy of having to worry about, oh, well, you know, this person doesn't like what I said, you know, during the company meeting. Now I got to watch my behind. You know what I mean? There's none of that going on with any of this. You know what I mean? It's like you can be your own boss and you can create and dictate the world as you see fit.
Yeah, facts, bro. It's your channel, you get me? It's your platform. So you're in charge of what you put out, you know? No one can say fuck. If they don't like it, they can fuck themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it really comes down to, you know, is that.
Yeah, because as YouTubers, there's a lot of keyboard warriors because they wouldn't come say nothing to my face, you get me? And
Yeah, you know
that.
what? Yeah. You know what, man? As somebody who's entrenched with real life situations, I mean, you know, it's like, it's kind of like this, right? Like, I was watching. You're familiar with No Jumper, right? You know, the LA podcast with all, you know, hip hop stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So, they started talking about, or I think it was a reaction channel to the No Jumpers, right? They mentioned something to the effect where, a lot of the street dudes that are getting into podcasting now, right? It's sort of diminishing their, you know, their credibility a little bit. Okay, like for example, you know Adam 22, right? You know, the owner of No Jumper, right? You know, the guy who let, you know, his wife, you know, get it on with, you know, another man on camera, right? You know what he's known for. So, so, you know, it seems that every time he brings in these dudes that are like real legit Crips or real legit Bloods and this and that, he always, for whatever reason, gets them into this like, you know, sexualized type of talk, right? And then you got to think like, you know, if you're like, you know, a street dude and you're seeing another street dude do this with some weirdo, it kind of diminishes you a little bit. You know what I mean? But aside from the diminishing of your gangster, the other thing that a lot of these, you know, thug influencers and these gangster influencers now have to worry about is, you know, how people are going to look at you or how people are going to say anything to you. Because look, in the streets, you can say anything you want to somebody, but then there's consequences behind that to where they will either punch your face or even worse. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But now, if you're this gangster dude and you're now like in, you know, in this world of like, you know, podcasting and this and that, you know, you have to literally almost sit there and take it from what you say as the keyboard warriors. And there's really nothing that you can do about it because by the end of the day, even if what they're saying is undesirable to you, even if what they're saying bothers you, the one thing remains is that, you know, they're uplifting your engagement.
Yeah, facts, bro. Like, I don't really care about it. As long as no one's touching me, I don't give a shit, man. Because, you know, they can say anything they want, you know. But if no one's, as long as no one's touching me or putting their hands on me, say what they want. Because if they touch me, I will kill them, literally. Words don't affect.
That makes perfect sense, man. You know what? At some point you do have to learn that, right? Because
it's really about that, like, tell them to pull up, but they ain't gonna pull up.
All right, so yesterday, I was at the gym, right? I got into it with this dude. I was at the pool, right? I was playing a music
and this dude did not like the type of music that I was playing. Well, let me just put it like this, right? The guy was, he was part of the B team, and for those of you that know, that understand California, politics, you know exactly what that means. So he was a B team. I was playing rap music that was from the C team, right? He was not feeling it at all, right? And I could tell this guy was B team all the way. He had the shorts and everything, red, flamed out, and all of that. So right away, I knew what this guy's problem was with me, right? So, he started giving me the middle finger and this and that, and then he started talking shit while I was at the sauna, so I was like, yeah. Because, look, man, this is the culture out here. If you stand for something or if you're down with something, you got to stand on it. You know what I mean? And, I never really thought of it. I was like, okay, I'm playing a song, but it's a song that has a meaning to other people that may be offensive to other people, but to the outside world, it doesn't really seem like anything other than just a rap song. So he gets mad. And then I'm like, all right, whatever, right? He gives me the middle finger. Keep in mind, giving you a little context, right? I've been kicked out of many fitness gyms before for getting into fights, when I was younger. So I'm like now 39, in my 20s. This is an ongoing thing, getting kicked out of like different, fitness gyms, for multiple reasons, sometimes for ego reasons or sometimes just, seeing a person that, I didn't like off bat, you know what I mean? Somebody that I knew and, somebody that I had to get off on, right? So I was like, all right, you know what? I could absolutely crash out on this dude right here in the sauna, get into a fight, but also get kicked out in the process. You know what I mean? Because then, all right, now if... Huh?
They just told him come outside, bro. Simple.
Oh, listen, so here's the thing, right? This is the reason why when I got into it with Leon, and by the way, this person I'm talking about is not Leon. This is a completely different person, right? Somebody that is, somebody that I would not even mention, on a podcast platform. But let's just say, you know what? A real enemy that has no YouTube channel. That's the best way to put it, right? Because if you're a real one, you got real enemies out there that are not, YouTubers, that are not on the internet. You know what I mean? And this is one of those situations. So, okay, he flags me down. He gives me the middle finger. I just start shadow boxing, right in the middle of the sauna, right? So, to me, it's like, once I start shadow boxing, I'm letting you know, like, look, if you want to run the fade, this is what you're going to be dealing with. You're going to be dealing with this. You know what I mean? This is what you're going to be dealing with. I'm going to, hit switches on you. I'm going to circle around you. I'm going to jab you. I'm going to leg kick you. I'm going to front kick you. And after that, he started sitting down. So after that, then I saw him in the parking lot. Now keep in mind, this is the reason why I wanted to fight Leon in the middle of a field out of nowhere where there were no cameras. This is in a gym downtown in a parking lot that had cameras. So I saw him, in his car. He jumps in his car. He still gives me the middle finger. And then after that, I followed him right outside of, right outside of the parking lot, and then I never seen him since. So,
bro, do you know what the thing is? A lot of these gym dudes, they don't know how to fight, bro. And they think because they got a bit of muscle, they think, they can fight, but
that's really what it is. And you know what? He was a pretty ripped up brother too.
You'll fuck them up. If you know how to box and that, bro, no gym guy's gonna beat you, bro. As long as you stick to your boxing and you know your fundamentals, you will fuck them up, bro.
Oh yeah, 100%, man, 100%. But the issue here wasn't so much of whether I was gonna get off on him or not. It was more like, all right, I crash out here, And then, you know, what happens is that, you know, I'm eventually going to, you know, get kicked out, you know, of another gym for, you know, the 5th time in like 10 years or something like that, you know? So, you know, that was something that I was really, you know, cognizant about, and something that I was, you know, very worried about, you know, was, you know, getting kicked out as a result of that.
You didn't want it. You didn't
What was
want it.
that?
Yeah, just forget him, bro. He didn't want it, bro. As soon as he saw you shadow boxing and
Nah,
stuff, he probably knew. He probably shook his boot. No?
Not, bro, let me tell you something. I'll tell you this, right? When he got out of the parking lot, I'm just going to say this. My shadow boxing or my fighting skills was the last thing that he was going to be afraid of. I'm just going to keep it like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I lost him. As soon as he, you know, pulled out of the parking lot and, you know, I tailed him, you know, he was lost, like, you know, disappeared into the freeway.
Yeah, he was going to run for his life.
You know, that's what it was, man. So it was like, all right, like, look, bro, I'm going to tell you this, man. I'm not a prude when it comes to, you know, I'm not a prude when it comes to gang politics. Like, I get it. But at the same time, I don't go out of my way to look for somebody because they come from the other side. You understand what I'm saying? Like, okay, you're always going to be a tough guy. You're always going to be a hard man, you know, or a road man, as you know, you call it in the UK, right? You're always going to be that. But you're also not going to do immature things like fight over colors. You know what I mean? Like that, you know, even in today's standards of the politics in California, like that's almost weird, unless of course it's like really like a known rival of some sort, like an actual rival that says like, okay, you know what? You did this to my homie and this and that. Now we gotta get down and finish the business, right? You know, that's usually what it is. And then usually it's individual beef more than it is about group beef. They just happen to bring the group along with their problems. But this guy was, you know, he did not like what I played. And he did not like what it represented, and he wanted to do something about it or wanted to say something about it. And you know what? That's normal. That's normal. I get it. You know, I don't take any like personal animosity towards that, because I look at it like on any given situation, I don't think that he would have acted like that, you know, but at a certain point, what do I care how or where he was going to act like, how he's going to act like? All you can do, like you said, right? As long as they're not coming up to you trying to, you know, physically touch you in any kind of way, we're good. You know what I mean? In fact, if anything, you know, I was the one that pushed the issue more, because, man, I'm not about to let some dude, you know, give me no middle finger or stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's out. You know, I'm either going to say something, I'm either going to confront you, or I'm either going to show you, you know, how far this could go.
Yeah, facts, bro.
You know what I mean? Like,
there's a lot of people out there. They think they can fight, but they can't, bro. And once you put it on them, they don't want it, bro.
Yeah. Well, not only did this dude think he could fight, this dude also thought that he could do other things too, and both were proven wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be surprised if he comes back to that gym.
Yeah,
you know, but but again, dude, I don't like, bro, America has turned into England. You know what I mean by that?
I'll tell you one thing. Back in the day.
You know why I said that, right?
Yeah. Because
we got so many cameras. Bro, do you remember the football movie, The Green Mile? where they had that American kid whose sister married that English guy, and then, you know, and then I believe the English guy's brother got him into like the hooligan gangs and shit.
Think so.
Elijah Wood was his name. The the American white boy that was in that movie. So he was a Harvard dude. He was a Harvard dude. He got kicked out because his rich homie got in trouble and he took the fall for it. Like, you know, I think something about like cheating on a test or something. You know, so he took the fall for his homie because his homie was like really powerful. Like his dad was like funding Harvard and shit, right? So he gets kicked out. He goes to London, becomes a soccer hooligan. And this was in 2005. So in 2005, I remember watching that and they were saying, like, man, you know what? England is already like heavily cameras. You know, there's already a lot of cameras in England. I remember them saying that, and that was in 2005. You know, that they said that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? There's like, so it's like, it's no different out here now. You know what I mean? Out here, there's a lot of cameras. You can't just do, anything. You know, out here, especially not in no downtown. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't about to go and crash out on this dude in downtown where literally every parking space on the parking lot has a camera.
Oh shit.
You know what I mean? And this is like, so it's like we caught up to England. You know what I mean? Like you can't do anything. That's why when people, say like, well, why is it that the murder rates went down in LA, in Sacramento and Stockton and all of that? Because it ain't the mid 2000s anymore. In the mid 2000s, England was actually on top of their camera game. You know what I mean? That's why very few people, I mean, I don't know, you can speak on it or not. I can't speak on London, street politics or anything like that, but I'm sure there was an element.
Bro, there's a lot of wannabes out here, bro. Like, they're just not really about the life, but they act like they are, but they're not. Back in the days, there was a lot of serious people around, bro. But right now, it's just a joke, bro. Hey, Tom, Dick, or
But you know why? But you know why that is? Because, look, I think what you're describing is literally the same thing that is going on here stateside. It's literally the same thing. Like, what happened was that a lot of those people ended up going away.
Okay, I know.
Right? A lot of them ended up going away, and then a lot of them ended up, getting taken out of as a result of the game. You know what I mean? And just charging it to the game. A body being charged to the game, as they say. You know what I mean? That's really what it came down to, right? So in LA, that's sort of what the assessment is with a lot of people. They're like, well, the Bloods and Crips of today ain't really Bloods and Crips. I'm like, well, why not? They say because of, I mean, really, it's the same thing that you're saying. It's because, well, they're not out there, doing the same things anymore. Well, look, here's the thing. It's a lot harder to do things now. Like when I first moved from New Jersey to Stockton, like there were no cameras in the middle of traffic. Like dudes were getting lit up in traffic lights. You know what I'm saying? Straight up getting lit up in traffic lights. Tupac got lit up in a traffic light. You think that if Tupac got lit up in a traffic light today, that we wouldn't see Orlando Anderson or Keefe D's arm out of a window? We would see that shit today. But that was in '96. So that's why, they got away with it. That's why the Southside Crips got away with that, murder, is because, we didn't have the camera sophistication that we do now. But look at Little Durk. You know about Little Durk, right?
Yeah. You
seen what happened to him?
Yeah.
They took him down for something that he did in 2000, or allegedly. I mean, because, that's the proper way to really, put in perspective, allegedly, because we don't know. But, allegedly, yeah, they got him caught up for that 2019 hit.
which was surprising to me because I was like, man, you know what? I didn't think they would bring Chicago dudes over here. But if you think about it, this is the reason why he wanted to bring Chicago dudes over here rather than just have LA people do it, right? Because he knew that by asking the LA gangs to do it, they knew that it was going to be complicated because the LA gangs knew that, you know what, man, there's cameras everywhere. We can't just go out and do that. So these Chicago guys who are used to doing that in Chicago, not getting caught, they do it in the projects where there's literally no cameras around, right? So they're literally like in a war zone. So it's okay for them to do all that because there's no cameras. They can do whatever. So they thought that they could take that same mentality that they practiced over and over again, sliding on people in Chicago, and they thought they could do that in LA.
Okay.
And so now they realize why none of the gangs were down to do that for them. Because they knew that it was a risk. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't the money, man. These guys, man, let me tell you the economy of gangs in LA. Their economy is celebrities, rappers, and anybody rich that they can extort. That's the economy of I mean, allegedly, right? I mean, this is all on documents that I'm talking about. I'm not saying anything new, you know, or putting anyone out there or anything like that. This is just real documented shit that, you know, what LA gangs are notorious for. You know, they are notorious for being handlers of celebrities.
Yeah, I remember when, like, you know, even in London, people like from America, some of them think it's soft, but it's not, man. Really not. I remember when Dipset came, you know, Dipset from America. They got robbed down there.
Oh, what? Hold up, man. Hold up. They did. Yo, nobody knows this in New York.
I actually know the guys that robbed him. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, don't say that.
I know the guy, but I know the exact main guy that robbed him.
Yo, don't say that. No. Chill.
I know the guy.
No,
the guy follows me on Instagram, bro. I know him. He's the same guy that you'll see on YouTube. There's a clip of him. You see the same guy with Joe Santana, and he's with him. And
man,
listen,
no wonder they don't put SAS on anymore, bro.
Yeah,
because they probably got traumatized. They probably got traumatized.
Huh? They got extorted as well. They got extorted, bro.
Is that why?
Yeah,
yo. They're like, yo, these London niggas are too crazy for us.
They took his jewelry as well, bro. Jewelry got taken away, bro.
That's
and
why
they had to pay. They had to pay up, otherwise they would have got robbed or they would have got kidnapped, bro. And Joel Santana ain't gonna do nothing, bro. He's just gonna end up paying it. Because what he don't want to do is his life. He don't want to get embarrassed, you know.
Damn, bro. Bro. Yeah. Yo, I'm telling. If I was a rapper, bro, I would be spitting so much bars right now. Like, hey, Cameron, yo ass got robbed in London. You can't be saying nothing.
London's not a joke, bro. I know a lot of American people think it is, just because they got more guns down there. And trust me, we got guns down there as well.
Oh, I know, bro. Bro, listen. When they talk that shit about like, oh yeah, you British guys, you don't know how to use guns or this and that. Bro, listen, that's a joke between white people. No, listen. That's a joke between white Americans and white British people that play by the rules. You understand? Am I right? Hey, am I right? Am I right? That's what that banter is. Let's be real, right? Like, you know, when they make fun of you, oh, you Brits, you don't know anything about guns or this and that. You know, like, man, you're not talking to their military population or their gangster population. You know what I mean? Because
all I'm saying is you'll be surprised, bro. We got things down there that people don't even know about. I don't want to say anything because it may incriminate me, but that's all. All I'm saying is you'll be very surprised. If you think we ain't got guns there, you got another thing coming, bro. You'll be surprised, you know?
Yeah, bro. And, well, you know what, man? Cameron and Dipset found out the hard way. in it.
Right?
They found it the hard way, in it. You know what I mean?
Bro,
And, hey, and you know what? You know what's even crazier about that? Listen, do you know how bad this looks? Do you understand how bad this looks for for Dipset? Oh, you're supposed to be the big bad blood from New York, and this and that. Are you supposed to be Purple City Bird Gang, and all this and that, right? Like, you know how bad this looks? And I'll tell you why this is not even being mentioned, because you know what? Like, the arrogance of Americans. Look, if this was LA dudes that did this, Whack 100 would be on Clubhouse or in No Jumper talking about, well, man, Jim Jones got violated by blood. Jim Jones got violated by cuz. But because, it's a bunch of Darrens and Callums that did it, you know what I mean? It's like they want to sweep that under the rug.
Yeah, man, some good stories there, man.
Just like when Lee Abraham Murray violated what's his name? Tito Ortiz when he was world champion. When Tito Ortiz was the baddest 205er in the world, this 185er, half Moroccan, half Englishman, Lee Abraham Murray, stomped his head in a street fight. You know what I mean? And nobody really wanted to take that into consideration, because at the time, nobody took British people seriously in the MMA world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because during this time, it was only like Americans, Japanese, and Brazilians that were really, doing MMA. So if you're not like a part of that three, nationalities, you weren't about anything in MMA, or so they thought. And then here comes Lee Abraham Murray, stomping Tito Ortiz out in a street fight in London. You know what I mean? But that's sweet. That's why, bro, I'm telling you, that's why I'm no dumb yank, bro. Like, I've been to Europe, I've been to Paris, I've been to London, I've been in those sections. They get down just like anywhere else in the world that I've seen, whether it's from Compton, New York, Queens, Bronx, whatever, Detroit, all of that. They're with all of that. They're with all of that and then some. And I think even worse, because here's something that I tell a lot of Americans, right? I tell them, I'm like, yo, you want to know what the next gang wave is going to be in California? I think it's going to be Syrians and Iraqis either getting into Mexican or black gangs and then probably taking over that organization, or having some kind of foothold in that in these organizations. Because the Blood and Crip system in California is so heavily passed down that it's always going to be part of the culture. The only question is who's going to be running that, because they already have a program set in place as what you would consider like organized crime, right? So part of the reason why the shootings and murders have gone down in LA and in California is because a lot of the gangs, have sort of an organization behind everything that they're doing. Like, so in other words, if somebody's going to get popped, there's a good reason, and then there's there's a reason why. Like nothing happens out here for no reason.
No,
but in Chicago, their politics is way different. See, they don't have any big homies. They don't got any OGs. They don't get, any big brother phone calls from anyone in the set or anything like that. They don't got none of that. It's just young kids with a lot of guns and and very low conviction rate, which is the reason why it's easy for them to go slide on people. But here in California, not so easy, not like the way it was in the mid-2000s, as I had mentioned earlier, because, it's just, a completely different culture, in this world of, of California than it was like 2 decades ago, I would say.
Yeah. The fight's about to come on soon now.
Okay. I'm going to start heading back.
Oh, Callum Simpson just won by knockout. He knocked the guy out.
In what round?
Round 5.
Hey, did you hear they're trying to put Usyk and Fury back up again? Do you like
No
this?
way.
Do you rate this? Yeah. Oh my God, this is so horrible. What is going on here?
No. I don't like it at all, bro. But obviously, bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. A lot of the boxing industry, they love Tyson Fury, bro. Put it in the most respectable way. They love him off, you know. And I'm not one of them guys. Get me? All shout out to them that they're hyping the fight up again. But I don't personally. I don't want to see it in it because I think both fights were clear. Yeah, you could say there's an argument that it was close, but bro, Usyk won both fights, bro. I don't
Even
want
if
to
it
see
was
it.
close, right? He has the right to, ride off away from him after that.
Bro, it was 2 fights. He beat him in 2 fights, bro. So even if the first one was close, the second one left no doubt. You understand?
Yup.
But he's Frank Warren's favorite, isn't he? So that's why they.
Oh man, because he's a promoter's dream.
Yeah, all
brother.
credit to Tyson Fury, but I think he's done out here, man. That's just me, bro. My opinion.
It's gotten to the point where his talking does not match.
It's more delusional now, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what it is, bro.
Yeah. It's delusionality over anything, you know?
Yeah, it is. Adam Levine's just coming out now. Oh, yeah. It's about time, bro.
What was that?
It's about time, man. And I've got money on the line, so.
Are you looking at early stoppages?
No, I just need an Adam Azim win, bro.
Okay.
I think he's gonna knock him out, though. I'll just say
he's
that.
strong. He's a strong, 19, 20-year-old kid, getting knockouts the way that he does.
Lipinets is a good fighter, but he just takes too much punishment. He's too brave for his own good. And I think with a guy like Adam Azim, the speed is going to be too much.
Would you say that this is Adam Azim's Liam Williams moment, the way that Hamza Shiraz had?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
It was such an early knockout, it literally came out of nowhere.
Definitely, man. And shout out to Hamza Shiraz for doing that, man. That was on my birthday, that Liam Williams fight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he
man.
made a lot of money that night, man. I remember that night. Yeah. But Adam Azim, he needs to just focus on his own career. Don't listen to what... Because he's getting a lot of criticism nowadays, you know?
What exactly are the criticisms, and if they're warranted, and to what degree?
Okay, I'll be honest with you. Like, in his division, domestically in the UK, there's a guy called Dalton Smith, who's much more experienced. He's much more experienced than Adam Azim, and he's been like knocking out like world level competition, like European level. So they're rushing Adam to take this fight, where Adam is still, basically learning on the job. Still at 22, still got to make some calculated risks and experience to gain. Whereas Dalton, he's been there and done that, and he's way ahead. So they're trying to make that fight happen, but I just think it's a bit too soon for Adam. But it's not like he's ducking him, but that's the narrative that they're using now, because he don't accept the fight. Do you understand? With Dalton Smith,
I think there's somebody in there that does not want Adam to fight this guy, or is very insecure about how Adam is going to do against this guy. That's what I think.
I think Adam, like most fighters, and especially young and not to be discouraging in any way, but young and dumb fighters, fighters that are just going to think with their aggression. They're going to take fights like this. They're going to be like, you know what, man, I can take this guy. That youthful, that blissful youth, mentality, right? He's going to take that fight. But you know how it is with these very and extremely talented young boxers. These people have scared old men behind them.
Yeah.
So, the youthful exuberance is there, but the age and wisdom and the skepticism and the negativity of past experiences from boxing people that have been around, are not going to like that situation. And they're not going to like it right now. They would like it if, let's say, Adam was 25 years old and, highly seasoned.
Bro, it's not a thing where Adam Azim is ducking him. I think definitely he's going to fight him. But it needs to make sense financially, I think this fight could be a bigger fight. And I know Adam Azim. I think he'll beat Dalton Smith. That's just my opinion. Many people will disagree, but that's my opinion, man.
I think if he beats this guy tonight convincingly, he does Dalton Smith in even worse.
100%, bro. A lot of people are saying he's scared. He's not scared. He'll fight him, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, just by meeting Adam Azim, I can tell, innit? I can just, when you know, innit? You just know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, we've had good conversations about Adam when you had that podcast I did with you. Where I called Hamza the next Canelo. You know what? Yeah. After this fight, when we sign off, I'm gonna play that video to sign us off. That's what I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play the replay of that podcast that we did, because you know what? That video still gets numbers till this day.
Yeah, for real.
You know what I mean? Like people are either fascinated by a combination of me and you, or Hamza Shiraz all together. I mean, it's he's trending for sure. Like, people are looking for Hamza Shiraz is where I'm getting at.
Facts, bro. And what I said, everything there is real. It's all true stories. Nothing fake. You get me?
Yeah.
Not an image maintained or nothing. It's all real.
Yeah. So a pretty appropriate throwback to play, right? And you know what? That was live stream too. That we did. That wasn't a video. That was straight live stream.
Yeah, and that's some personal shit. Like, people wouldn't even know about me if I don't tell you. So, they're real life interactions that I had with these boxers. Do you understand? Yeah, man. That was really good, the podcast, man. Make sure you people check that out as well.
Oh, yeah. And all you guys got to do is not go anywhere. And that's the beautiful part about it, because once this fight is over, we are going to play that to sort of become the outro to this show. So kind of a good throwback. I kind of learned that from BT Sport back in the days, or Sky Sports. Like, once a major fight event is over, they just start playing all these old stuff. You know what I mean? Like old fights or old interviews in fights. And that. And you know what?
I wanted to get your thoughts on Tyson Fury versus Usyk if they're doing a third fight.
Yeah. Well, it's not confirmed, but it is being entertained. And whenever the Sheikh entertains anything, you either have to be very worried or excited, depending on your taste for that fight.
Facts, yeah.
So if there's interest there and you don't like it, be worried. You know what I mean? Because it
could happen.
they're
Well,
determined
I'm gonna stay with my pick, Alexander
to
Usyk.
make that happen. Yeah. Oh, off top, man.
Yo,
You know, he just has his number. Look, Usyk has
bro, he's
done.
gonna be
Okay,
Usyk will beat him again.
you know what I mean? Like, it's so good.
Usyk is just
Easily, I think.
very athletically better than Fury as well. Like, Fury is I don't know, bro. I don't think he's as good as what people say he is. That's just my opinion. But what do I know? I don't know nothing, do I? But yeah, man. Let's see what Adam Azim does tonight. You see Sean Porter in the
I'll tell
building.
you, I think he's over there. Okay.
Hey, the fight's about to start, yeah? You managed to get the stream, Kyrie? I think you should tune in for this one if you can. But yeah, guys, we're gonna see the fight Adam Azim versus Sergey Lipinets. About to start. Maybe later on we're gonna get a live in with the David Benavidez versus David Morrell fight. So make sure you stay tuned and subscribe up to Kyrie's channel as well. Kyrie doing great content for the UFC and boxing tonight. So yeah, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Yeah, and make sure you support my guy Kyrie. Thank you. Sergey Lipinets about to come out now. This is an interesting fight because obviously Sergey Lipinets used to be a world champion. He's a former world champion. He's faced the likes of Joran Ennis Boots. Now it's Adam Azim. Adam Azim hasn't had the experience that Lipinets has had. So it's a step up. We're going to see how well he deals with the step up. I'm hoping he comes through. Money's on him. I'll bet on him. Adam Azim. Let's see if he can get the knockout. So I've gone for the knockout as well.
Okay, I am back to home base.
Yes, bro. Adam Azim just about to come out.
He just what?
Just about to come out right now, Adam Azim.
Okay, let's try and turn the volume down.
Alright, let me turn the volume down.
Track D. Yeah.
There you go. Is that alright? Yeah.
There we go. Okay, dismiss this guy right here.
Are you watching it?
Uh-huh.
See that guy that
Lipinets is in the ring right now, and Adam Azim is Yeah, just
You see that guy with the big beard? Did you see a guy with a big beard, a black guy, mixed race guy?
Uh-huh.
He's
Yes.
basically he's one of the coaches that trains Hamza as well. I've seen him
Oh,
in
okay.
his videos. So yeah, that's a familiar face, you know. So you can see the type of work he's getting in, you know. But I didn't hear Adam Azim's coming out now.
Nice little slow motion effect they got going on for Adam Azim right now.
See that? You know, when the first thing I noticed about Adam is I didn't approach him; he approached me. So that shows you how humble he is. You know, usually people would want to go and approach the superstar, the guy that's the boxer, but he saw me and he approached me. You know, so that's why I respect the guy, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, man. You know, it's always the most humble fighters that are the most interesting, really. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like, it really is amazing to see how humble they are, even with, the God-given abilities that they have.
yeah, facts. He's a very humble guy, man.
Where is this? This is in London or?
This is in London, bro. You know the interesting thing, you see, there's a bald guy in Lipinets corner. I know him as well. That's Paul, the nutritionist. It's
Oh,
crazy,
okay.
bro. So it's like, bro, there's a lot of people I know on each side. It's mad, bro. Because I genuinely don't like to go against the people I know, you know, because I like the people I know. Otherwise, if I didn't know them, I wouldn't like them. Do you understand?
Of
So
course,
yeah,
man.
you see the bald guy behind Lipinets, that's Paul. Paul the nutrition. You'll see on my Facebook, you'll see I've got a picture with him. If you go on my pictures, Paul the nutritionist, he's a nutritionist for Hamza and a lot of good fighters, you know. A big shout out to Paul the nutritionist, man. So you never know how this fight could end up, you know, because Lipinets might still have that in him, you know. That last fight, even though he's at the age of 35. But, you know, Azim is just too fresh. And I don't know, man. Let's see what happens. I don't want to say anything now because, you know, I've got my money on Adam. So, yeah, I'm always going to be for him right now. But, yeah, we're just about a few minutes away before it just starts. Right, here we go, man. It's a moment of truth. That's gonna be a good fight, bro. Damn. You watching this, Harry?
Oops.
All
my
right,
thing-
let's go round one.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was. No, what I was saying was, yep, I'm tapped in for this Adam Azim fight, and this is the bonus stream. We did about 9 hours, 9 hours of UFC. Now here we are with the main event between Adam Azim and Lipinets. It's about to start right now, so let's go. Adam Azim circling around, throwing some strong jabs, letting Lipinets know what's up as he moves forward. That's one thing that a strong jab can really establish, is letting somebody know what it is that they're coming into. Nice level changes by.
Come on, Adam. Stay focused, man. He needs to stay focused, man. Because Lipinets got that experience, man. You can see that straight away. Like he's covering up, he's walking him down, trying to put pressure on him mentally, you know?
Yeah.
Even though Adam's winning the round, it's that mental pressure, you know? And Adam just needs to stay focused. And
I also don't think Adam is letting him, sort of get to.
No, Adam's doing well with the jab, but, you know, there may be a point where you might have to engage.
I see what Lipinets is trying to do, though.
Yeah.
The only thing, though, is that Adam is really good at offsetting exactly what Lipinets is trying to do. See, every time you corner him back, he's either circling around and then just, circling back and then circling into a different direction.
Yeah.
But Lipinets' whole intention is to box him in. And Adam Azim's doing a very good job, whether it's his footwork and his long and hard jabs, to prevent that as well.
Azim's doing well, though. Good first round. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, Azim doing well, man. Good first round there, man.
Yeah,
I'm happy with that. Well. He's being calm, he's being composed, picking his shots. Oh, nice. Nice.
Ooh, nice body. Ooh, nice counter. Now he hooks right in.
You see how talented Azim is, you know?
You know what? Not
just
talented, but also very methodical and very, very veteran savvy, like for somebody his age.
Facts.
Here we go.
Round two, bro. This is gonna get interesting, though.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna see what Adam Azim is made of, though, to be honest. I'm quite confident he's made of some mineral.
Yeah, really good fundamentals with the jab as well.
Yeah, man. That's what I like about Adam. He's got good fundamentals as well. Good jab, you know. Good footwork as well. Look, he's using his feet. Oh shit! He got caught there. Got caught there, but he needs to be careful.
Oh, nice uppercut. Yeah, I honestly think he's ready for world championship levels. This is enough for me to know he's championship world level material. I have almost no doubts about it. You know, maybe even undisputed. Somewhere down the road.
Oh. Adam's going to get more confident as this fight goes on, though. Because what he's doing is landed. And oh, good counter.
Watch it left.
Come on, Adam. Stay focused. Stay focused. Yeah, I think that's another round to Adam Azim, you know, but you can see the experience of Lipinets, though.
Yeah, that's an easy Adam Azim round for sure.
Mm.
Very easy Adam Azim round. Yeah, he got that one.
Yeah, the good thing about Adam is he knows how to box as well. Do you understand? So if there's a close fight, obviously with his boxing ability, the points will go to him. Do you understand? He's doing more activity, throwing more, landing more. You know, obviously Lipinets might get the odd shot in, but overall, he's winning the rounds. You get what I mean, innit?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, still doing a very good job of maintaining that jab, keeping him guessing and just constantly circling around him.
Oh, he knocked him down. He's gonna knock him out, you know. He's gonna knock him out. He's gonna knock him out. Over, man. It's over. Telling you.
Here we go.
It's over, bro. That's it. And as soon as Azim lands flush, he's going, bro.
Boom.
He's
Boom.
going.
There's another one.
Yes.
Mm.
This is over, man. It's only a matter of time. Come on, Azim. Good round. Good round. Yes, Adam. He's not far away from the knockout as well, man. I thought that was it, man.
I did too. I was like, wow.
Wow. What a shot. Don't get it twisted, Adam got caught there as well, but wow.
Yeah. Oh, he did.
Oh, they both exchanged hooks, but he caught him as he was coming in. He left himself open. Boom. What I noticed in this fight, though, they're both exchanging hooks, and Adam's hook seems to be more stronger. Very good start, though. 4th round.
Very good round.
Yeah.
Here we go. Round number 4.
Be interesting to see if he recovered. Looks like he has. But I think he's going to start taking more chances.
And even with that, he's still defiantly walking Azim down.
I think Lipinets is going to get knocked out, though. I think this is too early in the fight to be getting knocked down. So I think he's still going to try, but the more he tries, the more opportunity for Adam to knock him out. Look, there you go. There you go. The uppercut.
I would be very surprised if he survives.
I'll be surprised if he lasts the whole 12, yes.
Ooh, 1, 2.
No. What?
Wow, man, this guy has a head of a
That
stone.
wasn't.
Ooh, what is that, a low blow? No way. Calling a timeout.
Taking a point off Azim, bro. Dope, man. Don't matter, man. He ain't gonna need the point. He's gonna be finishing.
Yeah, even if that was a low shot, that still hurt him enough to debilitate him in some kind of way.
Yeah, fact. He's gonna get finished soon. Watch. Come on, Adam. Yes. Good, good. Go on, Adam.
Wow, I can't believe he just survived the fourth.
Good fight though. I'm enjoying this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I was a bit nervous before this fight. Oh, I can't lie. But I told you, Adam Azim, I knew it. When I met him, I knew he's the real deal, man. I knew there's something about him, though. Ooh, it was a bit of a low blow, though. That was a low blow. I can't even stand up for him there. That was a blow. But referee took the point off, man. Just, you know. Can I tell you something interesting?
Yeah, this fight is getting a whole lot more interesting considering that, you know, the finish
I'll
is...
tell you. So, you see Hamza Shiraz's dad? I asked him, innit, like, for his prediction. And he said if he was a betting man, he'd pick Adam Azim to win on points.
Wow, so he called points on this? Let's see how correct he is.
Let's see how, yeah. Because they spar with Lipinets, innit? They know he's tough, but yeah. Could be right, you never know, but I don't know. I think he may knock him out if he can get him hurt again. But we'll see. But that's an interesting fact.
I wonder what it is that he saw to where, you know, maybe he's like, you know what, maybe Adam Azim is not, you know, as powerful of a puncher as I thought. That's
Now, what it is Lipinets is a game fighter, innit? He's a former world champion, so he's obviously experienced. Even when he gets hurt, he could maybe hide it, you know.
Yeah.
It looks like that so far, but still a long time to go, you know. Because he did get hurt, and he can definitely get hurt again. There's a lot of time left still in this fight. Ooh, that was a bit low again. Adam's got to be careful with the body shots because they're a bit low.
Yeah, because then he'll complain about that again, and you know.
Yeah, he might get another point taken. I mean, not that it means anything. It won't mean it. Shit, another one.
Seconds. What is this?
He's got to be careful, man.
Oh man, another complaint.
But yeah, Adam Azim, he's doing well, man. I'm happy with the way things are going so far.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he is doing quite well. Doing really well. I think just a bit surprising because we probably expected a knockout of some sort. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
like, yeah, I think there's just the expectation may be a little bit higher than what we would expect or what we would want out of this young man.
But don't get me wrong. Like Adam's on dealing with a former world champion like that. Really impressive, bro. But yeah, of course.
Yeah, considering it's a former world champion for sure.
For sure, man. I mean, he's not really put us wrong till now. Do you get me? But it's only the low blows he's got to be careful of. But apart from that, he's doing really well. You know what I like about Adam though? You can tell he wears his heart on his sleeve, you know? Round 5, go. Ooh.
I can't believe we're still even in round 6. Like, given how the fight was turning out earlier.
Facts, bro. Ooh.
Yeah, really excellent jab work. And then the transition from jabs to the body, all with the same leading hand, is really good. And then the combinations he's throwing. I mean, just overall good performance by Adam Azim. I honestly think he can do this to mostly anybody in the world, honestly.
Bro, he's very talented, man. That's the good thing about Adam. You can't just get talent, you know? You can work hard, but talent is something you're just born naturally with, you know?
Yeah.
That's what separates him from a lot of these fighters. Very talented. Just needs to stay focused, you know? As long as he does that, he can go far. Ooh. How you seen the fight, Kyrie?
Easily for Adam Azim. I mean, like, I don't give a single round to Lipinets at all.
Yeah, same.
Oh,
We're in
my
the second
God.
half now.
Oh, go ahead.
We're in the second half now. What'll be interesting is to see if Adam can get the knockout. But if he doesn't, it's okay. Don't matter. But I thought he could have maybe got it at the end of that third round.
Now
I think it
Dana
was
White
the
is
fifth
saying,
round.
oh,
I
sorry,
think
a
it was the fifth
little off.
round.
Yeah. No, it's a little off topic. Something I read. Dana White said now he's not sure if Conor McGregor is going to return. Oh man, what are we doing? Come on, Dana. It's like, oh well, he's going to return 2025. And then here's February 1st, 2025, Saudi Arabia. So Dana, about Conor. Oh well, I'm not sure. Not sure. But Dana, you said, I'm not sure. John Jones is the pound for pound. But Dana, you said Islam was. Did I? All right, he is. With Conor, I'm not sure. What I am sure is Islam is pound for pound number one in the world. Meanwhile, here's Azim going for some body work right here. Now going head to head, body with Lipinets.
Lipinets is getting broken down though, you can see it. Oh, what the hell? No way, another low blow.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Another low blow. Oh no! Oh, another one! Oh my goodness! What if this is
Azim, bro. What is he doing? Can't do that, man. One point.
Oh.
He's gonna take another point of fucking hell, bro. And not that it affects the fight, but still, like, if he keeps on doing it, it could get disqualified, you know?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Because he's already been warned twice now.
Just you know what? Aim head wise, man. Just aim head or chest. Aim.
You know
head,
what it is? I think he's trying hard to get the knockout. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is. He wants to get the knockout.
He wants to do it with the body. See now? Notice where his shot selection is going to be at now. There it is. Head.
To be honest, I think Lipinets is walking as well. He's ready to go. He's ready to knock out. But you just got to be smart with it, man. You know, be patient. Yes, there you go. That's it. Yeah. There you go. Go on, man.
There you go. Head hunting a little bit.
That's it, man. Azim's gonna knock him out, you know.
Eventually, he will.
Yeah, he's breaking him down.
All right, and that is the end of, surprisingly, another round.
Oh, I want to see.
Nice uppercut.
Azim's gonna knock him out. Watch, he's getting frustrated. You hit him back on the. Yeah, he's gonna get knocked out, bro.
Yeah, he's looking for it now.
He's
For
looking
sure.
for it. He's going for it.
But he's also hesitant because he doesn't want to.
Oh, come on, Adam. Finish him. Finish him.
This reminds me of that time when Chris Eubanks fought that dude. I forgot his name, like Nick Blackwell or something like that.
Yeah, too much punishment, isn't it?
Where he was just basically drumming his head the whole entire time.
Whoa. Azim's gonna knock him out, bro. Oh. Oh. He's taking a lot of punishment, like you're saying, bro.
Yeah, I'm surprised the
I'm
referee is
surprised
not
he's still.
looking at
Yeah,
him saying, "You all right?"
yeah, he's getting knocked out, bro. Yeah, it's over. It's all. There's not much left, bro. Very close now, bro. Very, very close to the knockout. If he gets the knockout, bro, what a performance, bro.
Wow, man. And another round. Surprisingly, another round.
There's not much left, I think, of Lipinets, you know. Damn.
All right, here we go.
Come on,
Round
Adam.
9. Ooh. Ooh.
Adam is putting a beating on him, though.
His head with those uppercuts.
Oh, shit. It's over.
Finally.
It's over. Azim knocked him out.
Yes. Yes.
Boom. TKO.
Yes.
There's McGuigan.
You done it, bro. Hey, bro.
Great job, Adam Azim. That was awesome.
Great job, man.
All right. So when is the the Morrell and the Benavidez fight, I'll just leave this shit running. I'll just
leave it on. Leave it running, bro. You can run it.
Yeah, just let it run its
Bro,
course.
I'll get my money. I'm happy, bro.
When is the prelims? Let's see when the prelims are here.
I think it starts in a few, like 2-3 hours.
Okay, this is PBC card, I'm assuming, huh?
Yeah.
Benavidez, when does this start? Okay, oh yeah, this is a PBC card. Okay, there's this place, Las Vegas. All right, this is a Vegas fight.
Damn, bro. We called it, man. We thought he would get the knockout.
Yeah. Yeah,
Damn.
And it was done gradually.
What did you think of that performance? Be honest with me, bro. Because I want to see what you were thinking. What did you think of that performance?
You know what I think? I think that he belongs in championship world of boxing. That's what I think. I honestly
That's what I'm
do.
trying to tell the boxing people.
What was that?
Because there's a lot of narrative out there that Adam Azim is scared. He's not scared, bro. I told you he'll fight anyone, bro. Adam Azim, good, bro.
Yeah, he really will, man. You know what I mean? Like,
that wasn't even him in like 5th gear, bro. That was like 3rd gear. Like, he's coasting. You get me?
And he's still able to finish him.
Yeah, bro. See the replay. Look how much he hurt him.
Oh wow! Yeah,
Yeah, bro.
Shots. Yeah, it looked like a basketball. He was dribbling his head off.
Facts, bro.
PM. All right, so that's in just 2 hours. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just replay our podcast.
Crazy, bro, innit? What did you think of it? Sick, innit?
I thought that it was a career-defining performance for Azim, because you got to think in perspective how young he is, and coming in here doing this to a former world champion is nothing short of amazing.
There was a lot of pressure on Adam Azim tonight, bro. I'm telling you. You may not have told it, but bro, trust me, there's a lot of pressure on him tonight. Bro, you're gonna have to catch me on the live driving, yeah? You don't mind that, innit?
Oh, you mean right now? No, that's fine. I'm actually just going to play our pod and let it run until the David Benavidez card.
Facts, bro. Thank you, man.
Undercard going on right now.
They do, but I'll be out anyway, so we don't have to cover it. We can cover a bit more MMA until I come back, and then we can carry on from there. But bro, I'm happy. I made my money. Good, bro. I'm happy, bro.
What about the Benavidez fight? Okay, this.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
I still get
my
money
that
on
was
Benavidez.
5 months ago. We did 2 hours. Go ahead.
I got money on Benavidez as well, but I had a separate one for Adam Azim by knockout.
Yeah, that's easy money, bro.
Easy money.
Benavidez is easy money. You know,
Yeah.
especially with Morrell.
You think so?
Yeah, easy money.
Hope so, man.
Easy money. So we will see all of you in 2 hours. We're going to play what is now a classic, a 9-month-old classic from 9 months ago, live from London. Zane heavy boxing dosage plus UFC talk. Hamza Shiraz. Is he the next Canelo? Let's see how all of this just played out, especially after Adam Azim had just fought. Let's see how all of that played out. Let's do this little throwback from 9 months ago, seeing where Adam Azim is at right now in his game. Enjoy.
There's not. See, I went up to him while I was walking, and he introduced himself, and I was like, you know what, man, you made me a lot of money recently in your fights, so big up to you, man. And then he's like, yeah, thank you. And yeah, he had a few other guys with him, young boxers, and he was like, yeah, look out for these boxers, man, they're coming up. So he was a very humble sort of guy, a personality where when you first meet someone, you get your first impression of them. And he just seemed like he was trying to take the shine away from him when I was, giving him credit. So you can tell he's a very humble guy. Yeah, Adam Azim. He's very humble, man. He's a very, very good guy, man. But I like the confidence about him. He just quiet with it. He's not a very outspoken person like that. He does his talking inside the ring. So yeah, man.
Perfect. By the way, we just caught that live. By the way, everything that you just said, that was just live and candid. So welcome to the collaboration with Zain Musa Boxing and Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA. That's right. From the West Side all the way to London. Yeah.
From London to USA connection, you get me?
That's right.
Big up
man.
yourself, Kyrie.
That's right. So I got to ask you, man, obviously you've been quite embedded with Hamza Shiraz and his team and all that, right?
Yeah.
What are some qualities that you see in him that can, potentially make him a real future legend?
Who's that? Adam Azim. Who are you talking about? Adam Azim?
Hamza Shiraz in particular. But yeah, we'll get to Adam Azim in a sec. But yeah,
we'll get to Hamza Shiraz. The thing with Hamza Shiraz, he's a very dedicated boxer who lives the life. He doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. He goes from the UK. He goes straight to USA and trains out there, which a lot of boxers you see nowadays from Britain in the UK, they don't do that. They tend to stay in Britain. And no offense to the UK fighters or anything, but I just feel personally the best fighters, the best boxers are out in the USA, in America. And what I think he's doing is going out there for training camps, and he's getting that good sparring, that good sort of experience from different sort of fighters. There's Cuban fighters, there's Mexican fighters, there's South American fighters, there's American fighters. So you get a lot of sort of sparring partners out there which replicate a lot of your opponents that you're going to be fighting. So you're basically preparing for a win, for a victory, when you're going out there and you're making sacrifices, leaving your family and friends. Because he's a British fighter, and don't get it twisted, he's got a big following in the UK. So for him to go down to the USA, which is not ideal for a lot of fighters, they don't do that in this day and age. But if you look at the greats like Lennox Lewis, you know, people that have come up from the UK to Britain, from America to America, they've trained out in, you know, America, and that's what's made the difference for them. So in that sense, you can see from his last couple performances, Hamza Shiraz has been very dominant in that, you know. So I feel like he's making a lot of noise right now.
Yeah, Tyson Fury as well. He also trained out here in the United States, obviously with the Kronk Gym out in Detroit. Shout out to Kronk Detroit out in out in that gym. Eminem also trained in that gym, right? You know, they got a lot of good fighters out there, good caliber of guys. Even Eminem himself had referenced getting beat up by a 14-year-old kid that was coming up there. You know what I mean? And you would imagine that's quite a big, a little big credit for that kid, right? I mean, obviously Eminem is not a boxer, but beating up on a legend like that, I'm sure kind of gives you a little bit of a confidence, considering that, he is a grown man and he's a 14-year-old kid. One of the boxers that we're talking about in the Kronk Gym. But I like what you mentioned, how a lot of British fighters have to come out here and train in the United States. But there's also a contrasting narrative to that. For example, on the MMA side, you look at Conor McGregor, right? He's made a lot of his success just training in Ireland, which obviously is still part of the UK region and whatnot.
Yeah.
And he values this as sort of a flex, right? Hey, look at me. I don't need to train in America or elsewhere. I could just train in my own home country and win championships. Also, Leon Edwards is sort of in that same category as well. Now, Leon Edwards, he trained
He's a
out
UK
here.
fighter as well, isn't he?
Yep. He's also trained out here in the San Jose area. And by the way, that's with who? Guess who other than Khabib's team and American Kickboxing Academy, right? So he trained out here, but then he decided he was going to go back to Birmingham. And the reason why he wanted to do that was because he felt homesick. He felt like, you know what? I don't really need to be out here. Maybe I can get better just being at home. So basically he was homesick, and just that alone, he felt like, okay, you know what? I'm going to make a lot of successes here. And so he did. So, I mean, there is that contrasting side also, but obviously this is MMA, right? Even though, as you say, the best fighters in the world may be in the United States and whatnot. But for the boxing side, do you really feel that it's that detrimental for a UK fighter to engage in training out here? Or do you think that they're just not going to improve if they were to just stay in the UK and as a boxer?
Right. Let me put it out there right now. Personally, I feel that the best fighters, the best boxers are in the USA. And this is no discredit into the UK fighters. I respect every single fighter that goes into the ring. But if you want to get that experience of different styles, different looks, you're not going to get that staying in Britain, because, British fighters, when they tend to fight Mexican fighters in boxing and they step up the levels, more times they get beat. So I'd say it's a very good thing that Hamza Shiraz and boxers that go to the USA to train, it gives them that advantage, whereas where you're in the UK, you're a bit limited to what you're getting in terms of sparring, in terms of people that you're going to prepare your future. And
so you just feel that you get better looks in the United States as opposed to staying in the UK?
In the UK also do, but
you there? A little connection problem. I think what Zane is trying to say is that you do get a lot more. Repeat that. You are cutting off a little bit when you had last mentioned.
For him personally, Hamza, what it is there's more distractions.
You're breaking
Right.
up,
Can you
brother.
hear me now?
Yeah, better. So you were saying the distractions
Oh, really?
that he has in the UK as opposed to here. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what it is with Hamza, like he's a big star in the UK, you know. Obviously he's not very known like that in the USA at the moment, but he'll get there. But what I'm saying to you is Hamza Shiraz has loads of distractions down here in the UK in terms of if he's preparing for a fight, you know, he's got loads of friends down there, family that would like to see him. And I know it's in the culture for people to want to see you and be around you, you know. And that may cause a distraction. You're not focused 100% on the task at hand. So where it comes up to the USA, he gets the great bar, the difficult box between Mexicans, American fighters. And you're not get that in case. So I feel like he's gonna live more of the life down in America than in the UK. So I feel like that's the difference. You know? Those
Yes. So the distraction is
because going out comfort.
Sorry, you were breaking up there a little bit. So there you are back.
Yeah, back. Yeah.
So what Zane was conveying there for a second was that he's saying there is more distractions that are going to be prevalent for Hamza Shiraz in the UK as opposed to, let's say, coming and training here in America, which, by the way, is interesting that you say that, considering where Hamza Shiraz trains at. It's literally in Hollywood, right? Like, because we say in MMA, right? You know, John Jones, you know where John Jones trains at? He trains in New Mexico. It is literally a desert state with nothing to do. But we always say that if John Jones was to train in LA or in New York, he would be an absolute disaster. Because you've seen all the headlines that are dealing with John Jones, right? By the way, shout outs to John Jones and the little current situation he had where drug tester came to his house and she felt threatened because of whatever reason, right? I think he was drunk while he was at some at his friend's birthday party that he was hosting in his house. So yeah, we have this saying that if John Jones was to train in the United States, I'm sorry, I mean, we are in the United States, but I mean, if he was to train in LA or in a big city like Miami or New York, he would have serious problems focusing. But in this case, what you're saying is that for someone like Hamza Shiraz, it's actually better for him to train in LA.
Yeah, 100%, man. Because, like I said, you get, you know, experiences, whereas you're not going to get that in the UK because, you know, they're very limited in terms of skill and, you know, potential. To be honest, there's more potential in America, man.
Yeah,
I'm cutting off, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. Now, what I was saying with the what do you call it? The distractions, right? Oh, sorry, Michael Kelly just hit me up right now asking me about WrestleMania. Let me get to that in a second. You're right. Kyrie, WrestleMania tonight. Are you watching? Did you see The Rock and Cody Rhodes? I said, yes. I'm going to tell him me and Zane are live right now. Yes, me and Zane are live right now. And we will talk about WrestleMania as well. Come watch. But yeah, so what I was saying with Hamza Shiraz, right? Training in LA. So the reason why we say for somebody like John Jones, why it would be detrimental for his career to train in LA is because we all know what goes on in LA, right? Number one, there's, aside from the fact there's a lot of gangbanging going on, you know, and the fact that a lot of the gangbangers down in LA literally extort a lot of the stars that come in there, like Soulja Boy. You ever seen Soulja Boy walk in Compton? Those guys extort him because he wants to be down with the hood. And then you got actors like Shaq, or I'm sorry, basketball players and actors getting into the mix with that. And then the temptations of drugs and Hollywood and just the prevalent availability of alcohol and weed and all of that. But with someone like Hamza Shiraz, it's sort of like he can take the advantage of being in LA because he has that Muslim background to sort of prevent him from getting into all these insane vices that LA can offer, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that's true. But not only that, the thing with Hamza Shiraz is, you know, he's got lots of sponsorships backing him and people that believe in him. So, you know, he can't afford to let people down, you know. So I feel like that's another sacrifice he has to make, and I think he's doing that with his performances. As you can see, he's showing and proving that he's a very disciplined athlete, and you know, he can make them sacrifices. You know, he's capable of doing it. Whereas you see other fighters who may go out to train to different places, they don't have that level of discipline, and it comes down to his team. You know, I think that his team keep him level grounded, and that's what makes the important decisions in the background. You know, keeping a motivated team that are there just to make sure that he's, you know, making the right decisions and staying grounded and disciplined whilst he's out in America. So big credit to his team. And like I said, I've met a few of his team when I'm at his fights. You know, I've been introduced to last fight against Liam Williams. His lawyer, Hamza Shiraz's personal lawyer, has come up to me and introduced himself, and they seem like they're very screwed on people that are very, you know, intelligent and, you know, there for a purpose to make sure Hamza Shiraz reaches the top. So yeah, man, I think that's an important part of the team of the athlete. So yeah, so
Is his
apart
lawyer
from that,
also his agent? That's also his agent, right?
yeah, his agent, his lawyer. What I mean by that is, you see, when boxers they get contracts, sometimes they get contracts from their promoters to sign a 5-fight deal. So you got to face this guy and that guy. We're going to give you certain amount of money for it. So his lawyer deals with the legal side of things, legal side contracts and, you know, payouts which the boxers receive, just so that they make sure that they're looking out for the fighter. You get what I'm saying? So sometimes promoters can cut a slack deal for a fighter, and you know, I feel like that's a very important aspect when you've got someone like that that's in your team. So, you know, a lot of people don't have what Hamza Shiraz does have. So he's very lucky in that sort of God, but, you know, at the same time, he's worked hard for everything he's achieved, and you know, that's the fruit of his labor. So you gotta give him credit for that, because he's looked really good since going to America. You can see that in his last performance. He's got 13 knockouts in a row. You know, his last 13 fights have been knockout. So you can see there's definitely something that he's doing that's right. You know?
And he also comes from a boxing family as well, right? I know that his dad is also
Can you
a
hear me,
referee and an amateur
bro?
coach, isn't he? Oh, are you there?
Hmm?
Oh no, I was
Yeah, I'm here.
asking.
Can you?
Yeah, I was asking that his dad and his family rather comes from a long line of a boxing heritage, right? Okay, Zane is sort of cutting out a little bit here, but what I was saying in retrospect to that was that Hamza Shiraz's dad is a referee in some fights. I believe he referees both pro and amateur, and I believe that he coaches amateur and pro as well. So oh, got Zane got disconnected there. We gotta wait for him to come back. So yeah, coming from a boxing family like that, I think is, you know, really important, especially if, you know, it helps you, right? You know, it helps when you have a group of people that sort of understand where you come from and what kind of training you have to go through. Oftentimes, it's rather difficult to deal with, let's say, having a family that may not be sympathetic or understanding to a boxing lifestyle or a combat sports lifestyle. Now, obviously, someone like Khabib, it was very good for him to be able to have the opportunity to have a dad that trains people, right? And not only that, has trained himself as a result. So we're just waiting on Zane to get back. I think he had lost a little bit of a connection there. Okay, there we go. Zane is back. All right, add to the stage. There we are. All right. So yeah, no, before you left, I would sort of piggybacked off sorry, that's haram to say. I was piggybacking off of what you said, but we don't do no piggy around here.
No.
But
I've
what I was
sorted out
saying,
the connection, so it's all good now.
yeah, okay, good. So
Yeah.
what I was saying was that I think it's helpful, isn't it, considering that Hamza Shiraz comes from a boxing family. I know that his dad referees both pro and amateur
Yeah.
fights, and he also trains amateurs as well, right?
Yeah.
And
I think personally, if you're a boxer, you've got to have a good team behind you, because there's a lot of things that come with being a boxer. There's a lot of sort of PR work behind the scenes to promote you. There's also, like, obviously contracts that fighters get offered from different promoters. So there's also other inquiries that people got to deal with personally, like day to day. So with someone like Hamza Shiraz, he's got to have that sort of team behind him, because his name's getting bigger now, and he's got to have a focused team, which he does have, and a lot of fighters don't have that. So you can tell that he's got people around him that genuinely care about him. Do you understand? So I think that makes a big difference, because all he has to do is focus on the fighting, and give that 100%. Anything else he has to deal with, his team deals with that. So he doesn't have to have that worry over his head, whereas a lot of fighters aren't in that position. So, I think that will go and help him a long way during the line,
And not only that, considering that there's a wide range of corruption that goes on into boxing, and Mike Tyson will tell you himself, especially having that insane experience with Don King, right? So from what I understand, obviously, we know that Hamza Shiraz is affiliated and embedded with the Frank Warren Queensberry Promotions, right? So what was the thought process with Hamza's dad for him to, let's say, go with Frank Warren as opposed to, let's say, Eddie Hearn or any type of other promoters that are available out there?
So from what I know, Hamza Shiraz, he's a great fighter. He's been training since he's young. He was obviously into the sport as a kid. But as far as I'm concerned, I feel, because what promoters look at is if you have a good amateur career, and if you went to the Olympics. If you look at Anthony Joshua, he did a lot of good things in his amateur career. He went to the Olympics, won a few gold medals, whatnot. Whereas promoters look at that, and Eddie Hearn offered Joshua a deal, but obviously in Hamza's case, he didn't have that amateur background. He had sort of like 100 fights, but nowhere near to the success level of, say, Anthony Joshua winning gold at the Olympics. He tried to go there, but they didn't allow him to come into the Olympics. And
Why
there's a
not?
lot of racism. There's a lot of racism that goes on in amateur boxing.
Really? So
yeah,
you think that's what did it? Like, that's
100%.
interesting.
Because from what I know, he put himself out there to be a part of the Olympic team, and they didn't choose him. It's up to the people that are in charge of the amateurs, and they get to pick and choose. So that he wasn't chosen. So in that terms, in that regard, you know, he kind of, you know, didn't have much options. But what happened was Frank Warren saw him and he gave him that opportunity to sign with him, which, you know, was a privilege at the time, because generally promoters look at fighters that have great amateur pedigrees and have done a lot of, have achieved a lot of accolades in the amateurs. So a big shout out to Frank Warren. He gave him the opportunity when, you know, a lot of people weren't gonna give him, you know. So it just came like that. So Frank Warren
Whereas,
guy.
yeah, whereas with Anthony Joshua and Eddie Hearn, it was almost like Eddie Hearn sort of it kind of fell into his lap. Wouldn't you say? Like he
Mm,
had a gold medalist on his hands. He was able to market him. He was able to give him, you know, the proper fights to get him going, right? Like it just seems like,
yeah,
as opposed to,
definitely.
let's say, Frank Warren. And again, yeah, shout outs to Frank Warren, right? Like he really took the
Yeah,
risk of going with Hamza Shiraz, as opposed
yeah.
to, let's say, you know, like what I said, right, with Eddie Hearn.
Hmm.
Anthony Joshua just literally fell on his lap.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. But what I do have to mention is the amateur game is very different from the pro game. So just because Hamza wasn't as successful as Anthony Joshua maybe in the amateurs, doesn't mean he won't be as successful as him in the professional ranks, because his style is suited more to a professional sort of career in boxing, you know. And as we can see, he's got 13 knockouts in a row, 19 and 0 with 15 KOs, and you know, he's he's at that at that stage where he's almost ready for world titles and world championships, and soon he'll be getting that opportunity within the next year or two, I believe. You know, so you know, so far so good, man. He's had a very good career, man. So a big shout out to Hamza Shiraz for going on to that.
Well, absolutely, with the first round knockout that he scored against Liam Williams, right? That was a shock to everybody. Now, we knew that it's almost like in the world of combat sports, right? There's always this veteran that is taking on the likes of prospect that is coming up. Obviously, we saw that with Anthony Joshua, as we all are looking at the screen right now with his GQ
Yeah,
magazine cover, right?
yeah,
We saw that with him against Klitschko. We saw that against him and some other names in
yeah,
the gatekeeping side of boxing, right?
of
Now, with
course.
Liam Williams, we knew
Yeah.
that this was one of those gatekeeper versus a prospect, a type of fights,
Hmm.
which means we sort of can predict that, yes, Hamza Shiraz was going to win that fight, but to win it in a very
Hmm.
devastating fashion. I
Yeah.
mean, I did not expect that. Did you? Like, I was very much shocked at what I had saw in that fight. In all
Yeah.
honesty,
Bear with me 1 second. I'm just gonna break my fast. It's time to break fast. I'm just gonna have a
sure.
sip of.
And don't forget the dates as well, because you know you got to
Yeah,
break it with the dates.
I've got the dates. They're downstairs, man. So, but yeah, let's carry on. As you were saying, with Hamza Shiraz dropping Liam Williams, it was crazy because what it is a lot of people didn't expect that. You get what I'm saying? A lot of people didn't, and the reason why they didn't expect that is because Liam Williams been in there with Chris Eubank Jr., Demetrius Andrade, Liam Smith as well, and they weren't able to do what Hamza Shiraz did, and which was be so dominant, knock him out in the first round. You know, it's unheard of. But a credit to Hamza Shiraz for training so hard and putting the sacrifices and going to America to make himself a better fighter and improve on his craft. So Wow, that was an astonishing performance, man. And I think that's one of being there ringside for most of his fights in the last couple of fights. I think that was his best career performance. As you can see, Liam Williams was shocked himself, and wow, what a brilliant performance. And I think that's going to open up a lot of doors for Hamza Shiraz. You know what I'm saying? There's talks of him being offered an opportunity in Saudi now on the June the 1st card, 5 vs 5 matchroom Eddie Hearn against Frank Warren's Queensbury promotion. So have you heard of that?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a
Mm,
big one right there. That's
100%.
and he's going to be a part of that. Who is some of the names that they are throwing around for that specific fight?
There's a few names that he's been sort of linked with to the fight. First of all, I like to say there's obviously it's going to be part of Eddie Hearn's promotions. There's Amo Williams. He's an American fighter, undefeated, and that's going to be a very good fight because it's a battle of undefeated fighters. And Amo Williams has a huge American support fan base, you know. And Shiraz, I think, is more than capable of taking on Amo Williams. You know, it's a dangerous fight, don't get me wrong, but Hamza Shiraz, I think he's got the ring IQ. He's got the fundamentals to beat Amo Williams, where Amo Williams is a power puncher, you know, who doesn't really use his fundamentals. You know, he's got good footwork and everything like that, but he tends to throw a lot of power shots. But it's not going to be easy for Hamza because them short fighters sometimes can prove a difficult task against taller, rangier fighters. You get what I'm saying? But I think if Hamza plays into his advantages over Amo Williams, and he knows what I mean by that, so if he can do that, then I think he's going to make this fight as easy as possible. Because not only that, he's got a lot of power behind his shots. So if he can, you know, get behind his jab and, you know, slowly break Amo Williams down, then it'll be a great fight. So Amo Williams is one of them. A second one is Janibek, but he's in the promotional contract with Top Rank. So I think he's going to be out of the picture for that. There's also who else? Matchroom have got. They've got Liam Smith, I think. That's another fighter that Chris Eubank Jr. fought. So he's in the mix. But I think the one that's mostly linked with Hamza Shiraz is Amo Williams, and I think that's the fight that's going to happen next. So it's a big fight. It's a big step up for him as well. I think he's ready.
Do you think that Frank Warren would prefer to slow track him at this point or just catapult him into the toughest competition that he could potentially find for him?
To be honest, I think he's slowly taking his time with Hamza Shiraz, but I think Hamza Shiraz has proven he's ready with the sort of performances he's put in over the last couple of fights, and he's pretty much demolishing every sort of fighter they've put in front of him so far. So I think he's ready for a slight step up, and another step up is Amo Williams. So Amo Williams hasn't got the world titles, but he's an undefeated fighter, and he's a more dangerous fighter than Liam Williams. So we can see he's slowly being moved up towards world title contention. And not only that, when they were in Saudi Arabia for the Anthony Joshua fight against Ngannou, obviously there was a face-off between Janibek, who's the middleweight world champion at the moment, and he holds a lot of the belts. You know, there was a face-off between Hamza Shiraz and Janibek. So I think, you know, they're potentially, you know, have that fight in their mind in the next couple of fights. You know, to be honest, I don't think Hamza Shiraz is too far off that sort of level as well. So yeah, that's going to be the most dangerous fight, I think, for Hamza, because
Janet back for sure, right? Now with Emma Williams probably seems a lot more of the realistic initial point of view, right? In terms of like what is possible in the most current moment of time, because Janet Beck may seem like a little bit more far-fetched, at least in this current moment of time in Hamza's career, wouldn't you say? Or is that something that's not too far off, considering considering this,
the thing is, I
top
look at it
performance?
I look at it in two ways. When we saw Janibek fight Denzel Bentley, Denzel Bentley was expected to get beaten, beaten decisively. What I mean by that, get knocked out. But Denzel Bentley was able to give Janibek a tough, hard fight. Janibek won that fight, no doubts about it. But there was rounds where Denzel Bentley did win, a few rounds, and based on that performance, it made me think whether he's really as good as they make him out to be. Because Denzel Bentley, he's not a world level sort of operator. No disrespect to him, but if Denzel Bentley can do that, then Hamza Shiraz has more of a chance of beating Janibek. So in that sense, that makes me feel that he's got a chance. But in other sort of senses where I've seen Janibek perform, maybe he had an off night that day. Usually Janibek has got good footwork, a very good jab, good ring IQ. You know what I mean? He knows how to switch it up. He can make adjustments. So it's a step up for Hamza Shiraz compared to what he's faced so far. And I think Amma Williams next for Hamza Shiraz will give him good preparation as to someone that moves around in the ring, someone who throws shots from different angles, whereas Janibek does that as well. He throws different shots, combinations from different sort of angles, and it will be good preparation for Hamza, But yeah, he can't take his eye off the ball, personally, in my opinion, because Janibek will definitely come up in the future. If it's not next year, it's going to be the year after, because he's got the world titles. But yeah, what Hamza needs to do, in my opinion, personally, is still stay active and get as much fights under his belt as possible. Whereas Janibek right now, he's been very inactive. He's looking for the big paydays, the big fights against Canelo, Charlo, which he probably won't get, because he hasn't got a big enough fan base. He's looking for a Chris Eubank Jr. fight where he hasn't got a very big name in the world. So I think it's a higher risk for Chris Eubank Jr. at his age, at 33. So yeah, I think Hamza needs to be active as possible, and that'll give him a better chance to defeat Janibek, And he's the younger, fresher guy, Janibek is only getting older. So the longer he can make the fight, go out for, then the better his chances, I believe, because his experience is only going to get better.
So I wanted to go back to the question with the promoter choice of Hamza Shiraz, right? Now, obviously, he went with Frank Warren because Frank Warren was willing to take on somebody that was not much of an Olympic level, boxer, right? And I tend to notice this seems to be the trajectory of the type of fighters that, let's say, Frank Warren picks up. Perhaps maybe part of that is because, let's be honest, right? Frank Warren, for everything that we understand him to be, this guy is not exactly the most polished guy in terms of his history. I mean, there's one thing that stands out to me about Frank Warren, right? Just like Don King, Frank Warren is really like a street guy. If you think about it.
Definitely. I know his upbringing is from a council estate. So, he didn't, whereas Eddie Hearn, he was sort of grown up into a family where they were very well off and were very wealthy, his dad owned Matchroom Promotions, and he passed it on to Eddie Hearn, which his dad Barry Hearn passed on to Eddie Hearn. Whereas Frank Warren, he didn't have that. You know, he came from a tough background upbringing where he was raised up in a council estate. So they're definitely. You're right. You hit the nail on the head there when you said that he may be a street dude. You know, don't get it twisted. Frank Warren has been shot as well. Don't know if you know that.
Oh, yes. Very well documented. Actually, he even mentions it like a 50 Cent Many Men song. Oh, well, you
Yeah.
know, this guy, he shot me, and then I don't know what happened. A few weeks later, he got shot down, and and I was like, yo, this sounds like a 50 Cent song, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This, like, I was like, man, Frank Warren is literally the UK 50 Cent in the best way to really put it, right? Like,
Mhm.
so, but Barry, if you think about it, though, Barry really has almost the same background as Frank Warren. Wouldn't you say? Like, Barry sort of had that tough upbringing as well before he was, you know,
Yeah.
a top promoter in the game, wasn't
Before there was Matchroom or anything. Yeah, totally. I agree, definitely. But what I'm saying to you is, when Eddie Hearn was born, Barry Hearn was sorted in that sense financially. So I don't think that he had to go through what Frank Warren did because of the time and the time when he was born, where Barry Hearn made a name for himself, where Frank Warren didn't have that. He had to make his company by himself, you know, the hard way.
Yeah,
Whereas
definitely.
Eddie inherited it from Barry Hearn, you know.
Yeah. Now, switching gears a little bit, right? The other guy that we sort of highlight in this particular stream and this particular story is
Yeah.
Adam Azim, right?
Mm,
Now, this guy seems to be a young phenom in a way where, how old is he now? Only 20 years old, right?
yeah.
What was
21,
it
20.
like?
Yeah.
21? Wow. What was it like
Mm.
meeting this guy? What was
To be honest,
what
like
like what was it like
I
is
met
as in a person?
when I met Adam Azim, it was at a time where I wasn't expecting to meet him. It wasn't planned, and I was going towards Hamza Shiraz fight, and what it is when I was going towards the Hamza Shiraz fight, I was going towards the entrance, and I saw a guy next to me. He was walking with a few of his other guys, and he had a look at me, and then I didn't think nothing of it. But then I looked back at him, and then I realized this is Adam Azim, and then I went up to him. I said, "Yo, what's happening? You're right, you Adam Azim, right?" He's like, "Yeah," and then I was just like, "Wow, it's an honor to meet you. You know, you've made me loads of money with your fights in the past, so I appreciate that." And he was like, "No, it's all good, man." And then I was like, "Yeah, man, I respect what you're doing. You're gonna be a future star." And what it is when I said that, he's like, "Nah, these are the future stars." So he just pointed out some of the people that was with him. They were young, and they were obviously a little bit younger than him. So he was saying that these are the guys that are going to be in the future. So he was a very humble guy. He didn't really think a lot of himself, you know. Um, he, he obviously bigged up his people that were with him, um, giving them credit instead of him, you know. So I respect that, man. And he came across as a really humble guy in that sense, you know. First impressions count. So, you know, it was nice to meet him because he came across as definitely a humble guy, you know, a guy that's not very egotistic, you know, as a fighter.
Seems very level-headed as
100%.
well.
Yes. Very good guy, man. And yeah, you can see he's on one of the biggest platforms, Sky Sports Boxing, and they're promoting him very highly, you know.
Now he's with what's the promoter that he's with? Is it with that not with Boxer, right? It's with another
Shalom.
promotion. Ben Shalom. Okay, so it is
Mhm.
Boxer. Okay. What
Yeah.
had prompt him to go with Ben Shalom as opposed to, let's say, the other names that we've mentioned? Considering now that there's a lot of top promoters in the UK, right? Before it was the United States, you had Golden Boy, you had Top Rank, and then you had, among other promotions as well, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
the Don King Promotions was a big time for its time, but now obviously that fell off. But while a lot of these other American companies sort of started falling off, it was
Right.
like this rise of the British promotion, right? Now, before it was just Eddie Hearn. He was starting out in 2013 and 14. He came out with that big fight with Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn came out with that big fight with Carl Froch and George Groves. Then they went into the stadium. And then it was just shortly after he got Anthony Joshua in that mix. Anthony Joshua became a big star. And then after that, there was sort of this time where it's not like he fell off, right? Because if you're a top boxing promoter, you never fall off. But there was that time where obviously Joshua lost the belts, and then a few of his fighters lost. I remember, I believe it was McDonough, that one guy that fought in Japan against Inoue, right? He flew out there. So that was sort of a big loss for his company. But then they started coming back up. And then all of a sudden he signs Canelo. And after that, now you have Frank Warren. He wasn't too far away from that. Now you have Boxer. And now you have all these other promotions in the UK now. I mean, like, what do you attribute this rise of these promotions that are popping up in the UK right now?
Yeah, you're right, man. I think what it is a lot of fighters. There's a lot of fighters out there which are not signed to any promotional companies. I think that's where it's sort of bringing a lot of other promotional companies instead of the big ones like Matchroom and Queensbury. So there's still a lot of fighters that haven't been signed. So I think these smaller promotional companies are the ones that are giving the opportunities to the fighters that don't have that. And in terms of Adam Azim, I think when he signed with Boxer, not only that, they had a platform with Sky Sports. And I feel that Adam Azim thought, he could make the most of it, by promoting him on Sky Sports, because Sky Sports, it was a big boxing promotional platform, But I can't speak for Adam himself, but I feel like he was going to be promoted more than other people when he took the opportunity to go with Boxer, because a lot of promotional companies, sometimes they don't have the platform to promote their fighters, whereas Boxer, they got Sky Sports underneath them, and now we can see that he's headlining shows and he's getting opportunities to fight other sort of fighters that are on different sort of promotional companies. Like recently, he was mandated to fight Dalton Smith once he won the EBU title. I think Dalton Smith is a very, different sort of challenge for Adam Azim, because he's the more experienced fighter. He's more older than him, and he's had that experience at being at world level. Whereas Adam Azim, he's still young, but he needs that experience. So there's a lot of people that are, quick to write him off. But I don't think he deserves the criticism he's getting right now, to be fair.
What are some of the criticisms that he's getting in the current moment of time?
So obviously he's obviously got the EBU title, and the EBU have mandated Dalton Smith to be his next opponent. But boxing is a business at the end of the day. There are two British fighters, and there's a time and place for fights to happen. And I feel that Adam Azim hasn't had that experience yet of fighting someone like Dalton Smith, who's just beaten a world-class fighter and looked very impressive in doing so in Jose Zepeda. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. What sort
But I
of
think
problems do you see Dalton Smith presenting towards Adam Azim?
Dalton Smith is a good, very, very good counter puncher. He's got very good timing. Timing sometimes, most of the time, beats speed in boxing. Adam Azim's got very good speed, but the timing of Dalton Smith's shots, which makes it more dangerous for him, because we saw in the Zepeda fight, he timed a really good body shot on Jose Zepeda, and he wasn't really rushing to do that. He was taking his time, and he calculated it to perfection, and he knocked out Zepeda, which Zepeda hadn't been knocked out in a while. And he fought Richardson Hitchens, a guy who fought yesterday. Richardson Hitchens weren't able to do that as well. So I think Dalton Smith is a very dangerous fight for Adam Azim at this moment in time. But I still feel that Adam Azim has the potential to win this fight. But what it is it's more of a PR disaster. Like, I just think that his team should have addressed the situation, but they were just being quiet about it. And now he's gone on to face Harlem Eubank, which is Chris Eubank's brother. He's received a lot more criticism after that, because it seems like to the British public, because no one in his team addressed the reason why he didn't face Dalton Smith in particular. It seems like it's a disaster at the moment, because you're saying you want to fight Dalton Smith, but you're not fighting him, and then you go on to fight Harlem Eubank, who's obviously 30 years old, and Dalton Smith is 29 years old, and you're fighting him instead of your mandatory, you know what I mean? But with Harlem Eubank, it is a step up for Adam Azim as well. But I think that definitely Dalton Smith was the harder fight to take. So, you got to give credit to Adam Azim for taking the fight against Harlem Eubank as well, because that's a great fight in itself. But I just think the way his team handled the situation, it's not really good, because it's made him look bad, and I feel sorry for him, because he's not a bad kid. And the thing is, with Adam, he'll fight anyone, but it's just the way it's come out that his team hasn't really addressed the issue,
Yeah. I think anything with boxing, you're always going to have a certain level of, let's say, hesitation on taking certain matchups, which, by the way, I got to tell you, this is sort of like the biggest debate when it comes to, in particular, Khabib, right? In the world of mixed martial arts. You see, one of the biggest criticism that Khabib has faced is when his record of his early career started to surface. And reason being is because, well, he sort of took the boxing route. And what do I mean by that, for those that may not understand fully the context of what exactly that means? Well, in the beginning of your career, especially if you have a big backing, or if you have, let's say, a father who was part of the sport, or somebody that is embedded in the sport, they're usually going to guide you through, well, easier matchups in the very beginning. But here's the argument that I have for that, to play advocacy for that particular style of promotion, or that style of setting up a career trajectory for a fighter. I think there's some good merits to that, because I think you have to be able to understand how to dominate an opponent, right? In order for you to really understand how to fight the harder fights. In other words, sort of start you off easy, sort of like what you call training wheels. When a kid first starts learning how to ride a bike, you give them training wheels. And then after a while, they start getting comfortable balancing themselves on a bike, and you won't need training wheels anymore. So I think, I think that that's really the best approach if you really want to make a top level fighter, especially at a world level. And with Khabib, to use that same example, I think that when he got into the UFC, it was just absolute, taking all comers type of mentality. But he had to have gotten there first in a term of, well, having to face some of the easier guys and then leading on to fighting the tougher guys later on, right? That's sort of what Khabib did. So he started off fighting guys that what you would call journeymen. And by the way, shout outs to Tommy Jacobs, right? He is, I don't know if you know him, he's from Essex. He's a former Olympian. He was the captain of the British national team during Amir Khan's era, right? He fights out of Essex. So I have conversations with this guy about what journeyman boxers are like in the UK or elsewhere. Man, I got to tell you, it is quite shocking, but at the same time, I'm not surprised when I found out what it is in terms of what's behind journeyman boxers, right? They're very much the backbone of the sport of boxing. And for one, I think that having those fights early on really gives you those rounds and really puts you at a top level, which is the type of fights that Khabib had. But then
you need that experience.
Right. But then once he got into UFC, it was like, all right, I'll fight anybody, anytime. But in order for you to get to that, I'll fight anybody, anytime, you have to be able to put in that time first with a little bit of an easier, outings. Right. So I think that's kind of where the hesitation may be for both Adam Azim and for Hamza Shiraz. And plus, look, Frank Warren is an old school boxing guy. Ben Shalom, obviously he's new to the game, but I think he understands boxing to a sense where this is what you have to do, kind of slow track your guy a little bit. But then the other aspect of that.
Yeah. At the same time, what people need to understand, that promoters are in this game to make money, and boxing's turned more into a business, whereas back in the days, it was more of the best fighting the best. But now it's all about business. So the way you perceive your fighter to fight and the way you build up your fighter, that's how you're going to make the most money, Because if you're going to throw a fighter in the deep end straight away, and for example, they were to take a loss, it will be detrimental to your earnings and how much you can make off the fighter. And not only that, is how much the fighter can make from themselves, So it's a business as well. People need to understand that.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that with the UFC, this is sort of where they have a hard time building their stars. And Frank Warren himself has mentioned this plenty of times over and over again, where he criticizes sort of the promotional style of the UFC, right? He says, well, there's no stars in the UFC because, the guys are constantly losing fights, the top names. And he's right about this, right? I could name a lot of examples to where they have, let's say, a pretty baby face type of marketing machine type of fighter, right? Sage Northcutt is a great example of that. Earlier than that, there was this fighter named Roger Huerta, who, by the way, was one of the first Latin superstars in mixed martial arts. A little history about Roger Huerta, right? He's been in a lot of magazines back in the days. I'm talking about like 06, 07. This is when the UFC and MMA was really trying to get their foot in the door of the mainstream world. And lo and behold, he sort of had some bad outings, one after another. But this guy was just like an absolute superstar, right? He could have been the Canelo of mixed martial arts. But because of the way that the UFC sort of marketed themselves as the best fight the best. And by the way, there's a reason for that, by the way, why they have this aspect of, the best fight the best is because they want the product to be a lot bigger than the individual athlete. Okay, so even though Roger Huerta back in the days was an absolute superstar, still, really, the UFC was the bigger star of it all. And back then, people knew what the UFC was. They knew what MMA was. But for you to know a specific name, you'd have to only be a hardcore fan. That's the reason why I know of him, is because I'm a hardcore fan. But obviously, he's also known for sort of beating up a football player that beat up a woman in the streets in Texas. And yeah, he was sort of on TMZ because of that. So that's sort of another thing that he, was known for, right?
Oh,
But
wow.
either way, in his heyday, the guy was an absolute, he was just an absolute superstar to the highest order. So,
Yeah.
but the career trajectory that he had took on, especially in the UFC, it's not the way that it is in boxing. He took a lot of losses that I think was just based on the fact of the kind of competition that he was facing,
Yeah.
and
But
that's
I
just
do,
really the
I
reality
do
of the
respect
sport.
the UFC,
So
the best
maybe
fight the best. I do like the fact that UFC fighters, the best fight the best, There's no nonsense in that sort of sense. As a fan, it's more pleasing, you know? But you see, with boxing, it's
well,
turning into a business. But I do like
right,
that,
right.
that best fight the best.
But it is because of the fact that you as a fan, so get this, right? I think most boxing fans, in particular, we can use this same example too with MMA and the UFC, but most boxing fans, I would be bold to say, as they love boxing more than, let's say, an individual athlete. Is that fair to say? Like when we're talking about the average
Uh,
boxing fan, is that fair to say that they love
yeah,
the sport of
yeah,
boxing?
100%. 100%. Yeah, you hit
So
the nail on the head.
So that means they want to see the best fight the best, right? And with
Yeah,
that, you also got to understand the human elements of this whole entire thing, right? For example, let's take into consideration, let's say if you have a son or a daughter or a relative that is fighting, right? Now, would you want your son or your daughter to fight the hardest fight out there in their first time out? And I think most reasonable and rational minded families and and people that have children, I think they're going to say no. That's not what I want to do. And again, Conor McGregor has criticized Khabib's career before, right? He even said, yeah, those promotion that Khabib fought early on, his father was the promoter of those fights.
all
Sort of
right.
in a way slagging him off. But guess what? That's, I guess, what you do if you're a father, a concerned father, right? You're not going to put Khabib out there against, I don't know, whoever the top guy was when he started his career at 155.
No,
Let's say, Takanori Gomi, right? He was probably the top 155er when Khabib started his career. You're not going to put him in there with him in his first fight.
no, you're not
You
gonna
know,
do that, man.
So
It's
that's the
just
human element of trying to understand this. And the human element sort of takes the aspect of, well, okay, we're going to give individual care to this person. But this is what I mean. When you are the UFC as a product, there is no individual of, holding hands and trying to coddle this person. Now, for
mm,
example, right? Khabib's manager, Ali Abdelaziz, he
yeah,
has a fighter that is currently going to be signed in the UFC. Her name is Kayla Harrison. She is an
right.
Olympic gold medalist judo player, right? She's a former PFL champion. And
Mm.
she now recently signed to the UFC. And guess what? She's fighting this week in the big grand mark event of UFC 300. Guess who
Oh,
she's fighting in her first UFC fight?
who's she
Holly
fighting? I'm not sure.
Holly Holmes, the girl
Oh,
that knocked out Ronda Rousey in Australia,
oh wow, that's a big fight, man. Why is she
right?
gonna take that straight away?
Why is she going to take that? Because the UFC does not care that you're Kayla Harrison, the gold medalist Olympic judo for America, because they don't care. That's why.
No, that's good,
Now,
though.
she's the heavy favorite because you got to
You
take
know,
into consideration Holly Holmes, who's, by the way, who's also a former boxing champion before she was a former MMA champion. She was the first human being, never mind male-female dynamics, first human being ever to win a major world championship in MMA and boxing, right? And she did that by knocking out Ronda Rousey. So, yeah, that's who Kayla Harrison is going to fight in her first fight in the UFC. Now, obviously, she's a top-level, world-level pro MMA fighter, but there's world-level MMA, and then there's the UFC. You know what I'm saying? Just like this weekend. This weekend, there was Johnny. You know Johnny Walker, right? Are you familiar with Johnny Walker?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Okay, so he's that tall Brazilian guy. He trains in Conor McGregor's team. He's a 205er, very big guy, long hair, Brazilian dude, likes to dance a lot. So his brother, Walter Walker, was an undefeated heavyweight coming into the UFC. He won 5 world titles outside of the UFC, right? He comes into the UFC. He took his first loss against a guy who's on a 3-fight losing streak. So let me repeat this to those that haven't heard it, right? A 5-time world MMA champion in 5 different organizations outside of the UFC. And by the way, these are all world level MMA. Took his first loss against a guy who was on a 3-fight losing streak, but has UFC experience.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? This is what you're dealing with in the UFC. So the other stream that I did for UFC 300 a couple of days ago, the theme that I was sort of getting at is this could be a card full of upsets, right? Obviously, Charles Oliveira could potentially upset the upcoming Arman Tsarukyan. And by the way, how about this? Arman Tsarukyan, right? He is a 155 fighter. When he debuted in UFC back in 2019, guess who his first fight was? Islam Makhachev.
No way. He must have lost that fight.
He did, but he gave Islam Makhachev a pretty hard fight. They went to the scorecards, of course, but now he has a chance to fight a former champion, a guy that Islam Makhachev beat for the belt. And guess what? If he wins that, then he can show how much he's improved since their first fight. But this is the UFC in a nutshell in the subject that we're talking about with taking harder fights early on, right? Because their whole entire aspect is to build the brand, not build the individual. And this is why I say that for boxing fans, I mean, real boxing fans, they're not really, unless, of course, they're like yourself, who's embedded with Hamza Shiraz, embedded with Adam Azim, embedded with these types of people. You're not going to have an attachment to anyone, right? Like the average boxing fan is just not, unless you know these guys. Your attachment is to the sport of boxing. So therefore, you want to see the best fight the best. But if you have an attachment to a specific individual, you're going to tell them behind the scenes, hey, dog, don't take this fight. This dude will rock your snot box. And even Tyson Fury's dad told him, don't go in there against Deontay Wilder. And we all know what happened afterwards. Obviously, Tyson Fury won that one. But nonetheless, he still though, he was worried, and rightfully so. So that's sort of the issue that I think fans versus people who are actually individuals that are embedded in the sport sort of have a problem with understanding the difference of those dynamics.
No, but what it is I respect the UFC because the best fight the best. And like you said, the UFC is bigger than the fighter. Whereas you see more UFC fans than boxing fans. I think UFC has a bigger following than boxing because of that. So it's great for the fans.
Do you honestly think so? I'm a little skeptical about that notion that that UFC. Yeah, I am just a little bit, only because boxing is older, and I think that when you have a sport that's older, okay, so for example, right, what is the biggest sport in America? They say that America's favorite pastime is baseball, right?
Oh,
Yeah, the reason why they say what was that?
no, I was agreeing with you.
Oh yeah. The reason why I said baseball is a big a big popular sport in America is because of the fact that baseball is old. It's a very old sport. So therefore there's going to be generational interest, right? You go to, let's say, a baseball game in Yankee Stadium, right? More than likely there's going to be a family that has been generationally fans of the New York Yankees. Their grandfathers were fans, their great-grandfathers were fans, and now their children are fans. Well, this is sort of what I notice in boxing, and especially I see it with the Hispanic community in America, right?
Yeah.
Because boxing is so old, I believe that there is a huge portion of people that are sort of generational fans, right?
Mhm.
So with MMA, I sort of feel like, okay, there are individuals that are going to love MMA because naturally it's a brutal, violent sport that sort of offers an action-packed night, when it comes to the